is the PTZ Optics Move 4K, a smart camera built for fast-paced sports action. It follows the players automatically with smooth, accurate tracking. No camera operator? No problem. Control it from a joystick, a phone, or let it run on its own. With crisp 4K video and easy streaming, it fits right into your setup. Perfect for schools, clubs, and live sports broadcasts. PTZ Optics, professional video, made simple. Brought to you by RTAV, your broadcast AV partner.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something?
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because Chess.com is best.
This is the PTZ Optics Move 4K, a smart camera built for...
Hello. Welcome everyone to the 7th round of the Quantbox Chennai Grand Masters 2025. A warm welcome to all our guests here in the venue and back home, and joining me for today's commentary are my two good friends. I am Tanya Sachdev and GM Sahaj Grover. Hello guys.
Very happy to be here, by the way. Very exciting matchups going to be happening. I have a very cool stat. You know,
Stat Sahaj Grover with the stat.
Like instantly, let's go.
Instant is no. There's a very cool stat. You know, Pranav has this name of Buddy Pranav.
Yes.
You know, he got that stat. He got that nickname by defeating Jordan Van Foreest, who he's playing today in the European Club Cup.
Oh.
Where do you find these things out is what I want to know. Where are the sources?
So it's a
It's
secret.
hard work, Tanya.
What are you trying to say here, Sagar Shapit? You know what? There's going to be a lot of hard work in the playing arena right now because only 3 rounds remain. There's one guy who looks like he's running away with the whole tournament. Unstoppable Vincent Keymer, and I think that's the board. Awonder Liang. Can he work his wonders today again and explode the leaderboard?
Yeah, this would be the biggest match today. If Awonder Liang wins, then he will actually be able to equalize the score at the top. But if Vincent wins today, maybe he wins the tournament almost, with a 1-point gap with 2 rounds to go.
I would say based on the opponents and all the situations going on, I think Vincent already has a very good shot at winning the tournament already. Although he does have 2 blacks ahead of him, so I mean that may be
I think it comes down to today. This is really the moment, and the chasing pack, who the players who are playing behind, the likes of Vidit Gujrathi, Anish Giri, they are all cheering for Awonder today. They want this to go his way because that's when everyone gets a shot. But Keymer's just been so incredibly impressive this tournament. Where are the cracks there, Sagar? How do you strike?
I think he absolutely has been phenomenal. Yesterday, he was almost going to beat Arjun Erigaisi. And Arjun then pulled the brake somehow, managed to survive there. So I feel that for Awonder to beat Vincent seems like very unlikely on paper. But then on the chessboard, one wrong move and it's all over. So, anything can happen. We are excited for that. There's one more game that I'm super excited about. It's Arjun Erigaisi versus Anish Giri. That will be exciting, no?
That's a huge one because Arjun's in 3.5 points, right? He's on 2nd position, right along Liang right now fighting. So we know that he's been struggling a little bit with his health. We hope that he's feeling better. For Anish as well, right up in the standings there, 3 points. A win would get him to 4 points, closer to that podium finish. And again, with Arjun's style of play, Arjun playing with the white pieces, I think it's going to be a very fun one, that one.
Absolutely, and Arjun with the white pieces, always a difficult match. So will be very, very exciting to see that. Although Awonder did hit 2700 yesterday in live ratings
For the first time.
for the first time ever.
So he would be feeling a little bit on a high right now. You know, he would be like, okay, this is a breakthrough in my career. And now let's see what the next step is. The next breakthrough might be beating Vincent.
And I will say, he did that in style. I mean, yesterday's Awonder's game with the black pieces, you know, it was a masterfully played game, that end game where he sacrificed an exchange and converted it flawlessly. A great technique there. I think he's ready for a fight. I will say, though, both Awonder and Vincent, to my eyes, feel like two players who rely on a lot of strategic maneuvering in their games.
Right, so we will be seeing that happening. Meanwhile, in the playing hall, we see Adipan and Pranesh just chilling with each other as the first move is going to be made. We have a special guest today. Meghnad Reddy is here. I remember when the first edition of Chennai Grand Masters was about to begin, he was the first person who came and inspected the venue and all. He's from the Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu and really one of the core forces behind this tournament coming into existence.
And that's always amazing because these are the people who make the tournament possible. So really looking forward to having Meghnad there. And there we saw Jordan Van Foreest enter the building. He's up against Buddy Pranav, as you mentioned. And Jordan's been on a bit of a comeback streak there. You know, he is the Dutch Grandmaster. He's won Vaikanze before. 2 back-to-back victories. He's looking to make his third today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if Jordan wins today, then it'll be like, will Jordan win all his games and then really fight for the top spot? Because he's capable of doing that, right? He's this player who really relies on momentum. Right now, it's on his side.
You know, that would be possible, but he is, I mean, today he plays Pranav. I mean, on paper, at least, Jordan is a much stronger, much higher rated player. But however, tomorrow he plays Vincent with the black pieces and then he plays Anish in the last round. So he does have a tough road ahead of him.
That's exciting. And what about the challengers? We also have 3 leaders there. Abhimanyu Puranik, Pranesh and Leon Mendonça, all 3 leading. Here it can go in any direction, yeah?
I think the players in the Masters have to take inspiration from what happened in the challenges yesterday. You know, Abhimanyu Puranik leading the pack, pretty much dominating the tournament, and then had that big loss yesterday from a position of strength, really. So anything can happen. Things turn around, and now instead of just 1 leader, there are 3 on 4.5, and then a chasing pack on 3.5. And I think this is exactly the storyline that the players in the Masters are hoping for as well. A topple right at the top.
You know, there are 3 leaders and there are 3 commentators here. So I think we all should just pick one player. You know, that will be our favorite to win the tournament. I will pick Pranesh.
I'm going to be the unbiased commentator.
pick up Abhimanyu. Go for it.
Alright, fine. But also, I actually think Abhimanyu's been so fabulous. That might just be the safest bet in this tournament so far, going ahead. You know, but it all depends what's his mindset. He lost yesterday. Can he come back with force today? There he is. He's ready to go with the black pieces. Looks a bit pensive right now at the start.
Yeah, true. And in the background, we also see Leon there getting ready for his game against Niptayan as the guest of honor moves toward the board of. I think they will go to the Vincent Awonder game. Yes.
It's the top board. It's our big matchup today. The leader, a 1-point lead for the German prodigy against the prodigy from the United States, Awonder Liang, who had such a phenomenal win yesterday. And someone tell, hey, we can't see the players. Gotta get a proper camera view.
Yeah, there we have the chess board there. And maybe the opening move will happen here, but we need to be
First
sure
move predictions.
if it's happening here or not.
What does Awonder with the white pieces start with?
You mean the chief guest or Awonder?
That's a great question.
This will be his first move as a 2700. So that's a lot of pressure, I would say, on someone, no?
I think he'll go E4. Best by test. Actually, the first move seems to have happened on. Here it is. Yes, Meghnad Reddy comes in and shakes hands with the players. Really.
There he is, and he starts with the King's Pawn opening.
The same move that I pretty much believe is going to be made by Awonder later in the game.
But I'm sure he's going to pull it back. Or will he just let the pawn remain? I would say he pulls it back. So you're going with the king's pawn opening. I say he starts with, Sagar's taken my pick. So I'll just say d4. I'll say 1 d4.
So I will just say what no one has said, and I will say e4.
You'll say?
E4.
Yeah, because clearly no one said
No
that
one
in the
has said
family.
that
Just didn't
yet.
hear it at
I'm
all.
just gonna say
Just
E4,
3
yeah.
seconds ago hasn't happened.
Yeah, well, I guess Awonder is not someone who's going to risk too much today, because for him, he's already achieved one of his aims in the tournament. Oh, he goes e4, and
See? I told you I
no
was
one
right.
guessed it. Yeah.
Not a single person surprised there. But this has been a Wonder's opening weapon most times. We see him start with the king's pawn opening, and Vincent does the same. Now the big question is, will we see an Italian with the bishop moving to c4? Will it be a Spanish with the bishop moving one step ahead to b5? And it is the Italian.
Italian. Wow. We
You-
saw the Italian yesterday in the game between Anish Giri and Vidit.
Knight g5.
No.
Let's go knight g5.
Oh, I
Let's
love
make
it.
it happen.
It's not happening, Tanya. d3.
I love it. I love it.
You'd love to see it though.
If we have read Awonder right in this tournament, he's not taking any risks today.
Fair point. Again, that positional battle.
And also yesterday he did an interview and he said that now that he's 2700, he feels a lot of pressure about falling below 2700 again. So actually during the interview he did say that he might lose against Vincent. So there is a good chance that he might, try to play it safe, but let's see what happens. And you can see Vincent going h6.
Man, Vincent, I think, this is my feeling, he doesn't even care about winning this tournament. He's here to maybe cross 2750. That's what he's come here for. He's here to win the tournament, but not just by a small margin. He wants to play his best chess. What? D4. Wow. Guys, this is already some insane stuff happening. Look at this. First, this move h6, which is not very common. Then Newcastle. Black goes d6, and now Awonder is like, hey Vincent, h6 is a bit slow, don't you think? Also, you've closed your bishop. You haven't brought it out to c5. This gives me a chance to play d4.
So this is a very interesting thing, because if you don't play d4 here as white, then black can play g5 and sort of create this attacking chances on the king side, and your chances of playing d4 also are minimized, because black can always play g4, kick your knight away and take the d4 pawn. So this clearly means he's going for something solid.
I mean, this is the first shocker of the day, I think, not just for us, but for Keymer as well. And let's just back up one move, Saga, here. There are so many moves being played in this position. The most popular being, of course, the pawn in front of the bishop, c3, preparing d4. And it's been played about 1,000+ times on the chess.com database. Not just that, you can go rook e1, a very natural move. You could go a4, moves like h3 have been played. d4 is the 7th most played move. Not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but the 7th most played move, only 22 times so far, according to our database. 1,000 times c3 has been played, 20 times d4 has been played, and this has to be taken by surprise for Vincent Keymer, and that's the reason that Awonder plays it, gets up and leaves the board.
Yeah, and look at Vincent. Out prepared, but right now he looks like someone who hasn't seen this move before, and I think Awonder has a great situation here. Of course, depends on how good the move this is, but the engine says it's not a bad move at all.
I completely agreed, because black has to sort of take e takes d4 in this position, or allow d takes c5, and this queen trade happens when...
Can you not take this pawn on e4? I know that it's very risky, but is it possible to capture it?
Probably there's d takes e5, and if you go d takes e5, I probably take the queen on d8 and I recover one of the pawns, either the e5 or the f7 pawn.
I think we need to show the flashy trap that happens if black actually goes knight takes pawn instead of pawn takes pawn in that position. Why you can't think about trading pieces. You might feel, hey, I'm up a pawn, let me get a knight off the board, try to take it to an endgame. But thank you very much, because after knight takes knight, pawn takes knight, white... Let's do it. White to play. How do you proceed?
Let's go for it. White to move here, guys. You can go for it. If there's anyone who would like to answer it, yes. Wow. Amazing
Correct.
draw. Bishop takes f7, and if you take here, queen takes d8. So king e7, but this already looks terrible.
Yeah, absolutely. So just coming back to the point, d takes c5 would be forced, and then okay, you recover the pawn anyways, and there is basically no asymmetry in the position, and the position, it might fizzle out into a very, very quick draw. So Vincent, who wants to play for a win, obviously in this game, will try to go e takes d4. We will go knight takes d4, and now this sort of setup is kind of normal without h3 and h6. Sorry, h6 from the black side. So white has wasted a move by playing d3 and d4, and black has sort of gained a tempo, but that tempo is h6, so it doesn't really count for much. And now I feel black is gonna go bishop e7, short castle. White is gonna go knight c3, bishop f4, and okay, we have a very typical sort of Philidor type of a position, and white has a slight advantage, but it doesn't lead to much. So I think Awonder is really trying to play very solid, and a pretty smart choice by him to not have this complicated battle against one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, well said. Actually, Sahaj, now that you tell about the Philidor, if we look at this position and we just back up from move number 1 and go to this one, e4, d6, d4, knight f6, knight c3, e5, knight f3. Generally, the knight is on d7.
Yes.
And then we have some kind of a position like this. And if we compare this to what happened in the game, then we see that the structure is similar. Just the knight is on c6. It's supposed to be solid for black, but I think here as well, white can claim a small edge.
Sagar, I remember we actually played a game in MCL, Maharashtra Chess League, where you played the Philidor against me as well. And it was a very similar setup where you took e takes d4, although your knight was on d7, and it was a very, very complicated battle. But I feel with the knight on c6, maybe black has an easier path developing.
I like this knight on c6. It keeps the bishop open just in case you need it. So it's interesting. I just feel that this might be a small edge for Awonder. It might not be very close to equality. That's my feeling here.
I think already, knowing that you're putting pressure at the very start with an opening surprise, you start getting more confident about trying to play for just a little bit more out of the opening. Of course, it's still very early, and I'll also point out pawn takes pawn is one of the moves that you're looking at. But most games, in fact, in this position have been played with bishop to g4. And a developing move that pins that knight on f3 before pawn takes pawn if we just go back one move. And the point is that after bishop g4, suddenly those tactics don't work. You can't take on e5. The rook defends the queen. The black knight can now, in fact, jump on e5. So this is why Vincent hasn't rushed with the decision of capturing and trading in the center, because this keeps the pressure on. And I will not be surprised if this is the move of choice by Vincent.
That would lead to complex game, right? Maybe we can still take here, knight takes and come back to break the pin, but perhaps that's too passive, yeah? Like maybe e5, maybe d5 is the move to go for.
I somehow like the move c3 instead, because even though the bishop is active on g4, I can always kick you with h3. And if you go bishop h5, that bishop is basically out of the game. And if you go
take here,
queen f3, I'm very happy with sacrificing that pawn. I don't know what the compensation is, but it doesn't feel...
But if you go c3, then you have to calculate what happens after knight takes pawn as well, right? Because you don't have the line that we had before the bishop was pinning the knight on f3. And maybe knight takes pawn, okay, so the bar doesn't disapprove of it. It goes a bit up and down, but stabilizes. There's clearly a resource that's there, but you need to know what it is if you go for c3, because it's not very clear to me how white responds.
I have this feeling you go d5, then try to give a check, but our bishop is in the way. We can't win the piece there.
Maybe
very interesting.
Rook e1 or something, and just kick the knight away, and then
just
h3.
Pushing and putting pressure on that king in the center of the board. Alright, so two decisions here to be made. Does he go for pawn takes pawn? Does he develop bishop g4? And as Vincent tries to deal with the first surprise in the game, should we do a quick opening roundup of the other boards?
Yeah, for sure. Oh, he's about to make his move.
What was it? Oh, it's Bishop G4.
Bishop G4.
Comes out.
We have a fighting game here.
Love it.
I like it a lot. Yeah, this is
Would you say
great.
you love it?
Yeah.
But I think Awonder should be well rehearsed in this position, right? I mean, he should know. Yep, there we go. C3 on the board.
This is looking scary for Vincent. Yeah, Awonder speed, quickly making his moves.
What is the top move here for black after c3? Because now the big question is, there's a pawn hanging, but you obviously walking into your opponent's preparation. If Awander's played c3 so quickly, he knows exactly what to do for knight takes pawn. Is that a good or a bad move?
It's the top move.
So he must play it then. He must take the bait.
Oh, but what if I mean, I have this one idea of taking the d4 pawn, which is not that great. The other is I can just finish my development here. Then I'm a bit afraid of queen b3 with a double attack on b7 and f7. So a lot of tactics here actually.
Yes, so I mean, knight takes c4 would probably simplify the position, but also limits his chances to play for a win as black. But if he plays bishop e7, he runs the risk of giving his opponent some slight advantage in that might be long term. So it's a difficult decision for Vincent.
Okay, and Vincent, of course, the leader of the tournament, he will be thinking of all of this. Guys, should we move on to our next game? Arjun Erigaisi taking on Anish Giri. And Arjun, by the way, guys, he came a bit late to the game. When he made his first move, he was already at 128, but now has come up to 129.46, which means that he's absolutely in his preparation. He's quickly making his moves. It was Queen's Gambit accepted. Bishop takes c4, c5, all standard stuff. a6, bishop comes back to e2, knight d7 played, and now knight to d2. He's not putting his knight on c3 square. He goes knight d2. We have b6 that Anish played after quite some thought, and Arjun jumped ahead with knight c4, still in his prep.
Wow, so maybe some d takes c5, knight d6 check, and going into some double bishop endgame ahead. That could be his plan. Or maybe he wants to go b3, bishop b2 as well, and just keep it slow.
That actually sounds like a big threat, and let's just show that to everyone. For example, if black was to play bishop to e7, a developing move, you can take pawn takes pawn, and maybe bishop takes bishop to e7 wasn't the right way to show the idea. But now knight takes pawn could be met by a trade on d8, and then your knight anyway jumps forward to d6, or you win the b6 pawn,
Right.
depending on how black recaptures. So let's have that on the board. King takes queen would run into knight takes pawn.
This, and if you take with the bishop here, then knight d6 check is.
Yeah.
So Arjun actually set up a threat which had to be taken care of, and as Anish did with the move b5. So b5 stops him from going pawn takes pawn in our live board, in our position. And now Arjun shows what his idea was. It's not just the d6 square, but the knight jumps to the center of the board, knight e5. Now attacking the c6 square, which has to be defended, bishop b7 on the board.
You know, Arjun is very well prepared and played quickly, but he's facing someone who prepares openings for just, his pastime. Like if you have some time as a chess player, what do? Yeah, you try to have some fun, watch some movies, go out for a run or something. But Anish is someone who loves openings so much that even in his free time, often he's preparing openings. So he is well prepared here.
Absolutely, and the time just shows that. And a4 being played, I think he's provoking b4 and play a5 and sort of fix that weakness on the a6 pawn. We see this idea quite often in the Roy Lopez, if I'm correct. Where you play a4, b4, and a5. I think similar ideas being shown here.
It's that, and also you want to provoke b4 because for the rest of the game you'll have a strong point on c4 for your knight to jump to, and that's a beautiful square usually that does give white something to play for. Anish is prepared. He does go for that move b4.
I don't know if Anish is playing it so quickly, he's prepared, but Arjun is also playing it quickly. Whom should we trust? who is the one who's better prepared? Is it Arjun or Anish? And Anish showing so much confidence that he makes his move and even gets up from the chair and goes away.
You know, for so many years, and I think even now that's the case, that the top players always said that Anish is perhaps one of the best, if not the best, prepared players in the world. He's the one with all your courses on Chessable, you know, the best sellers that you have. His opening preparation is in fact followed by prodigies across the world. And I think it's a general consensus amongst top players that the fight between the best prepared player on the planet is between Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah. And maybe we can add Arjun Erigaisi to the mix now because he's also super well.
From the new generation.
I feel Arjun is not in that sense very traditional because he creates his own openings and because he finds these weird ideas on move 3, move 4 which have never been explored, and then he creates that repertoire very, very early on. So yeah, I think Arjun should definitely belong in that conversation of the best prepared players in the world.
I think from this new golden generation of chess, I think Arjun is a strong contender, and also part of being a strong contender is finding these offbeat ideas, right?
Yes.
And being able to use that to success, to know exactly where the pieces belong, and Arjun's done that in so many games.
But you never know, no, Tanya, who's preparing these new ideas? Is it Arjun? Is it one of his seconds? And maybe there's some mastermind in his team who's all the time coming up with these great ideas. Like we know people like Daniel Dubois, Jordan Van Forest. These are the people who have this insane ability to come up with new ideas every single day.
Yeah, and that's fascinating to watch, especially in the age of computers when it's so incredibly hard to come up with something creative because everything feels like it's been studied. But I think it's about finding those one game ideas which will force your opponent into things and maybe create some complications. Speaking of having fun on the board, I want to talk about the chair situation here because I've always felt as a player, you want a chair that doesn't move around too much, and I can't stop thinking about how Arjun's just been sort of swiveling in his chair for the last 5 minutes. You do? I would want something more like solid and stable.
No. I'm always, this helps me focus, during a chess match. So I think I'm with Arjun here.
Somehow I never played a tournament where there were this swiveling chairs because when you play open events, there were always chairs that were without wheels. It's
Back in the day.
when you play like super tournaments, do you get this option?
But look at Anish, I think he prefers, maybe it's a generational thing again, because I also feel the same way. Whenever we used to play, it used to be these solid, can't move around too much, and Anish is very stable. While the younger generation, they're sort of having fun.
Did you just call me a younger generation? Thank you so much.
I mean, you're commentating, you're still sort of just moving around in the chair, so yeah, I feel it.
Anish
the younger generation.
Anish is 1 year older than me, and that's it.
That is, let that sink in.
By the way, Anish, suddenly, this happens quite a few times when you make your moves super quick and then you realize, oh my god, did I miss something? And is that moment for Anish because White already is seriously better. I mean, if you play Queen's Gambit accepted, the general range in which you want your advantage to be for White as black player is around 0.2 or 0.3. This is already 0.5. And I know that these numbers don't mean much, but when you're preparing, these are the numbers you are looking at as Anish Giri or Arjun Erigaisi. So in a way, this opening, I personally think, has gone Arjun's way. What do you think, guys?
100% it has gone his way. He's not even on the board right now. And Anish in deep thought. By the way, only one move that he can make which doesn't give him a very, very clear advantage, which is bishop to d6. I would say a very logical move because you're threatening the knight on e5. You're sort of putting pressure there. Maybe queen c7 can be an idea in the future. However, bishop d6 is not an easy move because I can always play knight c4 and gain a tempo there as well. So not super sure what Anish is thinking about it. Maybe he's considering bishop e7 or bishop d6. Those two seem logical here, Tanya.
Yeah, very interesting. I think the harder part about bishop d6, like you said, is that you're sort of, even if the computer says it's the best move, from a human perspective, you're just kind of walking onto a square that can immediately be attacked. But on the other hand, you need to make a developing move. I also want to point out, pawn takes pawn in the center of the board could be an option to look at, but then the idea of Queen's Gambit accepted, and he's going to make a decision, and I have to read hands here as well, and I would say it was the Queen that he was reaching out for, was it? Does he want to put the Queen to C7?
No way,
That's a slight
Oh, it's a bishop. It is bishop to D6.
Bishop D6.
Do not underestimate Anish Giri's opening feel of the position.
And also, we should really take this engine here as seriously as the players do in their prep, because they use so powerful engines. So here it could very well be, while this engine shows an advantage, they have seen like 20 moves deep, and then it all equalizes at the end.
And the point I just wanted to make was that very often in Queen's Gambit accepted, if you're playing with the black pieces, you trade at the center of the board only when you know that your opponent will land up with an isolated queen's pawn. So I think pawn takes pawn is a move that you don't want to rush with here, because it can be recaptured by a piece, which only makes the piece more active. So keeping the tension is what Anish wanted, and I think that makes a lot of sense going with the theme of the principles of the opening.
Right. And here I was wondering if knight takes knight makes any sense. Because if queen takes, then I have a great position after pawn takes pawn, queen takes queen, and I don't know, you will take back with the knight perhaps. And this is the kind of position that white dreams of in the Queen's Gambit accepted. The b4 pawn is a bit weak, you can bring your rooks here. But the problem with knight takes knight is that Anish will take back with the knight here. And then black has equalized here, it isn't much of a problem, he'll castle next move.
So great analysis there, Sahil, Sagar bhai, but after I'm thinking, instead of knight takes d7, knight takes d7, dc5, in that position it is necessary for white to exchange the queens, correct? Because after knight d7, dc5, you're keeping the queens on the board. After knight d7, queen d7, you're not keeping queens on the board. So it's necessary for white to exchange the queens there to get some sort of
good, right? If white trades queens, because the b4 pawn is a bit weak, this endgame will favor, while the dynamic elements seem to be in black's favor with these two bishops lined up this way.
Right.
That explains a lot. If you've got these dynamic elements fighting the strategic problems of the b4 and the a6 pawn, you would want to keep the queens on the board as black try to play the middle game. But I also feel that Arjun would be happy to keep the queens on the board, just knowing him as the player he is. He wants to sort of have a fight in the middle game as well as the end game. I'm expecting him to go knight to c4, keep as many pieces on the board. Let's see the moment of truth.
Maybe just bishop d2 as well. What about bishop d2 as well?
Bishop d2 is one of the best moves. Knight c4 is also one of the best moves. Guys, you are on fire right now. And Arjun plays knight to c4.
I really like this because, you know, in chess, whenever there's a pawn move, it has its set of consequences. Arjun first provoked the move b4. He created the square for his knight. And now it looks like, wait a second, it just got here from that square itself. Yeah. But this is a very different dynamic. Now that knight on c4 can never be kicked out of the square.
True. Now this knight is beautiful. It's looking at the b6 square, but the black knight is controlling it. Somehow, white looks really cool in this position, but black is holding the balance.
Alright guys, early days, Arjun versus Anish even, predictions.
I think Arjun is having a slight edge here. He might pull a win here because it's a type of position Arjun plays really, really well.
I think it might be a draw. This is my feeling. What do you guys think?
You think a draw?
I have to take over this prediction game now. So you're saying a draw. Again, Sagar playing it safe. You're going for an Arjun win.
What is safe? I think it's
a draw. You know, Anish is playing. You trust in him. You feel he can hold this position. Any position.
Your opponent, I think draw is a risky result, right? And Arjun is like super. So I'm actually trusting Anish to hold this here, not trusting Arjun to kind of use his advantage. What do you do?
I think it's going to be a messy game, and I think Arjun takes it. So I'm with Sahaj on this one.
Let's go. You know, there's also a very interesting question that Arjun has, because where does he develop that bishop? Because I see two options, and if he hasn't seen that at home, I don't think it's a decision to make for Arjun, because you can either go bishop d2 and hope that at some point you will
taken the c5 pawn.
Ooh. So he goes bishop d2, yeah, later on. That's what he's playing. Because there was this other idea of b3 bishop b2 as well, which I thought was quite interesting here for white.
Yeah, b3 bishop b2 was perhaps the most natural way to do things here, but d takes c5 still seems like Arjun prep. He's taken the pawn, and as we've discussed, by the way, taking with the bishop here, guys, is a very bad move. Anyone wants to try it out? What should white do here? White to move. Oh, display is not working. Okay. Well, right now, maybe we'll fix that so that you guys can see what's coming up there. But knight to d6, just for our viewers online, check would be the correct move. Bishop takes, queen takes, and this is better.
Yeah, because you're also stopping black from getting the king to safety, getting that castle in the position. You win the bishop pair, that would be the dream. And this is not something that Anish would allow. To my mind, the big question is that if Anish was to capture with the knight, are we going to see that endgame being played out? Will Arjun get the queens off the board, or will he try to be ambitious in the middle game by declining the trade?
Yeah, this is interesting.
I think he goes for the queen trade because you have already simplified the position. There is a weakness on the b4 pawn, which you can very easily put pressure on with bishop d2. So I think it would make sense to sort of trade the queens as early as possible.
Feels like the kind of endgame where you're almost playing for two results, right? As white, because you have this, and it all comes down to that pawn on a5 that gives you that fighting edge. That bishop on e2 always eyeing the pawn on a6. You know, the dark squared bishop has a weakness to target on b4 as well. Your knights are coming to the center of the board. One's already on c4, never being kicked out. The other's coming to d4. So looks like an endgame that would give Arjun something to play for long run.
So you mean after knight c5, queen d8, right?
Yeah.
Takes, takes, takes.
I don't know, rook takes.
Rook takes is forced, yeah? Because if you take with the bishop, then there is knight d6 check once again. Your idea, Sagar.
Yes, and if you take with the king, it's not that great. So rook takes is kind of forced. And now this position, it's like, yes, there are weaknesses in the camp, but the black pieces are just so active. I think they compensate for this white having the hold of the weakness on b6, the a6 pawn being weak, the b4 pawn being weak.
You know what? I'm going to make a prediction. If knight takes pawn, I think Arjun does not trade. I think he's going to keep the queens on the board and he'll want to fight in the middle game. The other idea we're talking about with the bishop coming to d2, I think he does it without queen takes queen. If we just back up, you know, we're expecting Anish to recapture with his knight. And here you just move the bishop to d2. I'm hitting the pawn on b4. My queens are still on. Your king is not castled. What's not to love?
Yeah, this is safe for white. But yeah, the question comes down to whether he wants the queens off the board or not. And I don't know, I'm noticing this pattern, especially in this tournament, that players are often going for the most simplified version of the opening, and then they study it very deeply and, you know, hope for a mistake, you know, somewhere in the middle part of the game. So I'm kind of expecting queen takes d8 from Arjun to, you know, keep that trend up, but let's see what happens here.
Well, Anish is not yet decided whether he should be taking the pawn on c5 or not with his knight, and while he's thinking about it, let's quickly check another game here. And should we go to this game between Vidit Gujrathi and Karthikeyan Murali?
Yes, let's do it.
The All-Indian clash, the only one of this round. And Vidit starting with the white pieces, another Italian game.
Okay, we have an Italian, and Vidit, of course, has taken more time than his opponent, but it's the same opening that was played in the Awonder versus Vincent game, d6, and Awonder went d4 here, but Vidit goes c3, bishop e7, rook e1, castles h3, and we have a6 here. Guys, somehow it seems Vidit has a very nice move with d4 in the center at this point.
So I would say, I mean, Karthikeyan has sort of sidestepped with playing bishop e7, because when you play d6 and h6, you are, I would say, most of the times going for this g5 push. That's why in Awonder's game you saw him playing d4 and sort of avoiding that in the first place. But Vidit allows it and Karthikeyan does not go for it. So like we have two surprises back to back here. And now he goes a6. I think now d4 is really important for Vidit, or a4 is really important to Vidit. So if you play something like, let's say, knight bd2, which feels like a very natural move here, right? Now there is knight a5 and you lose the Italian bishop, which is very, very important to keep your advantage. I would even say to keep equality for white. Once you lose that bishop for nothing, you might even be worse here.
Nice point there, Sahaj. Very important. A4 or D4. Just making some space for the bishop should be a good idea.
Yeah, these Italian openings are really interesting because they start very slow, but usually when either side gets a central break, white gets d4 or black gets d5, it kind of opens up. Another name for the Italian opening is the Gyocco piano, and that translates literally into the quiet game. And the reason is because that's sort of the nature of this position. You know, you have these little subtleties, little nuances. Has white played h3? Is the pawn on a2 or a4? When do you get d4? Is the bishop on c4 on b3? Or is it on another diagonal, the b1 to h7 diagonal? So it makes it sort of a slow developing game, from where it gets its name, the Gyocco piano as well. And I think I'm expecting Vidit to go for one of these. d4 means I think the fight already gets fun.
25 years of playing chess and I thought Gyocco piano was a person.
Means the quiet game.
Nice,
You could have kept quiet about that as well, but I like that you put it out there.
Nice.
You never know, yeah. Sahaj, if someone loves chess deeply, they could name their kid Gyocco piano.
Yes.
And then it would be name of a person.
Oh.
So who knows?
Nice. By the way, he plays bishop b3 here. I think same idea, because if you go knight a5, then I can still save my bishop with bishop to c2. And the game continues, and I would say probably in white's favor. We're in very typical, I would say, Spanish or Italian territory. It looks like a Spanish actually now, no? Because black has played a6, the bishop is on b3.
Yes.
It feels very much
There's
like
no
Spanish.
b5 just as in the Spanish.
And I think b5 is a bit of a double-edged sword there, because b5 feels like you're getting aggressive with black, gaining more space even. I can barely get words out of my mouth today. But gaining more space on that left flank, creating bishop b7 possibility. But actually for white, it gives additional chances. There are a4 breaks that you have to deal with. You know, the opening of the A line that could potentially become a problem. In fact, b5, a6 is something that does long-term play into white's hand more than black's.
Absolutely. And you know, one of my favorite players in this position is Levon Aronian, because he finds this such cool. If we could take a stat of him, I'm pretty sure he has gone knight h5, knight h7, knight g8, knight e8, knight g4 as well once, and knight d7 to play f5. And he has tried everything in this position in order to play f5, and it's such energetic chess. Which can happen in this position, and we might see something similar from Karthikeyan as well. I see knight h7 being a very possible move here, Tanya.
And that's a really nice idea. And then you just slide your king over to h8 to unpin yourself, and then try to strike with that f pawn moving forward. You know, it's Levon Aronian who has spoken so much about this opening as well. He says it's such a rich and a complex opening after so many years of being at the very top, facing this opening maybe hundreds, if not thousands, maybe a lot of times. I don't know how many games he's played in it. There's still so much richness in it, and every game feels fresh. And if a top player can say how difficult this opening is, then you really realize how subtle the complexities are.
Right, absolutely. And so guys, at this point, one can say that Vidit is slightly better in this position. He's pressing, he's pushing here, and we'll see how this game pans out. It's time for us to check the game of Jordan Van Forest and Pranav V. A very, very important clash here. I think important for Pranav to get back in the tournament here after his loss yesterday. For Jordan to keep his momentum going. 2 wins in a row. And guys, what a crazy opening we have had here.
Wow, so Sagar bhai, this is one of my favorite openings from the black side, this bishop b4 check against the Scotch, and I have a very cool line here to show you.
Okay.
So we go bishop e3, bishop a6. This is mainstream theory. We can go a bit forward. Knight f5. Only move, by the way, to gain an advantage from the white side. g6, very natural. Takes. Knight e3, knight f6, very natural. f3. Black goes short castle, and now you will notice that the bar actually says c4 is the best move here for black. For white. But after c4, chaos completely ensues because you have...
Can I guess?
Yes.
D5 is the...
Yes, absolutely. There is d5 from black. And if you go c takes d5, can anyone in the audience guess what the next move here is for black?
Wow. Sahaj with some in-depth Grandmaster prep here, guys. What do you do? Look at the engine. It's saying it's better for white, but I trust Sahaj more than the engine here.
No, I've looked at this position in depth, and the move is absolutely crazy. White has to be super precise to have any sort of edge here. The move is here, knight takes e4, where you sack both of... You give white an option. Which knight are you going to take? And if you go f takes e4, there is this queen h4, queen e4, and it's complete chaos in the position. So Pranav coming up with this really, really creative idea very, very early on in the position. And you can see Jordan did not play c4, which is the best move. He went for the quieter bishop to e2.
And then Pranav was like, if with c4 doesn't stop d5, then now I should go d5 anyway. And now pawn takes queen e7, attacking the knight here. And after queen d2, I think both players seem to be out of prep now finally. And Pranav has to make a very important move, Tanya. Rook d8.
And that was the point of queen e7, right? You not only come in with a tempo, but you vacate a square for your rook to pin that pawn on d5, which currently is sacrificed. So white has an extra pawn in the position. And I think the other move that would come to many of our minds is place that knight at the center of the board, right? Knight e5. But the problem with that is that knight can get kicked around quite easily eventually, you know. You've got that f-pawn moving forward at the right time, and you're not sure if that's the right square. Jordan and Pranav might be out of preparation right now, although I have a feeling that Jordan knows what he's doing. If he didn't play c4, stopping d5, he's probably studied it to the depth that you have, Sahaj, where he knows that d5 would still have been possible.
I think that's, it's not just likely, I think it's 100% the case here. Because even if you know something is accurate and you see the speed and the accuracy your opponent is playing at, you don't want to go into your opponent's, most expected variation, because then you're not playing against the opponent, you're playing against that opponent's computer, which is of course a much more difficult task. So I think him playing bishop e2 is just saying, I don't want to have a theoretical battle here, let's go into something where you have to think yourself, and that's what Pranav is doing right now.
And he does find the move. He did take a thought. There, rook d8 on the board, can't take the knight. The queen is pinned now. And once again, it's the blue arrow to our rescue, showing that the best move in the position, one that would not have been on my radar. You ask me 3 moves to name in this as candidate moves. Knight a3 would not have been one of them.
Yeah, I would just defend my pawn with c4 here. Just get this nice...
Or go castle.
Yeah, or castle it out here.
Look, I think castle, there might be knight takes d5, although I might be wrong.
Oh, their tactics. And let's ask everyone here. Knight takes knight black to play.
Yes, let's go, guys. Are you sharp enough on this Friday afternoon? What's the day today?
It's a good day.
Queen c5, yes. Well done. Who mentioned it? What's your name? Can you tell your name?
Deepak.
There's a mic. Oh, Deepak, well
done. Super sharp. So castle might actually be a blunder in this position. So that's a process of elimination. You mentioned c4 as well as an option. Knight a3, once you see it, is the kind of move you can't unsee it, because then you're also eyeing that b5 square the knight can go to. It's a developing move, and you know what? Maybe you're going to get your king to the other side, and that's where it stays safe. That's where we have fun. Long castle defending d5. Is that the point?
I think so. I mean, first thing white wants to do is save the pawn at any cost, because if he loses the d5 pawn, I'm picking black here, because you've got better pieces, you've got a safer king, you've got a better pawn structure, I think, as well, because you've got these double d pawns. But I think it sort of helps black because you are also putting pressure along the a file. And so yeah, white's only compensation is keeping that pawn on d5 alive for as long as possible. So c4 would be the first move that comes to my mind as well. But I see b5 here.
Yeah, c4 is met with
very
d5.
interesting.
And if we take here, Then now suddenly the knight jumps in and it's attacking d5. So it's very complicated, this position that we have. And I think this is a nice game to keep an eye out for. Should we look at one final game which we haven't seen yet, which is Ray Robson versus Nihal Sarin?
Let's do it.
Okay, a quieter game here. We had a lot of e4s today, but this one began with d4. Ray Robson going with the queen's pawn and Nihal Sarin playing the queen's gambit declined. a6 takes here, knight f3, knight c6. Well, Nihal continues his knight c6 business.
Yep. I think it's already sidestepping mainstream theory because this is Janovsky defense, and usually you go knight f6, bishop d6, and that knight usually goes to d7 in this position. So knight c6, Nihal once again coming up with these crazy ideas in the opening. Yeah, let's see how this pans out. Bishop takes, knight takes.
He took with the knight, bishop d3, castles. And guys, was there a Greek gift sacrifice in the air here that was not played?
Takes, I think king h7, knight g5, I think there is king g6.
Yes, king h6 and king g6, both the moves, sorry, not backwards, that would lose. But
so as a general rule of thumb for the audience here, the Greek gift usually works when you have queen g4. Because that's the finishing touch in the position. So if black plays king g6, black always plays king g6. And now queen g4 is no longer possible. If queen g4 was possible here, then this would be a very dangerous threat.
correct.
I feel great point there. By the way, also for the audience, I have a question for you. What is this structure known as? It has a very typical name. One of the most famous structures, I would say, in chess. That is
Tough question, yeah?
Tough
Not
question,
easy.
yes.
Not easy for our viewers here. Guys, do you know the name? It's actually from a place, I believe. Who said it?
Well done. We have some GMs in the house who do know the name of the structure.
We have the chief arbiter here who's given the move. Crazy, Atharva bhai. That's a great move. Knight f6 played.
Knight f6 played, so the knight does retreat. It's sort of done its job, right? Now that the dark squared bishop has been forced to trade, get off the board, he comes back towards the center, also eyeing the e4 square. I think for these two players, it's so much about their mindset coming into this game. Nihal with 2 points at the bottom of the board, as well as Ray Robson with 2.5. How much motivation are they feeling right now? You know, how much are they in for a fight? And I think we're going to find that out, because as a start, the Carlsbad structure is quite a positional grind that we'll be seeing. So
absolutely. And one very cool fact about this is black wants to trade the light square bishop, because technically speaking, black has the worst bishop here. So black tries to play bishop f5 and tries to fix that knight on d6 somehow.
So maybe here you just go queen c2, stopping bishop f5, or you could go g4, which is very aggressive. Let's see what Ray Robson comes up with, but he has 1 hour on the clock and Nihal has 1 hour 29 minutes.
someone tell Nihal this is a classical game and not a bullet one. You know, he's barely taken any time on the clock. Shows that he's pretty much in preparation. By the way, really a lot of development on our main board there, on our marquee matchup with Awonder Liang, trying to take down Vincent Keymer, a player who's undefeated in the tournament so far. You know, momentum, we talk so much about that in chess. It's Keymer who has all of that right now in Chennai, a 1-point lead, undefeated so far, exceptional quality of chess. And this is where we are with the black pieces. How happy is he with the opening outcome?
I think Awonder Liang should be quite happy. He has the space, he has his pieces out. Just to show you how this game panned out, after c3, bishop e7, Vincent was like, I don't want to get into this business of picking up the e4 pawn or winning the d4 pawn. I'll just develop. And Awonder pushes the pawn forward, knight goes back, bishop comes back, knight to d7, rook e1. And now when black broke in the center, white solidified this very nice center. And here we are after 12 moves, still slightly better for white.
And it's quite fascinating because it looks like that black could actually get the bishop pair in the position as and when you feel like, and he goes for it.
He took it.
Knight takes bishop, queen takes knight will be played.
Did you see how he captured the knight?
How did he do it?
He just took his queen and yeah, exactly. He did it like someone who has, like someone who's learning chess. They use the queen, they push the knight out, then put the queen on d3, take it out and put it
Has
in.
anyone done that? Use two hands against you to capture a piece where they pick it up with one hand and...
I think this might be the first time a 2700 GM has done this. I've never seen it.
Very interesting. We might need an action replay of that. I'd love to watch that happen again. Queen takes knight now on the board, and it looks like Keymer's got the bishop pair, but let's not forget a bishop pair is only as powerful as many open diagonals and lines exist in the position. It's still a very closed game, and it's white who's got the space advantage. We speak about space advantage a lot. Whenever a side crosses the halfway mark with their pawn, the d5 pawn here in this case, it gives white more places for the knight to jump on, a controlled position. And though I always do prefer the bishop pair, but that dark squared bishop doing nothing at all in the position, I can see why Awonder went for this line.
Yeah, he's slightly better, and look at the clock timings, 1 hour 28 minutes. Sahaj, are you feeling that white is going to put pressure on the tournament leader?
I think for sure the pressure is already there on Vincent, but at the same time, if Vincent wants any kind of counterplay, he has to push. I'm going to say this just once only, he has to push the golden pawn. He has to push f5 to find some kind of counterplay in this position. I think that's what he's hoping to achieve. It's either f5 or b5, but I feel f5 is more likely to find anything in this position, because you want to take on e4, you want to gain some counterplay along the f file. Maybe the f3 knight can become a point of focus for black here.
It's a few moves away though.
Yeah, if he doesn't, then it's a problem, because as Tanya rightly pointed out, that because of space, that pawn on d5, black is going to suffer.
Guys, do you think this was Awonder's strategy all throughout? Just downplay himself every single time he comes here, say, oh, I'm here just for fun. I'm hoping I just lose 2 games. If there's someone who will not be able to win such positions, it's me. Tomorrow I might lose to Vincent, and then he comes and wins and wins and wins,
You know who that reminds me of? And Awonder probably doesn't have to look too far for inspiration. He's from the United States. It reminds me of how Hikaru Nakamura is always saying, I'm a streamer first, and he really is. I mean, his contribution is immense in that aspect, and how he doesn't take classical chess so seriously anymore. And yet he was, ever since he's been saying that, got up to world number 2, winning tournaments after tournament, absolute beast on the board. So maybe inspired by his countrymates there.
Maybe. I think it reminds me of my school friend who always used to say like, oh, I haven't studied, and today exam went really bad, and then when the results would be out, would be number 1. And, what the hell is this?
Were you a backbencher or a topper in your school?
I was front bencher, but not with good results.
I thought
I didn't have the
chess player.
What about you, Saj?
I was a chess player.
Oh, so
bad, yeah, very bad.
So you didn't attend school at all?
Sorry?
You didn't go to school?
No, I did.
You went?
I did give finals and such, but I was more of a chess player, I would say. Very, very early on.
Nice. Okay.
I think most chess players that I know who I know well as friends, I feel like they were always sort of sitting at the front of the class. I think chess players by nature, especially when you're young, have this curiosity, want to learn more. It's not so much about trying to memorize, rattafication as we used to call it in school, but would always actually enjoy the process of learning. And it's a key sort of trait that you need for the game as well.
Also, sometimes chess players, it doesn't matter where they sit, front bench or back bench, they're thinking about a chess position. So like someone's teaching in class and you're like, oh, what about that study that my coach gave me? Where does the knight go?
On it.
So that used to happen to me a lot.
Yeah. By the way, this is a very interesting subject we should talk about at some point. We have some young kids here about academics, chess, how to balance it. Just to very quickly get Tanya, did you also you were just playing chess, or did you also finish your education, or how was it?
I did finish my graduation. I went to college. I did English honors there, and I loved it. But I never got time to go to school and college. Was always traveling, like Sahaj, playing tournaments from a young age. At that time, well, even now, but more at that time, there wasn't so much chess in Delhi. So it always required me to get out of the city. My school was very supportive. Parents were super supportive. Without that, it's not possible. But that said, I do see everything I picked up with chess, I was able to translate into my academic career. It just felt somehow I was able to grasp things faster. My concentration in the few days that I would attend school felt better and stronger. I was a full nerd. I loved studying. And I think chess really helped me with whatever little time I got to study to do my best there.
Nice. So well summarized. And Sahaj, any thoughts here for you?
I think I was the same, but I was mainly focused on chess. My first priority was, of course, education is important, but I wanted to find a good balance. But at the end of the day, I really loved chess, so I wanted to be as focused on chess as I could be. But when it comes to uni, I didn't want to do it in the same way that I did my schooling. So I went to a proper uni. I went every single day, and I, prioritized my university.
Oh.
And even though
And not in India, yes?
it wasn't in India. That's also one of the reasons, I wanted to be a regular, person who just goes to school, not, who's playing chess while you're going to school, because then you have to make a compromise. So I did make a compromise with chess in that sense, because I do prioritize education. So I think it comes down to what you like doing the most.
Amazing. Well, good thoughts there, Sahaj. Thank you for that.
But I feel that I would just want to wrap this up by saying that I would always encourage every parent to sort of make their child play chess. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to become a professional player, but you just end up, and I've seen this across the field with players, my own experience, that outcomes, whether it's academic outcomes or social outcomes, they become a lot better if you have trainings and the mental skills that chess requires.
Yeah, just consider the journey of chess as something that you are learning all throughout, like the travel, meeting people, taking the losses, preparation, learnings.
It's an education.
It's a good journey.
Life is anyways going to teach you how to deal with difficult situations and challenges. But imagine a 6-year-old, 7-year-old learning how to deal with those difficult losses and having to go back on the board the next day to fight again. And those are some invaluable lessons, right?
Yeah, fantastic. Guys, great points there. I think a lot of food for thought for everyone there. Also for myself here. Should we look at all the 5 games very quickly right now and see what's happening in the Masters, and then head over to the Challengers to see what's going on there?
Let's do an evaluation roundup of all our boards.
So let's begin with first this one. Should we end it at slightly better for Awonder?
I would say a very comfortable position for Awonder, but yeah, I wouldn't classify this as better, because I think if Keymer plays correctly in the next 4-5 moves, it does feel objectively equal to me.
Okay, I agree with it. Let's go to the next one. We'll go to Arjun versus Anish. We just did not see couple of moves here, because after pawn takes pawn, guys, Anish did not take the pawn. He castled, knight jumped in, rook to b8, and now knight takes d7. This is the live board position. And white is a pawn up, but this pawn is going to fall.
I think this is a very critical moment actually for Anish Giri right now, and it just looks like a simple trade, but it's not simple at all. And he's about to make a decision. He must take it with the knight. Taking it with the queen would have been a big mistake. We'll show that just why. But knight takes knight was essential for Anish to find. Queen takes knight would have ended up in a similar situation where you trade the queens off the board. Queen takes queen, knight takes queen, and now a banger of a move, right? The idea of that a6 pawn, c6. You throw that in. You force black to capture the pawn, and after bishop takes pawn, it goes into an endgame where you have this really strong a5 passer, and this would have been incredibly difficult to hold for Anish. Maybe still holdable. The bar says slightly better for white, but from a human perspective, a very difficult endgame.
Tanya, what you just said has happened with the knight takes d7, c6, bishop c6, and bishop a6. Here is, why is this position equal?
But Sagar, that's the point, right? With the queens on the board, notice how it's eyeing that a5 pawn as well. So in a lot of these positions, In endgame, that would be a massive pawn, cannot be won. I think ideas of rook a8, attacking the bishop and eventually targeting and winning the a5 pawn are only possible because the queens are alive.
Right, that's great point here, guys. Anish Giri is going to play rook a8, and I am going to say I'm going to win the bet today, guys. The draw seems likely, no?
My prediction game has been so off today, with d4, with every single thing. So I'm just going to stay back from it from now
No,
on.
I said e4, which nobody else said.
No, you have been on point.
But here I do agree Sagar Bhai was right. I think rook a8 and rook takes a5 does. In fact, I feel even Anish might be more comfortable here. He might actually try to play for a win here.
That is possible. He seems much more having much more space, but maybe Arjun will hold this.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you did mention Arjun was not feeling the
Yeah.
best in this tournament. Maybe that can play in for a factor here.
I think that's a big point you make, but I think this is a big moment. Anish must play rook a8.
He will, Tanya. Come
If
on.
he didn't take with the queen, he's reaching out for the rook. It's going to happen any moment, and there it is. Anish, of course, finds the best move.
Yes, rook a8 played by Anish. And guys, if this ends in a draw, this would be 7th draw in a row for Anish Giri, which is actually, he's the only player, right, with all the draws here, no one else.
I mean, each game he's trying to play for a win, but it just happens to Anish. I feel
Yeah,
like
yesterday was crazy with Vidit.
Yeah, he's always trying to play. He comes up with his creative ideas, but somehow it just happens to Anish.
2016 candidates, 14 draws, about to reach the halfway mark of that, with potentially 7 draws if this one does go that way. I wonder what that means for Anish in his mind, because he obviously knows about this whole choke/repetition that he has of how he can just draw. There was this whole meme about snatching a draw from the jaws of victory, whatever's the position. And like you said, that with Anish, the chess is always fighting. It's always complex battles, but somehow the result feels like the same.
Yeah, I think we kind of analyzed this a bit in this tournament, and I kind of have understood why this keeps happening to Anish. The reason is when it gets really crazy, he's generally the first one to pull the brakes. And I think that's the reason why many of his games, like even yesterday, if you saw against Vidit, it was going crazy, and at some point he found this really nice tactic. Okay, there he was kind of forced, but sometimes he's even in a better position, but he kind of pulls the brakes and plays it a bit safe, which is the reason why I guess he has more draws than usually other players have.
I think that's a safe thing to say here, but yeah, I do think it's a bit of luck as well, because I think he does find creative ideas in the opening specifically, but you might be right, in the middle part of the game he does tend to play a bit safer than other players in comparison.
Anish is one of the best players in the world. He's exceptionally strong, but it also feels he always wants to play correct chess, principled chess, and somehow at that level, the ability to take risks which can backfire, I think without that, it becomes very difficult to score points when you're playing against a field like this. So while Anish does it from time to time, I think sometimes it feels like that safety first, the cautious approach plays in those critical moments.
Agreed. Well, I do hope that Anish is able to sort of get some decisive games going here. The broadcast is somehow hoping for some action. It went rook a7, a6 and blundered stuff like this. But okay, guys, we'll go the normal route here. Rook takes a5, rook takes a5, queen a5 is on the board, and Arjun made a move, yeah? He played knight to d4.
Yeah, the best move, once again, attacking the bishop on c6 and also loosening that knight on d7 a bit. So if black was to play bishop b7, which feels like a very natural retreat.
Let's ask everyone. Audience, question for you right now. If the bishop goes back to the most natural looking square, white to play, how do you proceed?
I'm not sure if it's working.
But it's a move that has to be considered here.
Yes.
Everyone's super sharp today in the audience. So knight, loose pieces drop off. LPDO here for the win. Knight on d7 is hanging.
Yep, so bishop to b7, knight to e6, very nicely said. But somehow I'm seeing a point to advantage still, and that makes no sense to me.
I mean, from a human perspective, this just feels like you're busted right now. Everything's hanging.
Is there some bishop g2 or something? No, that's too crazy.
Bishop g2, king g2, check, king h1, and no more checks.
Maybe it's queen d5.
Go into an endgame.
When in doubt.
And perhaps this still draws. Okay, it's basically, this position, Anish has built it so carefully. It's very difficult to win for white. Okay, so this one is heading towards equality very quickly, going to the Vidit Gujrathi game against Karthikeyan Murli. This, I feel, might result in Vidit really putting pressure on Karthikeyan. The opening has gone so well for white.
Yep, absolutely. And let's not forget that Vidit and Karthikeyan have a bit of that rivalry because Karthikeyan is two-time national senior champion. And in both times, he defeated Vidit with the white pieces. In 2015 and 2016, I believe. So they do have that, that personal score to settle, I believe, in this game. And the position, I think, is perfect for that because not a single piece has been traded so far.
Right. So, Tanya, would you agree? Slight better for white?
Yes, I think it's just more space in the center, more, you have a clear plan, knight f1, knight g3 coming in, you can advance on the queen side with a4, meanwhile black sort of struggling to finish development.
Okay, and last couple of games, Jordan versus Pranav, we did see b5 here. It's craziness on the board between these two creative players. I don't know what's going to happen here, but the position is very, very nicely balanced.
You say balanced, but it's already an extra pawn for white. If we do the math here, it's 7 versus 6 currently. It was 1 on d5 and hasn't been won back. We left it with this idea, I think you mentioned it briefly, that c4, Sagar's move would be met by b5. And I think we're seeing that being played out. I will say one thing, I don't know what's the evaluation of the position. We can all see the bar. But again, I think it's just a very dynamic, very complicated middle game right now. Jordan is really known to be one of the most creative players in the circuit. Comes up with sort of these really unorthodox ways to finish the opening, and I think we're seeing that being played out.
Yeah, absolutely. A knight c3 or short castle are the two logical moves. And c takes b5 also we considered for a bit, but there was knight b4 there, and then you were capturing the pawn on d5, and I think you have enough counterplay in that scenario. So knight c3 and short castle being two moves that are logical.
Would you rather be white or black here? You're up a pawn, but not finished in development. Black has lead in development, white has an extra pawn. Which side are you picking?
Very easy question. I think I would take black.
Black, yeah, everyone would take black here. I think Jordan has a tough task, but he is a great player. He might solve all his problems here. Knight c3, good move. Guys, very quickly heading to Ray Robson before we take a 2-minute break here, because this one, Robson versus Nihal Sarin, also everything revolving around the bishop not getting to f5, g4 played, and I would say maybe slightly better for white. After long castle, it'll be a very exciting game.
Yeah, looks very, very exciting. Nihal, I mean, this time I feel on the other side because Robson is the one coming up with this h3, g4 stuff, but it's going to be an exciting game.
Okay, guys, we are going to take a very quick couple of minutes of break, and on the other side, we'll be looking at the challengers section. Stay tuned.
This is the PTZ Optics Move 4K, a smart camera built for fast-paced sports action. It follows the players automatically with smooth, accurate tracking. No camera operator? No problem. Control it from a joystick, a phone, or let it run on its own. With crisp 4K video and easy streaming, it fits right into your setup. Perfect for schools, clubs, and live sports broadcasts. PTZ Optics, professional video, made simple. Brought to you by RTAV, your broadcast AV partner.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something.
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now because Chess.com is best.
This is the PTZ Optics Move 4K, a smart camera.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 7th round of the Quantbox Chennai Masters 2025. The first 1 hour of the games. We looked at the Masters games, very exciting battles. It's time now, guys, to move to the challengers. Which one should we look at first, Kinsho?
I think there are 3 leaders. Maybe we can start with one of them.
Maybe your favorite, yeah?
Yeah, let's do Pranesh. Let's go.
Okay.
Pranesh won with the black pieces against Abhimanyu Puranik. And I feel that gives you a momentum, because you defeated the top seed with the black pieces on demand. I mean, that sort of confidence is I think the most important to have, especially in crunch moments of the last 3 rounds. So yeah, let's go to Pranesh. He's up against Vaishali.
Before we look at the game, should we ask Kinsho as well who is going to be her favorite to win this challengers section?
It's a tough choice that you're making me do. Because we have 3 leaders right now, but there's also 3 other players in the challengers section who are just 1 point behind the 3 leaders. So, at this point, anything can happen, and definitely the players made it difficult for us to choose. But I'm actually going to go with Abhimanyu. I mean, he's been playing amazing, and despite the loss yesterday, he has been showing such a good game here. So he would be my bet here.
We spoke with Abhi at depth last night until midnight or so.
Oh.
And we asked him how is he preparing, for his for this tournament. How does he deal with with this with what happened yesterday? And he's saying, I'm just watching Dexter, and that's it. That's his preparation, and I think that actually works for him as well, because it keeps the sort of the chess stress away, at least for a little bit. And today I think he's playing against, who is he playing against? Aryan Chopra, correct?
Yeah. I think in general I've seen chess players spending a lot of time watching movies and series. I think it stems from the fact that they use their mind and brain so much during the games that they want some kind of passive entertainment, right? Like before the games or before, even they prepare a lot. So I think these movies and series have become a common thing for almost all the players that you meet.
You see, personally also this is a very nice point, because I don't like listening to music when I prepare, because when I'm thinking about chess, that music is playing in my head, and that sometimes mess up your concentration. But if you watch a certain series, you don't have to actively watch it. Even if you passively just it's running on the side, it doesn't necessarily run in your mind during the game.
Correct.
So I think that could be another reason why Abhi's watching
Yeah.
Dexter these days, which is one of my favorite series. So, big respect there.
Maybe if he wins this, more people will watch this series in the days to come. We have a French defense with advanced variation by Pranesh and knight f3, bishop d7. Vaishali actually doesn't play the French so much, but here experimenting. They both know each other so well. Both are from the same academy, Chess Gurukul. c4 played here, attacking the pawn in the center. Pawn takes pawn, knight c3, bishop takes pawn. And guys, now we reach a position here where I believe that Pranesh seems to be the one who has some edge, but things are moving. Wow.
Oh, G4. I'm loving G4.
Crazy.
Maybe the engine doesn't like it so much, but
Bishop c6. White's position is looking a bit loose. Yeah, maybe Vaishali might be looking at her first win here. Rook e1, but too early to say that. Too early.
and the time situation doesn't look the best either. I mean, Vaishali seems to be 20 minutes down the clock here, so definitely she needs to pace up a bit. And she's been having a tough tournament so far as well. So it's very, very important for her to get everything together, get her mind as well together, because it's been a really tough event for her so far.
Yep, absolutely. 4 losses in a row for Vaishali here, which is highly unusual for someone of Vaishali's strength. Her and yesterday what she did against Harika, I mean,
Yeah.
that's very unusual for someone like Vaishali as well, because it was a very typical frontal attack rook endgame, and then she had that one move mistake which just completely lost the position. So I think playing against Pranesh might be a bit difficult for her, especially with the black pieces, because Pranesh is the leader of the tournament, and Vaishali, of course, suffering 4 losses. You don't want to have 5 losses in a row. Sagar, this happened to me. I think last year I was really sick during a tournament, and I lost 5 games in a row, and that leaves a very, very big, it just makes you very, very sad, and the lack of confidence can be a big issue to come back from,
5
especially in
losses.
such a short amount of time.
Yeah, that's tough actually. I don't know how one takes it, but I pretty much think that facing these losses makes you stronger. I've seen players who lose a few games and then withdraw from the event, thinking, oh, this is not my event, I'll now prepare more and play next time. But that just doesn't help them strengthen themselves internally, right? I think you should never withdraw unless, your health is really bad and you can't show up at all.
Actually, something very similar happened to me. And, after like the 3rd loss in a row, that's when you start thinking that, okay, maybe I should withdraw. But the problem is that I just never managed to actually withdraw from the tournament. I always feel like if I withdraw, like, what if I just feel like it's such a weak move on myself. Of course, I'm not saying that anyone who's withdrawing from a tournament is weak, but it's just, I cannot accept the fact that I am the one who is withdrawing from the tournament. And then, I might end up losing even 5 to 6 games in a row, but at least I know that I try my best and try to get back into the game.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. For all the players out here, maybe this is some food for thought. If you are not doing well, think of it as an investment in your next events rather than just considering, oh, it's not going well now, let me just withdraw from the event. That doesn't help you in the long run. Okay, going to the next leader of the tournament, we have Abhimanyu Puranik here playing against Aryan Chopra. Now, Aryan has had a very, very bad tournament by his standards. He is the 2nd seed here, 2-6, 3-4, 3 draws and 3 losses. So it's understandable that he is going for a very safe line in this 4 knights variation. Generally considered quite drawish in nature, or just played for safety first approach, right, by White.
Could this be a tactic? Could this be a psychological approach? Because he knows Abhi has lost his last round he was leading the tournament. Clearly, he wants to bounce back as fast as possible. And Abhi was leading with a point yesterday. Now there are 3 players with 4.5. At least I would say the winner has to score 2.5 out of 3 minimum.
Really?
I would say so. Maybe even 3 out of 3. I
Just to
think
be safe.
it's possible. Okay, maybe let's say 2.5 out of 3 or 2 out of 3. And playing this solid opening only sort of provokes your opponent, and you're hoping that somewhere they might overstep their reach and they might actually expose themselves. Maybe that's what he's hoping for, Aryan here, or this could just be his way of keeping things simple.
Yeah.
But yeah, what do you think, Kincho?
No, that's a very good point from your part. The players don't only try to invest their time into preparation just based on chess, but also based on mental health, based on the other players' form. And this could very well be a tactic that you're mentioning, that trying to take this half a point away from Abhi, just so maybe it can cause some pressure for Abhi as well if he wants to win the tournament. So very good point on your end. And maybe just let's quickly look at the position as well, because to be honest, it's looking very interesting for me. That pawn on c4 looks highly unusual.
Yeah, it was the last move here, pawn to c4. And the first question that comes to mind is, can we actually win this pawn here? But guys, this would be a big mistake. And if anyone would like to try it, black to play here, how to win? It's a very simple move. It's also quite nice. It's very sort of straightforward. Black to play and win.
So checks captures threats. That's how you try to find tactics like this. You first look at checks. There are no checks in the position. You then look at captures. This bishop takes f4, white goes queen takes f4, and then again you must reevaluate checks, captures, threats. And if you do a simple process of elimination, you will see that there are no captures that make sense here either. So that leaves you with a threat. So you're looking for a threat in this position. So what do you think? Black to play.
Anyone wants to
We
try?
have someone here in the first row.
Sorry?
Maybe have a microphone as well.
Ooh, rook b4.
That's actually the second best move in the position and a very strong one, but there is something better in this position.
Let's
But
go.
I think you're actually
You're on the right track.
somewhat
though.
close, yes.
It's about this bishop. You see, it's attacked once, defended once. If you can push away the defender, that would give black a great position.
Yes, we have.
Bishop b7.
Wow, very good job. Bishop b7 is the correct move. Hitting the queen. The queen is defending the bishop. You can't keep control of it. All the squares are covered and you will lose a piece. Amazing.
Yep, absolutely. So c4, b takes c4 is not a possibility for Aryan here. He probably has to retreat his bishop with bishop e2 and that's how the game just continues. Still pretty equal.
Yeah.
Sagar, I think.
Quite even here. So maybe we go to the game of our third leader. That's Diptayan Ghosh and Leon Mendonça here. Leon is the one who's the leader, the third leader of the tournament. He goes naturally for the Sicilian here because he wants to win, and Diptayan plays the open Sicilian but takes it with queen on d4.
Ooh, that's difficult. Queen e3, I think very logical. Black plays g6 at fiancé to dragon style setup. h3. So now the weird thing for me is that white's pawn is on c2. It's usually supposed to be on c4 in such situations because you have this Maroczy bind which gives you a slight advantage from the white side. But he goes bishop c4, castle, castle. Look at some moves. a6, I think a4 here makes sense to prevent b5. Bishop comes out to d7. Rook to d1, putting an x-ray on the queen. Rook to c8. Black returns the favor. And now queen to e2, I think, is what was played in this position, if I'm not mistaken, to defend that bishop on c4. Queen jumps out to b6, bishop b3, knight a5, attacking that bishop on b3. Of course, you have to play bishop e3, kick the queen away. Queen goes to c7, bishop a2, and now final move, rook f e8.
Nice.
Not really sure what the point of rook f e8 was. Maybe he's trying to set up an x-ray from the rook and the queen. Maybe at some point he can play e6 and d5.
Yeah.
Seems kind of unlikely.
My question is, aren't we afraid of the f7 square becoming really weak here?
That's a good point,
maybe
actually.
Not in the very moment, but that a2 bishop is going to stay there for the rest of the game unless somehow we trade it off. And it's just gonna become uncomfortable, I feel like. Maybe with some knight g5 ideas as well in the book.
Yeah, I think in general, this definitely seems like something to worry about because knight g5 could come in. But then I don't think you want to go e6. You might go back with your rook. For example, knight g5 here. You could also block, by the way, with knight to c4. So that perhaps is okay. And also maybe white at some point may want to go knight d5. And then e7 is guarded. So then c2 pawn would be under pressure. So Leon is just, I think, going to play a very long game. That's his style of play as well. And I think he'll try to grind down Diptayan. Very early days in this game. Diptayan is also slightly better here. So we'll see how this pans out and what happens here.
Actually, now I understand the point behind rook e8 because I think he wants to play e5 and bishop e6. That makes sense to me because he is preparing by going rook e8 because he doesn't want to commit with e5 immediately. And now after e5, bishop e6, if white goes bishop takes e6, he can capture back with the rook, not damaging his pawn structure.
E5 would be so committal, Sahaj. I am pretty unsure if E5 comes in, yeah?
I mean, e6 is weak.
Yeah,
That's my
it
biggest
weakens.
concern, actually.
I mean, if you go E5, something like bishop G5 with the idea of taking here and putting a knight on D5, not sure.
Could be.
Okay, guys, let's...
I have a question for you because we were discussing this a bit earlier. What is the final score of the winner in the challenges section according to you?
I think 6.5, I feel.
So 2 out of 3.
Yes, 2 out of 3 should be good enough. I think 1 win and 2 draws. And then we also have tie breaks here, I believe. There is a playoff if you are on the same points. So I think 2 out of 3 should be good. 2.5 should give you the title.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I mean, Sahaj was saying 3 out of 3. That's like...
Not 3 out of 3. I think 2.5 out of 3 is probably more likely. It also depends on who you're playing. You know, if the player's form, of course, their rating also matters a lot. But yeah, 2.5 out of 3 I think is likely in an event like this, but we never know.
Yeah, let's see how this is in exciting times for the challengers sections. As we have said, the winner of this event in challengers gets a seat in the Masters section next year. We are already seeing Pranav doing that in this tournament. He was the winner of the 2024 challengers edition and he's playing in the Masters, learning so much. I think this tournament could very well give him a jump in his career where he could move towards the 2700 ELO.
And just very quickly, I would like to look at the Indian Adiban game because there has been a brilliancy on the board.
Oh,
just
wow.
Now, when I looked at the position.
Really?
So maybe let's just go back a few moves to see what exactly happened here.
Okay, going from the opening very quickly, we see Adiban played this triangle system, which is one of his favorites. He's beaten me also in this opening. So clearly he loves this. Nothing's changed. Check. Bishop d2. Oh my God, this crazy line.
Wow.
Yeah, this is also by Marshall. Yeah, this, you know, it's a very famous Marshall gambit in e4, e5. But this is also something that Marshall came up with. Check. Bishop e2, knight a6.
I would like to point out there's a very crazy move in this position. I don't think he played it or he didn't. But one of the very popular moves in this position is actually bishop to f8.
Insane move.
You attack the g7 pawn And also it's a trap because you cannot take the bishop because that's checkmate in one move with queen to d8. So that's a very cool line, I think, in this position. And I was always fascinated by this move, but he didn't play it on the board. I think he went with bishop d6. Sagar, please take it away.
Yeah, Indian is this guy who really loves such positions. And, you know, the thing is, back in the day, it was very fun to play such positions as white. But now it's very scary because with a strong engine, if Adiban is well prepared, he might really just outplay Indian without having to make a move on the board. So, knight e7, knight g3, and by the way, this was all prep, very quickly played by both the players. And now queen b3 was something that Indian took a bit of his time. You had queen h4, and now short castles was the best move, but he went rook g1 and castles by Adiban, a great move by him. Indian goes knight h5. Indian is like, okay, I'm just going to checkmate you on g7. And look at what the blue arrow says. You have to sacrifice your exchange. Adiban does it.
Wow.
I mean,
Arrows flying around everywhere. Yeah.
and we know that Adiban is not afraid of sacrificing an exchange. I mean, he's an extremely exciting player. Like, he plays really creative chess, and he's showing it us here as well.
Man, Adiban is having a serious edge here, but on first sight, it's not very clear. You are an exchange down, but you have 2 pawns for it. Can Adiban win this game? Reach 4.5? And then, you know, win another couple of games and maybe have an outside chance to win this tournament, you know?
Maybe Adiban scores 3 out of 3 and that would fulfill the prophecy, you know, because you said 2 out of 3 on 4.5 is the same as 3 out of 3.
Yes.
At 3.5.
I mean, if you're on 3.5, nothing less than 3 points is going to work.
Absolutely agreed. And by the way, the position is borderline winning, I would say, for Adiban already. He has to find bishop f5 in this position, putting that restricting that king to, you know, so it cannot escape to b1 and a1, and then you can maybe throw in some checks by the queen or bring the knight via c5 like shown on the arrows over here. So yeah, tough position for Indian. This might be the first game to finish.
Yes.
Out of today.
Also, kudos to Adiban for out-preparing Indian, because Indian is really in good form. He's won several tournaments recently. We'll go and check the final game in the Challengers, which is Harika versus Harshvardhan. Important game for Harshvardhan, I must say, from the perspective of his GM norm, because I think you have to score somewhere like 4.5 points to make a GM norm here.
So that's actually still possible for him.
Yeah, but his opponent is Harika, who's in good form now. I mean, at least feeling good about herself after her win yesterday against Vaishali. She was on half out of 5 and then won. And a very nice position, I must say, for white, with this knight settled on e5 and 2 bishops looking here.
I just love Harshvardhan's how he's thinking about it. Look at how he's swiveling the chair. I completely feel that because I do this exact same thing all the time when I'm trying to focus up.
It does feel like Harshvardhan is in his study room at home, you know, like he's forgotten that he's at a tournament hall and he's just relaxed. And I think this is great when you can focus without having to worry about, oh, I'm playing at Chennai Grand Masters and all of that sort. Then you can find good moves on the board.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's not an easy choice, I think, because again, I know that I'm like this attacking person, constantly going for like pawn pushes, but I'm afraid of white playing g4 at some point. Maybe not immediately, but at some point it can become interesting.
It's a good idea. It's a great one, I think.
Tell me you play Mora Gambit without telling me you play Mora Gambit. That's what it screams to me, this g4, g5, because you are absolutely right. f4, you know, I think this position came from the Collie system, if I'm not mistaken. Very, very typical of this opening to have this sort of a structure. Yeah, bishop b2, bishop b7, knight d2, and eventually you go knight e5 and you throw that f pawn all the way up. And now your plan is to go either g4, g5, or also another plan which I quite like is rook f3, rook h3, And then maybe you have some Greek gift ideas with bishop h7, or you have some g4, g5 ideas like Kincho mentioned here. I think Harshvardhan is in some trouble here. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the only thing which really is in Harshvardhan's favor is that at some point he'll put his knight in the center of the board, blocking that bishop. It could be as early as, let's say, for example, now. I was just wondering, why not? Maybe it's fine, but you just have to be careful if this structure is good for white with maybe some point like f7 getting a bit soft, bishop here.
So it's good to mention that Harika's last move was a very nice prophylactic move. Because,
Right.
if she didn't play a4, let's say she played anything else, and the same variation, let's say a3, h3 for example, knight e4, takes, and now after bishop c4 there is b5.
That's so important actually. Well spotted.
Yeah, white would be in quite some trouble here. So a4 is a very nice prophylactic move here. And it's also maybe, just giving some time as well to see what Harshvardhan is trying to do here. And maybe after that, we can also look into these rook lifts, pawn pushes. But, safety is first in chess as well.
Right, guys, we've looked at all the games in the challengers, some very exciting ones with Adiban having a great position, the three leaders really trying their best to win their games and see if they can move to 5.5 out of 7. We now come back to the Masters with our most important game because the title is at stake here and Awonder wants to catch up Vincent. I believe, Sahaj, your prediction has come true here. The golden pawn has just been moved right now to f5 and Vincent seems to be in good shape.
I must say that it is so nice to see Sagar saying golden pawn. I was hoping it would catch on. I
think it's catching on now, yeah, Sahaj?
Because you said it, now everyone will say it.
No, but I just understood like how you were like day 1 golden pawn. I was like, okay, golden pawn. Then day 2 golden pawn. Like, okay, something's here, yeah, this golden pawn. Then suddenly Vishy Anand came here and you were like, sir, do you believe in golden pawn? And then Anand was like, not so sure. And then now, you kind of convinced me this thing exists, that F pawns must be touched very carefully. That's what is Sahaj's point. Generally, you shouldn't touch them.
Yes, not in general terms, definitely not. But in this position, it's a great move because it's done for tactical purposes. And you can see Awonder's last move, he has made a huge mistake.
Yeah,
he had to take ef5, but after queen b3, he allows f4, which is
actually on the board, right?
And Vincent just plays it.
Yes.
And guys, do you think this is like this King's Indian attack with g5, g4, or is there something more subtle way to attack? Like, I'm going like the caveman style. Just go at the king.
You see, I love it. You don't even need to ask me on this because pushing the pawns, going against the king, maybe some rook g8 ideas as well can come into consideration. Bishop takes h3 at some point, knight g5, just taking all of the pieces away from the king. And I feel like the queen is so far from the king, and the bishop is also misplaced now. So it's so difficult to defend here.
Agreed.
You know what I like the most here? I think what Kincho has told us is that there are so many different possibilities that black can attack white. Like there is g5, h5, there is knight g5, there is bishop h3. But I want to play a move that keeps all of these options open for me. So I like queen e8 because there I keep the option of knight g5, I keep the option of g5, I keep the option of queen h5, bishop takes h3 and boom, the game is on.
I love this thing in chess, yeah, which is that the threat is always stronger than execution. Which means that if you make a move, you've already executed it, so the threat is gone. So now the opponent knows you're going for this plan. But if you don't make that move, then he's already thinking, does he want to go queen g6 here? Does he want to go queen h5? Is g5 coming in, knight g5? So yeah, very interesting move there.
I think this looks very dangerous, and if I was playing white here, I would be very scared.
Yeah.
Completely agree with our trendsetter and GM, Saj Grover. And while Awonder is thinking, maybe we can take a look at
Arjun
Arjun.
versus Anish, because if Awonder loses this, Vincent moves to 5.5 out of 7. Incredible score, guys. This would be a close to 2900 ELO performance. That's kind of unheard of in such super tournaments. Then the only guy who has an outside chance of reaching him is Arjun. Yes, Sahaj.
No, also 2900 performance, and also his accuracy is 98.7% in a King's Indian type position.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Vincent is really playing well, guys. We have to give it to him. And it doesn't seem like Arjun's anyway going to catch him, because Anish is like super solid here. He's like, Arjun, no chance for you today. We're going to draw this.
And the seventh draw seems to be, more and more possible here. I don't even know how. I mean, of course, White can have some chances here with the bishop pair, but that d2 bishop is a bit stuck right now. It's not so easy to find anything against Anish, and we know that Anish is a super solid player as well. Breaking through his position here would be super difficult.
Yeah, that means that if Arjun draws, he moves to 4 points, and then Vincent could very well be 1.5 points ahead of the field. Let's see. For now, let's not jump too much ahead, as Vincent is better, not totally winning there. Vidit Gujrathi versus Karthikeyan Murli. This game is moving at perhaps the slowest pace, because we are just in on move number 14. None of the pieces have been traded, but I believe that the tension is boiling here. It seems like something big is going to happen very soon.
Yeah, typical Spanish position there. But the only weird thing is that there is a pawn on g6 and h6, but I think g6 it's more or less understandable, because you want to fianchetto the bishop with bishop g7 later on, and black wants to get either c5 or d5 break. Let's say, I mean, there's no rush, but the earlier you have it, the better. White, on the other hand, I think is super comfortable, because as long as black doesn't have these breaks, you will always have this space advantage in the position. Not to mention, he has just pushed a4.
Yeah.
Now, a4 means that he either wants to provoke b4 and play a5. I think we saw this similar idea
in the Arjun game.
In the Arjun game, right. And if you don't play b4, then I reserve the right to play a takes b5, and that pawn on b5 becomes a weakness in the long term.
And not to forget, sometimes you can even push a5, just like that, and gain more space. So while Karthikeyan hasn't done particularly anything wrong, this is one typical game where a super GM with just superior positional understanding or opening understanding, I would say, is slowly outwitting his opponent. And I think Karthi has to go into really now, should be super careful here not to just keep making moves, because with it, as you guys pointed out, let's say for example bishop g7, bishop c2, some normal moves. If king h7, I was even wondering if we could eventually close the center with d5 and try for this f4 break. It's quite interesting, but also Sahaj's idea of take on b5 and start attacking this weak pawn here.
Yes, because you're provoking b4 and then a5, and yeah, it looks dangerous to me.
Also, I think White has the option also to just keep the bishop on b3, it was, I think.
Yeah.
Let's just go back quickly to that position, because again, even in this game, the f7 pawn is not protected too much. So maybe that can also become a weakness at some point if Vidit wants to keep the pressure. And the king cannot really move to h7 in this situation. There is also pin, which could become annoying at some point. Maybe, I mean, I'm just being really optimistic here with some knight h5 ideas. Of course, we always have to be careful of some knight jumps. But I feel like the pawn, knight h4, I meant.
Uh-huh.
Knight h4 here. And I don't know, maybe the pawn structure is not so ideal here after all.
Yes.
Also, some h4, h5 ideas also look very dangerous.
Nice.
You know, Vidit is of course a superior player on paper, but I would not write Karthikeyan off at all because I believe Karthikeyan he has played maybe the best game of his century against Ali Reza Firouzja.
Yeah.
With the black pieces where he sacrificed a queen on move 8 or move 9.
Yeah. This
He was
game, guys, if you haven't seen it, please go and watch it. It's one of the most beautiful games of chess. Karthikeyan giving up his queen.
Ever. And also, I think he's the third Indian to beat Magnus in classical chess.
Actually, yeah, I think until then, Vishy Anand had beaten him and Hari Krishna had beaten him. And then it was Karthi. Prag did beat Magnus later in 2024 Norway chess. But the third one was Karthikeyan.
Yeah.
And that's amazing.
That's
And two with the
fantastic.
black pieces. So both games against Firouzja and Magnus happened with the black pieces. So he is definitely full of surprises.
Do you know, like, Karthikeyan is one of the best solvers when it comes to these studies and compositions. I think he's just incredible. And he has this talent which is, I think, very, very rare. He can solve studies and all very quickly.
And he's been also doing fantastic in this tournament so far. I mean, he only has one loss, which was against Vincent Keymer. But otherwise, he hasn't been defeated so far.
Right.
So he's also a fantastic run here. But his position doesn't seem to be flawless right now.
Correct. And we have a game where Jordan Van Forest, you know, guys, this is the game where we all picked like black side. And somehow Jordan says, guys, don't write me off. I'm the man in form. I've beaten my last two opponents. And I think he's on track to actually getting a huge advantage against Pranav as well. Bishop c4. Here c6 was extremely important, but Pranav makes a small error with bishop e6, and now the d5 pawn isn't falling, guys.
So wait, what's the difference? Is it because if now you play c6, there is d takes e6?
No, I was thinking d6 now with the queen and rook.
Oh,
Holding in.
That's a very, very, very important point. So that's a huge miss by Pranav, no?
Yes, because if he had done c6 here, there was no way to play d6. The pawn would have just been taken and the position was equal. But just one move, you miss. This is when you face top players, it's always like this. One move, you miss, and passive position for now rest of the game.
Yes, you suffer for the duration of the game. You couldn't have said it better, I think. In Pranav, definitely in some trouble here. And this will be Jordan's third win in a row.
If he wins this game, exactly. I mean, the first few rounds haven't really been his favorites, I guess, so far. Especially in the middle of the tournament, he suffered 2 losses after each other. But his last 2 games against Ray Robson and Nihal Sarin, he beat both of these extremely strong players. And he is going for the win as well against Pranav. And the position looks amazing, I think.
Also taking his revenge, from the European Club Cup, because just to let everyone know in the audience again that Pranav defeated Jordan, and this is the reason why he's called Buddy Pranav, because he defeated Jordan in the European Club Cup in 2023. So this is revenge time, I would say, for Jordan here.
Yeah, I think, was it after that game that Magnus tweeted saying Buddy is Pranav and Pranav is Buddy?
Yes.
And I think Magnus knew about this already, because the chess bras, that is Eric Hansen and Aman Hambleton, they had actually given this name to Pranav. And the most beautiful story of how internet actually empowers someone is this one of Pranav, because here is a boy in Chennai playing online. I think he was not even a GM back then, and IM, playing like crazy chess, crazy speed chess. Suddenly these chess bras are playing against him and they are streaming and they're like, who's this guy? This buddy, man, this buddy Pranav is just crazy. And that's how that name came about. And we can all see, even Pranav has gone on record and said that those interactions with them helped him gain confidence. And now here he is, World Junior Champion, playing in the Masters of Chennai Grand Masters.
Very nicely summarized there, Sagar. I think, very tough, but very tough position for him.
Not helping him right now.
But yes, he has gone a very long way ahead. Which game did we not cover so far?
Ray Robson versus Nihal Sarin. Let's go there. We have Ray Robson, who has pushed his kingside pawns all the way to g5 and h4. But Nihal Sarin very smartly is going to trade off the light squared bishops.
He has pushed his kingside pawns, far enough, but it looks like he hasn't pushed his clock enough. Because he has 24 minutes on the clock, 40-minute difference. Doesn't matter how good your position is, that is going to bite you, sometime in the future. So sometime in the near future, because that's not ideal.
Yeah.
Yes. And I feel like Ray Robson has pushed his pawn in almost every single game so far, like really further. Oh, we have King F1 on the board.
Great move, by the way.
Idea of King G2, I assume, putting the king into safety, maybe doubling up on the rooks is his idea.
Wow. Just putting his king to safety there with King F1, King G2. Ray Robson playing creatively here. But one thing that has impressed me no end is the time management of Nihal Sarin in this game and also in this tournament. Remember, he also had a time lead against Arjun Erigaisi when he beat him. So while chess players generally have an aim of gaining rating and winning tournaments, there are also mini goals that they make in a tournament. And that can be, one of them can be, I must not get under time pressure in any single game. And if that was the goal of Nihal Sarin in this tournament, I think he's done that excellently. Okay, guys, we saw all the games. We have to go to our top board game between Awonder and Vincent because we have some movement there. And look at Vincent. Oh my God. Guys, I want to talk about this move that he played. B5. Because here the engine is shouting that B5 is the best move. And I was like, okay, no way that Vincent plays this because you have so many spicy options on the king side. You want to attack. Look at these pawns. They're pointing towards the king side. But he plays B5.
And it's the best move of the engine because you cannot capture knight takes B5. Maybe we can ask someone in the audience why knight takes B5 is a bad move. It's not a very difficult question.
That's a great question. Let's go, guys. Why is this a blunder? Would you like to try? Rook to B8. Is that right, Sahaj?
Yeah, that is absolutely correct. And the knight is pinned now. You can defend it via A4, but black will play A6. And finally, that knight will be lost. So definitely not the most ideal situation for white. So knight takes B5, huge blunder. And I think that's Vincent's point. And while playing B5, he also defends the pawn on B7 because, before B5, queen takes B7 is an ever looming threat in the position. So after B5, he not only controls the king side, but he also sort of gains space on the queen side as well and squeezes his opponent out and leaving him with no good moves.
Yeah, he's like playing on both wings, yeah? King side and queen side.
No, I mean, Vincent is definitely showing us some beautifully balanced chess. I mean, first he's putting on some pressure on the king side, then going on the other side, just not giving a single chance for Awonder to breathe, basically, because the position is so stuck for white. I feel like there is not really much to do here. Bishop is stuck on D2, knight from F3 cannot really make a single move, and the question is, how can white somehow release this pressure?
I don't know. I don't see a way. You just cannot have any single move. Or there's just one move, I feel, which is A4. To try and gain some space. Maybe Awonder does it But after something like a4, it's not like the position is kind of giving him some active plan straight away. Also after b takes a4, knight takes a4, you are suddenly having the knight on the side of the board, and then the attack can start itself on the king side.
Yeah. Queen e8 now comes with a tempo as well. Queen f5, knight g5. I mean,
So nice.
that pawn on f4 is so strong.
Yeah, very strong. It kind of cuts the communication of the white pieces towards the king side. I don't know if Awonder will be able to hold this game. Yeah, it looks super tough.
And he's also to me, he's also sort of giving it away how uncomfortable he is. I thought he was making a move, but he was actually just taking up some small, dirt from the board. So that just goes to show that I think he is definitely annoyed here, at least.
True.
By defeating Awonder Liang, he takes away the person who's chasing him essentially. He's already 1 point ahead. That leaves only Arjun. If he has to beat Anish today to have any chance, otherwise.
No, that's not happening. Anish is holding there. So 1.5 point lead. But there's one guy who can maybe stop Vincent. Because in the 8th round, that's the penultimate round tomorrow, Vincent is taking on Jordan Van Forest. And if Jordan wins against Pranav here, he's on a roll with 3 wins. So maybe then Vincent is the guy he wants to beat.
That's a good point. But he is white against, Jordan. So, actually today might decide if he is, maybe not theoretically, he will still have a chance to,
Yeah.
I think tomorrow will be actually
Yeah,
very
still
important.
a 1.5 point lead with 2 rounds remaining. You don't necessarily, go back from that. So Vincent, I think, showing who's the boss here.
Yeah, and by the way, he plays your move here. Queen e8 is on the board, and I think that's a nice move with the same idea of shifting the queen here, with the bishop looking this side, the pawns rolling down. Guys, Vincent Keymer looking strong. Should we go to the game of just seeing Arjun and Anish? Has there been anything that's happened here? Anish, by the way, look at him. Many times I see him, he takes a piece, he puts it on a square, doesn't let go of his hand until he's very certain and then leaves it. He does it sometimes.
I think it happens to many of us. I mean, I know it happens to me for sure, that I think of a variation for so long and I don't find any refutation, no problems. But in the moment, I put it on the board. I don't let go of the piece just yet, and I find that one move that's gonna mess up my whole variation. And I'm like, oh, what do I do now? Do I let go of it, or do I just put it back? Of course, I won't act like I'm just adjusting, because that's super unfair. Oh.
A draw offer?
Is that a draw offer?
Oh, I think
Bishop
so.
takes b4, and he's going to take it with the queen. And after rook takes d7, queen takes b2, queen takes queen, rook takes bishop, rook takes bishop. Guys, we have 100. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I was suddenly like, oh my god, is there a back rank mate? Okay, no, the bishop drops back.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice that you spotted that. But yeah, queen takes b2 is just a draw.
Guys, we are going to get a draw now incoming here. Queen takes queen, rook takes, and we will have a shake of hands pretty soon. Wow. I mean,
Yep, everything is on the board as we just mentioned.
only thing to be careful about for Arjun is a back rank mate.
I mean, I would be shocked.
Nice that you said that, so that Arjun can defend against.
Yeah, I mean,
anything could have happened here.
Guys, Arjun has 1 hour 10 minutes here, and there you are. They're just repeating the moves.
Because I believe there is a 40 move rule. I think in this tournament, they cannot offer a draw unless it's a repetition. So the players are just repeating moves because there is not much progress to be made, and a draw is on the horizon.
And shake of hands, it has happened. First result of today.
Yeah, first result, and I think a very good one for Anish. I mean, putting apart the fact that he has had all the draws, like all 7 games are drawn. The way he played today with black against a well-prepared Arjun is actually a masterclass in how to equalize as black out of the opening, right? He played really well.
I would say so for sure. But the time difference was, of course, very, very massive between these two players. You know, Sagar bhai, I have never seen, especially the Indian youngsters, make a draw this early on with the white pieces. But Arjun has done that. Do you think this is because of health issues, or do you think it's something more?
Yeah, I feel Arjun, when his health is not good, he's unable to play his top chess. We saw that in Vaikanze, where he was not at all well, feeling well. And then for the last half of the tournament, or the last couple of rounds, he was well, and then he beat Nodirbek and Gukesh both. Here, I'm not so sure if his health is improving. He does look better. I feel he looks better than yesterday and day before. But maybe he's still not right up there. But then again, when you face Anish Giri, it's not just about health. Yeah, he is so well prepared.
But also it might be a tactic, you know, taking a quicker game into a draw. So you can go have some rest, you know, have an early dinner, go to bed early. And, you know, he might be thinking of beating his last 2 opponents here in the Chennai Grand Masters. And I think that is what's going on here. Also, you know, playing with Anish, who's so solid, maybe playing a really long game that's gonna likely maybe end up in a draw anyways, is not something that he wanted to do here.
Right, and by the way, guys, Arjun will face Vidit and Karthikeyan in the last 2 rounds. And we are joined here by Anish Giri, who's coming in. Would be wonderful to get his thoughts today. He's played an excellent game. He was, I think, never in even a bit of trouble against one of the best prepared players out there, Arjun. Anish, happy with today's result?
I was happier until we spoke for 2 reasons. So first, he told me that he anyway wanted to make a draw.
Oh.
So my big achievement of making yet another draw was not a big achievement after all. But the other issue was that I already suspected it. The way he looked, I hiccuped it. I thought maybe he has some virus.
Yeah, he's not feeling so well.
And I wanted to resist, but I was so curious from a professional point of view about the opening, like to know what was the point. So I took the risk to ask him. So I leaned in and I asked him something. And he replied, and I'm afraid he might have, the virus might have entered my body now. So I'm now really terrified.
Okay, Anish, I'm just...
Maybe we will keep our distance.
No, but I knew that it was a mistake, but I had to know, you know, like, was it like, why he played this line? Because Prag played against me already. I thought, like, is he thinking I'm this badly prepared? You can do exactly the same line against me 2 times? Or what was the logic? So I thought I'll take this risk, you know, to risk my life to find out about Arjun's prep. Now
And I have to ask you, did that risk bear any fruit? Did he give you a good answer?
No, I mean, I have some insight now.
Okay.
He said that he anyway wanted to make a draw, which is some knowledge for me. But, you know, we'll see how bad the virus will be once it unleashes itself on me.
But do you think it was, you know, worth risking your life, or maybe did the answer disappoint you?
My hope is that I'll survive to eventually tell the tale, yeah? But we'll find out.
Anish, playing Arjun here with black, the engine was suddenly showing like really nice position. It's a weak engine here. So we got a bit worried at that point. We thought...
mixed up something about it. I think it wasn't it all theory, or I mixed up?
I don't know, knight c4.
And B5 is theory.
This was...
this is theory.
A4, B4. You were playing very quickly.
Yeah, bishop d6. Bishop e7 is very important. This is also theory.
Was knight d7? I mean, we checked. Actually, it gives knight d7 as an advantage.
Yeah, but I mean, the strong engine gives everything is equal.
Exactly. That's what we thought. So take, knight c5 and bd2 might be one try, but...
Yeah, but I guess this is the line, rook b8 line, yeah? I was a little bit worried, because for my reputation, because I lost in this line against Pragnananda already. To lose 2 times in the same line would be very damaging for my reputation as an opening expert. So it's my main concern.
Do you really think this way?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a very interesting look into Grandmaster's mind, especially such a strong players. So
because you need
I
to
think
maintain your reputation also for future games. Like once you show weakness, then I mean, once people think that they can play the same line against you that they played before, you cannot prepare anymore because you suddenly have to check everything. Yeah, like now I'm like, okay, I'm checking everything, but not maybe as thoroughly. But no, it's important to maintain your
Very interesting. And here, castles was your prep?
Yeah, I remembered the line. During the game, I was thinking about knight c5, but I remembered castle, knight b6.
Castles, knight b6.
b8. I remembered. Can you go e4?
Yes, it's possible.
Yeah, I remember the line where you go e4. Knight c5 maybe. Bishop f4, bishop e4. And I remembered you sacrifice this exchange on b8.
Oh.
So I was trying to reconstruct this, how you sacrifice that exchange, and it's only possible here. And also, I watched video of Vishy when he was analyzing his game with Levon, and it was so extremely ridiculous, his thinking process there.
Because he just remembered that the knight goes to d3, right?
Yeah.
Something
And
like that.
I was always embarrassed of this kind of thinking, but when I saw when Vishy does it, okay, it's fine. I also remember somewhere you sacrifice exchange.
Right. And in the game, Arjun chose this way, and I think because you did not
there was
trade
one,
queens.
One funny moment. Like this knight d4, knight e6 trick. Yes.
Yes.
But I think I can go bishop d5. I can go bishop d5. I think
Actually,
I have king f7.
what we realized is, Anish, your position was perhaps so okay that even this might not be so lost.
Okay.
After queen d5.
No, but
And-
yes.
okay, let's not find out if it's lost or not. No, but bishop d5 is a nice one also. I could have gone bishop. I should have gone bishop d5 probably. Like e4, takes, and I saw this king f7 move. Knight e6, fe, queen d7. I have king f7. It's a very, very nice move. I just didn't want to play this way, but I didn't see any issue whatsoever with this position. Actually, bishop c4, bishop d5, I didn't see any problem.
Okay, so
I'm okay.
this could have
Bishop
been played.
d5, queen d8. No, I saw this. I should have played it actually. Maybe I'm in the game I'm also probably I'm completely fine. Yeah, but I'm a little bit on the bad side of equality. But I don't think he has anything.
Yeah, and this is just a straightforward draw here.
Yeah, no, I mean he's was not too ambitious it seems, but pity because I wanted to see what it would be like if he was ambitious.
Yeah, because I guess with Arjun trailing Vincent by 1 point, having white pieces, this was like the perfect chance for him to go all out.
Yeah, and I don't want to, I'm too old to have any ambition in general. So it's not like I want to beat him or fight in game. I'm just very curious to see like what can Arjun prepare against me. Like I just want to see because these young players, they're preparing so creatively, and when I see he prepare against someone else, I think okay, maybe it's the opponent's fault, but I want to see if one can do it against me myself. I want to see what can you do.
Has there been any opponent in this tournament who has impressed you with their preparation, like against you or just in general?
Yeah, I mean relative to what I expected, Karthikeyan surprised me a lot. I didn't expect him to be so well prepared. It's not like he was better prepared than me, but he was much better prepared than I thought he would be. Otherwise, I don't recall any big surprises, no.
Right.
But I think tomorrow you're playing Awonder, and I think he's gonna.
Oh yeah, Awonder surprised me. Yeah. Not from my own games, but in general, watching Awonder's prep has impressed me for sure. Not against me yet, fortunately. But he had some epic ideas. Okay, even today was creative, although now I think he's getting outplayed. But there were some games like this knight g8 idea against Ray Robson, if you remember, when he went knight back to g8 in Italian. It was very creative.
But he got a worse position, in that game, or?
Yeah, okay, but that doesn't matter. We won't get worse position. It just shows that he's done a lot of effort to prepare. Right. And also, yesterday he was also well prepared in the small sideline.
Yeah.
So I was impressed with his prep, and tomorrow will be difficult for me as well.
But I think Awonder, after this loss, might be, he has had a great event until now. But this loss comes, I mean, I shouldn't say a loss, because he's not losing.
Way too early.
He's not losing, but he is in a difficult position. Would you call it like a losing position, or would you call it like slightly worse? Worse? How would you put it?
Well, right away when you just have a glance, you notice that it's dangerous for white. I want to know just one thing. Before he went with the rook, how bad this position is?
It was quite bad.
It's quite bad. So the reason is not
Actually,
only
this move turned out to be a big mistake where he allowed f4.
Yeah, the problem is he was already very unhappy, I think. But because after EF, bishop f5, I think black has... but yeah, you have to do this for better or worse. But black has a very good version of this sort of positions.
But then you do this like...
Yeah, but I have knight f6 now. You can't stabilize. If you could put knight e4, f3, anyway you have nothing. But at least you can't quite stabilize. But yeah, he should have also bishop g5 maybe after knight d2. I mean, black is very comfortable. Is bishop g5 stupid? I thought it's not so stupid to try it. But yeah, this is actually very risky because wow, very risky long term. Yeah, I mean there is g5, g4 ideas, but also, I mean in general in King's Indian, white's light square bishop is kind of a precious piece, right, to protect from g5, g4. And also you have to have something in return, like knight should be on c6, or you have to have one pawn on the queen side. You should have something already going there.
Yeah.
And he doesn't. And so yeah, knight e2. Vincent could even play. Yeah, a5 is nice, controlling everything. Yeah, I guess rook c6 is what he would have done. Yeah, I guess a5 rook c6 is his point.
But nice.
I mean, what else? Yeah. I guess he would have done that. But the problem is after take that your knight cannot come around to d5. If it would come around to d5, it would be all good. But it's probably
even b4 might be very good.
Yeah, you're just not in time. And yeah, position is bad for pretty obvious reasons, I would say. But I would still not expect it to be that bad, honestly. No, I wouldn't think it's that bad. It doesn't look to me like so terrible. I would think white has some chances on queen side. g5 is very slow. I'll go knight h2. Still, it takes a while. Once you open up, it gets a bit double-edged usually. Like, doesn't look to me.
Yeah, we were just thinking that maybe it's not so easy to move forwards with white. I mean, the pieces are kind of stuck sort of in your base, and Vincent has been playing really balanced. Like you see, there are also a lot of ideas on the king side. He is also pushing the pawns on the queen side, so it feels like he's just trying to suffocate Awonder here.
Yeah, knight f4, I guess. Yeah, his computer saying knight f4 is a brilliant desperado.
F4, crazy if this happens.
EF and e5, I guess. This is great.
Do you think Awonder will do this, because it's not even so clear that you must take such a huge risk at this point?
Yeah, I think it depends on your positional understanding. And I don't mean it because like it's not obvious to me, but like immediately, I guess. But you have to, if you realize that you're really desperate with white, then you have no choice. So if you are in a mindset where you think you are losing the game, if you have a correct evaluation in your head, you realize also your rook on b7 is a bit trapped, but he wants to maybe sack it. Yeah, I mean, it depends. Of course, knight f4 doesn't really work, right? So that's why, but if you realize you're desperate, you should do it. And actually, if you do it,
it can change the nature.
It can definitely change. And it could be even, you know, sometimes black will try to find the cleanest way to win, will not find the win, will be frustrated. And it can even sometimes lead to takeovers. So knight f4 is very cool. And computer gives us very, very epic sequence. It goes bishop c8, rook b5, and knight to g5. It's the kind of idea that Vincent can find. He's this kind of player who can find such profound, deep ideas. But also just EF is probably, I mean, just EF is easier, yeah, in that line. So a5, knight f4, bishop c8, rook b5, maybe now EF.
But why should we play? Okay,
rook has left the 7th rank, yeah.
Got it. To kill the rook away from here, and then you can take
EF,
this.
e5. Not so, still, I think not clear at all, yeah.
And if you take here, maybe knight e5.
Some chances.
I'll be honest with you, it doesn't look so bad as the engine is showing it to us. I mean, there are some ideas here with some maybe knight g6 jumps as well at some point in the future.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
At least there is some ideas, and you have some initiative maybe at least.
Yeah, this knight g5 is an epic move. I don't know, like Vincent can find it. Like after what I've seen him do in freestyle, I know he's capable of such insane ideas. It's a very nice resource. Also, Vidit can find such sometimes.
What do you think? Like the reason for that is they understand the pieces very deeply, or what?
Well, they both have the feature that they're not shy to go deep into the position. So there are players who are kind of shallow a little bit, very practical, very resourceful, very fast, who do like the puzzle rush type, and they have a tendency to quickly calculate very far. But these players they like to slowly look at every move and. Is EF really necessary? That's even a question that only a few will ask. Like Hikaru will be like takes, right? But Vidit or Vincent, they are like slow and they're like, do I really need to take the knight? And then like, maybe not. What about knight 5? They're slow, but finally they're faster than Hikaru. It is takes, and there's 20 moves ahead, some line, which makes no sense, but he's already there. And already 3 moves have been made before he realized. But they could find it. I believe they could find. Very curious if this will happen, but I doubt even knight f4 will happen.
Yeah,
so
this
engine
is very unlikely. Anish, how would you explain Vincent's performance in this tournament? He is doing some brilliant stuff. His performance is close to 2,900.
We have to explain Vincent's performance in other tournaments because this doesn't need explanation. This is not obvious. I mean, the guy who... Okay, I'm like of a strong opinion that freestyle is like it's an inferior game to chess. That being said, it is similar to chess, of course. And the fact that he was able to... And in fact, he was able to beat like Magnus and all these people there, and Fabi. Of course, the game is ridiculous, but they all did their best in that setting for whatever reason they have. So if you manage to beat like Fabi and Magnus and maybe even Alireza, he beat like everyone there. It shows that you have huge potential, of course, and it gives him huge confidence. And he is working very hard, and he has no vices. He doesn't do anything stupid. He's working on chess. He has Peter Lekko as a coach, just to be sure he doesn't do anything stupid. and he's doing everything right. He's very good. He's very talented. I mean, he's doing everything right to be a top player. I don't know why wouldn't he be a top player. But of course, every top player. Okay, now he slightly overperforms. Sometimes every top player overperforms. He also has a tendency to overperform. Like I think he had many tournaments where he would have big winning streaks. He very often ruined them in the end. I don't know why. He had it multiple times. He would go like 5.5 out of 6. And like lose the last 2 games. I saw it 2 times he didn't do this, and that's why he never jumped over the top 10 barrier yet, but frankly he will be in the top 10
he is now kind of becoming like very complete, right? Also in the sense that he's growing up, but also he worked as second to Gukesh. Maybe that's also valuable.
Yeah, huge. For sure, I think the fact that he was preparing for World Championship match is huge. It's not that you work for or with Gukesh. I don't think that like working with Gukesh himself is a big deal. Gukesh is one of the players, but preparing for World Championship match, that really, you go so deep and you think so thoroughly about all the prep that you really get to understand what is the state of chess at the moment. And other people are trying to get there, but I'm trying to get this kind of level. Maybe I even have that level thanks to my experience and all the other things, but he was able at such a young age to speedrun this World Championship prep, and I think it helped me very much. But the problem that he has is not that he is not great. He's great. Vincent is great. Everybody knows. But the problem is that others are also great. So that's the problem that everybody is facing. Everybody is great.
But I think he has a very balanced preparation as well. I talked with him, and now he's also always going to the gym after the games, and then after the gym he has a session with his coach Leiko, and so I feel like he's trying to get on top of every single quality that you can acquire as a chess player,
yeah, for sure.
Which I think is proving him right here. I mean, we see that his performance is almost always on point. Barely any mistakes, and I think he mentioned yesterday that that game was the only one that he hasn't been satisfied so far with.
Which one?
The game from yesterday. He said he wasn't really satisfied with it.
Okay. Yeah. There were some mistakes, I guess. Yeah, no, of course. But again, you really would be surprised how many people go to the gym. Everybody goes to the gym. Really,
I'm surprised. Yes.
No, that's not. But it's never been enough. I've had periods. Now, I was also been going to the gym, then I didn't, then I've been again going to the gym. Honestly, my result fluctuations. Okay, I never worked with Leko, but the gym is not. I mean, with all due respect to gym, it's very nice to have, and it's a feel good thing. And I know I also been here a few times to gym. I really enjoy it, but it's not really enough. Everybody goes to the gym. That's the problem.
I think in general, as you rightly pointed out, Vincent's just this entire schedule and having no vices and just totally focused, and as
also he was quite like, let's say with Karthikeyan, he just won straight from the opening.
Yeah.
It was a tremendous prep, very good choice. Also, he has the thing that he doesn't play e4, kind of. So whenever he plays e4, it kind of comes as a surprise. Something like I cannot have. Like whenever I play e4, it's never a surprise. So it's really nice sometimes people who don't play certain things because they can do it as surprise. You know, like for example, people who never play Catalan, they can surprise with Catalan. Like I cannot surprise with Catalan. I play Catalan all the time.
Generally, when we are looking at games and we say who's played it, your name comes up the most.
Yeah.
You played a lot of openings.
I mean, whenever I prepare something, we always have this joke with my friends. Like whenever I play something, I think, okay, the guy will expect it. I played it already 5 times. But then I look like every single line I played already 5 times. I mean, I've played English like 100 times. I played the Italian, the Spanish. I played Catalan, not Catalan. You know, I should play more maybe like these Jobava Londons.
Yeah.
Reverse Bologna, I played ton. But like Jobava Londons and Trompovskis, I should maybe play a bit more. But all the normal openings, which are like, so it's in some sense when you are like also Nepo, for example. Nepo is an e4 player. Whenever Nepo doesn't play e4, it always has a very big effect on people. It's something that some players have that, you know, they're kind of fortunate to be narrow, that they can surprise with things that are from others not a surprise at all. So it's interesting. And currently Vincent is enjoying that benefit. Like the game with Karthikeyan was also like such a clean game afterwards. You know, it's not always that not everybody can win from opening nowadays. You need to maintain the level, and he really played very clean, good game, the h4, h5 and everything. Like, interesting moment that Awonder is thinking, because it's a very critical position here. Definitely critical.
Right. So while Awonder is thinking, your thoughts on Jordan Van Forest?
He's also going to the gym. He's a great player.
He's going to the gym. He's actually in form right now. 2 wins in a row.
He's up a pawn. Yeah?
And he was actually clearly better somehow.
He's going to win this game. He's up a pawn.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, it's a pawn, no? Okay, I know nowadays from the analyzing with the engine that the computer is extremely good at defense in queen end games. Sometimes the computer gives zeros to queen end games. Like there was one recently I was preparing, and the position is like so incredibly dangerous for one side. Like there's a queen pawn down, queen end game, and the engine gave zeros there. And okay, I mean, I'm very unsure how easy these things are. And this is not even zeros, it gives some number. I mean, it's very, very bad queen end game. I think the chances of Jordan beating Pranav here are above 50%. I think he's a favorite. So they're not 100, but they're above 50, 67.
Actually, this is a great insight, Anish, what you just said, that engines are very good at defending queen endgames, because there was one endgame, if we can just get your thoughts on, which was of Vidit versus Vincent.
Yeah, yes.
And there we thought, Vidit might press here, this endgame with queen, like we thought here somewhere.
Oops, yeah, but first of all, you have to realize that there is no pawn up here.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
And that has also a massive psychological effect on players.
But this queenside majority?
Yeah, I was thinking he has chances, but once you have to show this queen a4 moment. Once queen got to a4, there was...
I mean, we were discussing if Vidit should not have pushed this pawn b4.
Yes, but anyway, like the psychology of being up a pawn is so big in chess that doesn't even matter what kind of the details, but like queen a4 is not on psychology, also objectively speaking, the pawns matter, but like being up a pawn, it has a big psychological impact that engines don't quite understand always. And the engines are just too good at all defenses. And you have to really, when you are playing or preparing, you have to really be very accurate to realize which zeros are actually pawn down holding and which zeros are actually barely holding. And with engine, it's very hard to tell nowadays. So a lot of my prep when I do, like a lot of positions I encounter, I have to really thoroughly understand, like, is this actually also going to be easy to hold, or is it not going to be easy to hold, or is there chances? And okay, this endgame is definitely massive chances. I mean, it's not even king is very safe.
Sorry, so you would say that here actually, like the human understanding of this position is much more accurate than the computer's understanding. Not, of course, not in the practical.
Well, I mean, it depends, of course, on circumstances. The kind of players from the way Pranav played against me, also the endgame. I think endgames is not his forte, but. You know, about this human assessment of this position, there is this joke, yeah, like that. According to some old joke, according to some international master, you know, white is up a pawn. This is the same kind of situation. That, yeah, according to a human, white is up a pawn, and according to engine, it's 0.2. So, yeah, I just see the pawn. I don't really care, and I see no perpetual check at all. And you know, I can run sometimes. What Magnus does a lot. Magnus like plays really well the queen endgames. It's somehow a thing. So what he does a lot is he runs the king to the queen side in such positions. So let's say you can start with queen d3. I like queen d3 maybe to take some squares from all the checks. I take them out. And then I want to go like run the king sometimes. And not even there, no, but like forward, you know, like through e3, d4, c5, like let him check me. That's what Magnus does a lot. He just runs forward. Maybe he'll lose a pawn on the king side in the process, but he will run quickly to the queen side. And I've seen him win. Queen c3.
Yeah, I mean Magnus's queen endgames are really something to wonder, like how he manages to do it. But yeah, that's great insight that he runs his king. There's one more game we want to get your thoughts on Vidit Gujrathi. You both had an incredible game yesterday. It was like you were on the verge of losing, but then you found like an insane tactic. And were you happy with the draw yesterday, or how did you feel?
Yeah, I should be very happy, of course. So I was kind of like my sort of in my brain, I was convinced myself I should be happy, but I was so annoyed with the decision I made in the game, with one decision that like it really that really bothered me a little.
Rook c1 you?
No, when I went rook from h5 to
a5. You took the a5 pawn.
Yeah, it's such an insane decision, so horrible. Like I felt so bad about it that it even ruined the sweetness of ruining Vidit's day. Yes.
Bishop d6 was.
Yeah, no, that was luck, of course. Yeah, but I should be happy. Yeah, I was very lost at one point. Vidit has a nice position.
He had a bigger advantage.
Yeah, because I can imagine, because when you have more space, you should not trade pieces. And trading one pair of rooks should be to black's benefits for sure.
So here taking on b5 was perhaps not accurate, yeah?
No, go bishop c2. And you have some good version of the Zaitsev position. But black is very solid. I guess he'll go maybe knight b8 or something, or... Oh, but there is a problem. Yeah, e5 hangs, sorry. Does e5 hang? Take on d8.
So knight b8.
You can't, no, it's pawn hanging.
You cannot do it.
Yeah, you are not in, normally you should be in time, but white knight should be on d2. Now knight already is on g3. No, white is up like a few tempi here. Yeah, well, so trading a rook helps black because he has a little bit less space. And that's the funny thing, sometimes Vidit is a great player, yeah? But that happens to me also. Sometimes you're a great player, you're a top grandmaster, yeah? But you make a mistake that can be explained with one sentence. Don't trade the piece when you have more space. And then I also do this kind of mistakes. Now, when you are in the game like this, you start to think so like moves and like you forget some basics, And I had the same yesterday with Vidit. Like I moved the rook from h5. You don't need to see anything. Right. You have a rook on h5. It does everything. It protects, it attacks. It's like an epic piece. I just transferred it there. I was lucky he let me. I just got back in the game. The rook is the whole point of the position. And I just remove it. And like, what are you even thinking? Like, there's no need to even think anything. And this is the same. Like, it's really amazing. Like, Vidit is such a, if 2500 should know this. Vidit knows it like so deeply. He doesn't even, that he forgot it.
This happens a lot. Like yesterday, we saw this rook endgame with Vaishali and Harika as well. I'm pretty sure Vaishali knows this endgame, but in the game, you just make a move and you are lost.
Yeah, when you are, there is tension in the game, and also you are in the mode of, you are not really teaching chess or something to beginners. You are in the mode of somehow thinking concrete, and you are like spending energy, and you are thinking sometimes too deep. Yeah, just don't trade the rook. Just make any other move. Yeah, but still he's better.
I think what you're mentioning here is actually very useful for our viewers here as well, because I feel like just us average chess players, I include myself in that category, we always think that you guys, the big players, always have everything in order in your head. You don't really get like taken away by things. And this is actually very surprising to me that you mentioned this, that sometimes when you see so many things on the board, you forget about the basics. So I think that's a very good lesson for our audience and our viewers as well on Twitch and YouTube, that this is not so uncommon even for you guys.
Yeah, and what I think, what is also a thing is that actually sometimes you are misled by patterns. Like very often white does go AB, rook A8 in the Spanish when the pawn is on D3. Usually because white is not able to gain the space and stabilize it. So then instead of gaining the space, he starts to look for some concrete advantages, and you trade a rook in order to discoordinate black. But here it's a different situation. So like sometimes there are different rules that can, like, there's also a rule, of course, that you should, there's coordination rule kind of. And of course when you take on A8, queen A8, black gets out of position. Queen is getting to the corner of the board. So sometimes some rules overrule other rules. So it's also, you cannot always just say, yeah, don't trade pieces when you have more space. But here in this particular case, it was a case where the simplest rule should not have been overruled. But again, in the game it doesn't really matter. Yesterday also it didn't matter. Like when game continues and then everything happens, and yeah, now black has to solve the knight on A5. I don't know how. Like C6 defends the B5 pawn, but it blocks the bishop, takes away the square from the knight. You don't really want to do that. I don't know, like maybe bishop C6, D5. I can go bishop D7.
Or knight C4 maybe?
Knight C4, B3. I thought maybe then I hit the B5 pawn.
Yeah, that already.
Yeah, the pawn is falling.
Yeah, maybe bishop C6 is the best move. Or
the best move here
Maybe
is
bishop
very
A6.
concrete. Yeah, take the
I think
E4.
bishop C6 it puts more pressure on the E4 pawn still. On A6 bishop is doing
yeah,
absolutely
right.
nothing but defending.
So take and
I
then
didn't
take
even
the
realize.
E4 pawn
Oh, I didn't realize it's hanging.
because of this battery.
Oh wow. Yeah, it's just bishop B5 though. It's difficult. Yeah, you see rook B8.
Wow.
Okay, knight D4. You have to go C5.
No,
Is
it's
that-
too tough. Yeah, to find these moves.
Nah. Yeah, also bishop C6 is okay, no? Okay, you can find it. Kartikyan is a very strong player. He impressed me very much when we played. He's a very strong player. But can you show me what if bishop C6?
You mean here? Yeah.
Yeah, just to maintain the position. I don't see what's the problem.
D5 and
Because
by the way,
yeah.
Vidit does. Karthikeyan did take on D4 and we have this. Whoa. It could happen, this rook B8 stuff.
Yeah, Kartikyan, I told you, very strong. I mean, against me, he found very good sequences. He saw everything very clearly after the game, you know. I thought he was prepared, but he didn't know. He just over the board figured everything out. He's a very strong player, yeah.
Yeah, he's been doing also well on time, so
Yeah, I was
he
thinking,
still has some time to figure this rook
I was
B8
thinking
out too.
he's more like an attacker kind of player, you know, but he's also a sound positional player, actually. Nowadays, people are very universal.
Yeah, also I think he's working a lot on his chess and I think working with Prague and
Yeah,
Arvind
Prague, of course.
and all of them, so it
Yeah,
helps.
Prague, he really pushed them all up. Yeah, like they all started working because of him. He like brought new life into them.
It's interesting that these are the players who inspired Prague to become a good player because they were much stronger. And then Prague kind of
Stronger, but to be honest, when Prague was up and coming, they were, of course, stronger than him at the time. So he was looking up to them at the time, but actually they were in a crisis. All of them were in a crisis. They had no motivation. They were struggling to enter the top. They didn't know the right way to work on chess. I mean, I'm saying it not to disrespect the way they work on chess, but the fact that they weren't able to break through shows that they weren't able to. So probably they kept doing the same thing over and over and didn't work. And it was until the Prague and also the chess engines have changed. It became much easier to work on the openings. They probably were neglecting opening preparation, I would guess. Because I guess they were working probably with Ramesh still at the time, so probably they still maintained good calculation habits and all of these things, but they lacked opening preparation. And Prague really made them work. Little Prague. Little Prague always liked to prepare, and he made them also prepare.
Amazing.
And
By the
actually,
way-
Rook B8 arrived in the meantime. So
Yeah, because calculation has been there always. The Rameshwar made sure the Rook B8 is there.
Yeah, Rook B8 on the board. And Anish, we have to ask you, does it bother you like these 7 draws in a row, or how do you feel about it? Just your thoughts.
Yeah, no, it's. I haven't been playing classical chess in this format for quite a while, and I have some. I start remembering, like my youth traumas start. No, but to be honest, yeah, it's a game of patience, the top round robin chess, and you have to always realize why you do this. You're trying to become world champion. So at this point, I can afford to not do this. I have the funds. I have alternatives like Magnus and Hikaru. I don't have the world championship title though, like Magnus. So there's something that drives me to do this, and it will keep driving me no matter how many draws I'll make.
But we also felt like that you actually had, like, you were pushing in a lot of your games. You had such interesting positions, and
Well, yeah, I was.
You're not going for the draws, of course. But
No, there's no point for me to go for the draws. I mean, I've already proved everyone I can make draws now. Nobody doubts. I have nothing to prove. But I was actually lucky that I defended against Nihal and Vidit. I'm not defended, that they let me skip, because otherwise I wouldn't be sitting with draws. I'd be sitting with -2. Of course, I had a big chance with Pranav, and I had a little meltdown there.
Yeah, you had a great position.
But I saw so much on that. I spent like half an hour there. I saw all the relevant variations. I rechecked them a few times, and then I made the move impulsively. Like, I needed to spend like maybe 1 more minute to calm myself down and be like, okay, you saw this, you saw this, you saw this. Now choose. And somehow I saw all, but I looked at the clock. I was down to 20 minutes, and I was like, okay, you cannot do this, and just make a move. And it made I made one that I knew was bad. I saw the entire land. The people say you missed. I saw exactly why it's bad. But I just told myself like, okay, you cannot. And I just suddenly made them. So sometimes you think for half an hour, but then you make a move impulsively.
Because you see the clock and you're like, oh my god, I've spent so
it's a
much
mistake
time.
I sometimes make. I mean, I'm so experienced. But sometimes it's not the absolute time that you spend, but like at some point you have to be like, okay, now I've calculated everything. Now let's take a decision. And my decision-making process was really wrong, because I saw exactly why my move was bad. I saw the main line with like 3 brilliant moves in a row that the engine pointed out that Pranav actually missed. I rechecked it because it looked a bit unusual, so I rechecked it a few times. I was completely correct there. I saw the only move that is the best move by elimination, even. But somehow my hand just made the move.
would you think, or would you say that the situation would be different if maybe there was an additional time after move 40? Would this change these decisions of yours?
Yeah, for sure. But it would change also his decisions. So I mean, even if I would make the right move, it's not like I would win the game. But I'm just saying that like sometimes some mistakes are done. Every mistake is different. Like with Vidit, it was just stupidity. With Pranav, it was like I could have missed many. Very often I miscalculate, so I could have missed many moves. But it was a rare case where I actually saw the relevant moves, which is not a given. So in some sense, it was a strange mistake. So every mistake is different. And I'm not saying like I should have won the game, but just was a chance I had. Otherwise, I don't think I had many chances. Okay, I had some small chances here and there, but yeah, it's difficult. People playing well, so it's 2 more games for me. And I'm curious how it will go. But in general, this tournament for me was I came here to get back into classical chess. I looked at my games before the tournament, and I looked up my games, classical games, and it was like on the screen. You have a list of the games. Like my games are not even filling this entire screen. Like there's just these classical games are this. While I've played so much recently.
Only Vaikanze, right?
No, Prague Masters and Sharjah.
Yes.
So it's quite. But it's like this. It's this. On my screen is this.
30 games, right?
Yeah, but it's like this. And my Rapid Blitz is not fitting because with Hans alone is like this. And then with Hans again is like this. So I think with Hans alone I played the same amount of games. Also we played in the EWC.
Yeah.
So I played so much Rapid and Blitz that I knew that before. That's why I played Sharjah. That's why I played Prague. That's why I played here. because I don't want, like, I thought before the year what I could do, I could play only Rapid Blitz and then try to become world champion. And discover that's not so easy. Or I can really try and play all these events, like here, like Sharjah, like Prague. I didn't expect to do well there. I think these events are not good for your rating. People are underrated here. This is not my climate, not my jet lag, everything. It's not smart to come here for the rating. I know that. I'm not stupid. It's not smart to come to Sharjah. It's not smart to go to Prague. But
you did well in both Sharjah and Prague.
Somehow, yes. It was not supposed to happen, but it happened because, okay, sometimes you're lucky. But, you know, to have any shot at the Grand Swiss or World Cup, I need to get in shape. And so in that sense, the tournament, you know, I'm fighting, I'm playing, and it's delivering what I was expecting to should deliver.
Anish, before we take a break, finally, beyond chess, how has Quantbox Chennai Grand Masters been? Like this hotel, the food, the playing hall, this place, how do you feel?
Yeah, I think it's been very, very good. I think the plus of playing in India that I always notice whenever I come here is the hospitality of people. They do so much effort. They really like, you know, there's human power here, you know? That's what I feel. Like there are a lot of good humans here. There are also many humans in India, really many humans. And it creates different society than we have in the Netherlands. Yeah, they are also really trying to help, and they are doing everything to accommodate players. And also, I noticed small details that I can see that this tournament is run by Srinath, who is a chess player. I can see the small things, like it's nothing flashy, you know, like overly, like there's nothing like in some other tournaments where sometimes, you know, you can see how much money was spent, you know, like like they printed out some golden flyers or something, yeah, like they have such tournaments and like all kinds of things. But I can see like in the details, you know, that it's all very thought through. All the necessary things were done. Yeah, hotel, the food is, I think as much as they did. I think less spicy than this, they cannot make it, which is the problem for me. But, you know, there's international options. There are Italian food, Chinese food. Of course, like, if you have a tomato soup, Italian tomato soup, it's not supposed to be some kind of, you know, tomato masala soup, but it is still so. But I'm finding my way. But what I notice always with food is that, like, what happens is, like, there's always something which I don't expect to be spicy is spicy.
Yeah, I feel you on that actually.
Yes, like I'm okay if, you know, if like the chicken curry is spicy or biryani is spicy, I know this, or like some kind of paneer is spicy, I understand. But like when you have a pizza or a burger, you know, it's like some Chinese, I don't know, beef, because beef is not even Indian, right? So I think, like, why would beef be spicy? You know, like, but it's, everything is.
They put, you know, the little.
Yeah, there's little red. I see some red enemies on the food, but okay, I know already what to. Also, you know, I've been eating dal my whole life. We love it in our family with my parents. Made it every day. We don't add pepper to dal. I mean, we have like all the spices, but we don't add pepper. It's not spicy, but here it's spicy. So, but I'm okay. Still, I find the way, and yeah, people have been very, very helpful, and I'm enjoying myself. There's also on this day of fire, we had like everybody really helped us arrange everything. First, making sure everybody stays alive, because, you know, some players were not there at first. They were looking for players.
I remember actually we went outside at the same time, and, you know, it was a bit stressful in the beginning, you know, looking for all of the players, and
But then they after they realized everybody's alive, they went to comfort everyone. We got ice cream, which is like huge, and then we had also another hotel, you know, arranged, and, you know, everything was really smoothly arranged, and yeah.
Anish, thank you so much for coming here, for sharing with us all your experiences, humor, instruction, you know, showing us so much of analysis. 2 more games to go for you. We wish you all the best, and we'll be taking a short break, and on the other side, the final part of the 7th round.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is the PTZ Optics Move 4K, a smart camera built for fast-paced sports action. It follows the players automatically with smooth, accurate tracking. No camera operator? No problem. Control it from a joystick, a phone, or let it run on its own. With crisp 4K video and easy streaming, it fits right into your setup. Perfect for schools, clubs, and live sports broadcasts. PTZ Optics, professional video, made simple. Brought to you by RTAV, your broadcast AV partner.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something.
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because Chess.com is best.
This is the PTZ Optics Move 4K, a smart camera built for fast-paced...
Welcome back everyone to the final part of the 7th round of the Quantbox Chennai Grand Masters. A very exciting round that we are having. We had Grandmaster Anish Giri here dropping some amazing insights for all of us. And now to take us through to the end of the round, we have Sahil and Tanya. Guys, excited?
You know, this is usually the phase when things really heat up in every game. And I think one of them right in front of us, the big matchup, Vincent against Awonder. And the big question at the start of the day was, can anyone put a stop to Vincent's run? And I have to say, it looks like today's answer is going to be no.
Yeah, it's not easy to finish an event. Even after 9 rounds, there are often tie breaks, equal points. Vincent, with 2 rounds to go, could be in such a dominant position that nobody can catch up to him. And with the black pieces, Awonder Leong just touched that 2700 magical mark, and he's going to fall below that yet again because Vincent Keymer is in amazing form.
Yeah, and actually, if we can go through the last few moves, because we did see this until Rook B7. If we go even a little bit further behind, there were many moves that, yes, this actually happened. Oh my God. Guys, can we go back? Here, A5. We had Anish here who said knight takes F4 is possible to change the nature of the game. And Awonder actually took the pawn.
Wow.
Knight takes, and now Vincent finds the best move, bishop c8, rook b5. And here he took the pawn. Anish was suggesting knight g5 as one move instead of ef4. But he said it's very tough. Only players like Vincent or Vidit can find it. But okay, ef4. And now Awonder had to go e5. That's the main idea of this sacrifice. But instead he went rook b8. And that turned to be, I guess, the final error perhaps.
But I think things had sort of started already looking gloomy for white, right? If we again just backtrack to that moment when knight takes pawn was played, because it felt like it was a moment of also trying to change the dynamics of the position. Notice how that rook on b7 has gone so far into enemy lines, there's no return for that rook. And all black needs is one move. You go b4, and then you end up, in fact, trapping that piece there. So for Awonder, he needed to do something that creates that mess on the board. So I think this whole idea, it had to be played out. It was desperate times, call for desperate measures.
Yeah, it was a great decision by Awonder, but the problem is that he didn't follow up correctly, and I think what has resulted from this is that he's material down. And if you look further ahead, here bishop a5, now queen takes d6, rook takes rook, queen, and he took bishop a5, which is very interesting because now he's a full rook down.
Wow. And white has these pawns, some very good pieces. All the white pieces looking great, but there's one missing. And that's a big problem.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's one of the best ways to complicate a situation when you sacrifice something. But Vincent has been playing really well even here. Rook c2. And now Awonder is thinking, I believe.
And you know, it might be that at this level, a player is down a whole rook. Why are you even playing on? But there is more to be said about this position. The evaluation bar says that black is completely winning because computers are materialistic. They also fight really well against counterplay. They're able to find the best move after move. But this isn't as easy of a convert as it looks, and that's because of the central pawns that are there for white. e4 and d5. Right now, the bishop needs to be defended. But on the very next move, what Liang is relying on is the move e5, e6. Move the queen away, push that d pawn, and suddenly you can see the makings of a counter chance, of a comeback.
Yeah, Tanya, well, do you see this happening, or this is wishful thinking? How do you say it? How do you feel about it?
You know, I think Keymer's got this. He will find his way forward. But the point is, it's not over yet. And we've seen turnarounds in chess. And the reason Liang is fighting in this position or continues to play on in a rook down position is because he feels it. As long as the central pawns are alive, there is something to play for white.
Agreed. Sometimes the weather forecast, it's going to rain, it's not going to rain. But sometimes it's not ideal. Sometimes the contrary happens. And even right now, the bar says black is completely winning. if black makes one mistake, suddenly, he can start feeling pressure. It's only rook down at minus 2.2, so there is some compensation there. And as Tanya mentioned, once these pawns are on e6, that's when the bishop is stupid, the knight can't come in, and this bishop is a monster piece, looking at the king. So Awonder is thinking, how can I complicate this even more? And Vincent is thinking, okay, I want to stabilize the position and just exchange a few pieces. And right now, the bishop, where does it go?
भाई अभी crazy हो जाएगा अगर Awonder ने resign कर दिया.
No, he will play on. He'll play on. Do you guys think about this move? Instead of saving the bishop, we play knight h4. And we are looking at the g6 square. If you take the bishop now, knight g6 check, king g8, knight e7 check. And now you don't want to give up your queen because that's too much. So king f7, queen g6 check, king e7, queen takes g7, maybe queen f7 here trying to block, and now queen takes c3. So some crazy lines like these are possible, and this just attests to the fact what you guys said, that Awonder should play on.
And look at what we have in front of us. The evaluation bar hasn't changed much. The advantage still shows exactly where it was in the rook up position. Right now, black has 2 extra pieces, but king out in the open, the e-pawn moving forward, the d-pawn coming up, all the checks that white can give. I mean, again, from a human perspective, you have no idea what's going on here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm excited for the next few moves because it could either be the game gets wild or just Vincent takes it home.
Knight h4 is crazy, but one option for white is let's go queen b4 to defend the bishop. Maybe the queen can come to d4 as well. And here black has the move bishop takes h3.
Oh, nice.
So, and if you take this, there is apparently queen g6, queen h5. So, Vincent Keymer has his own interesting play as well. So, Awonder is thinking right now. He has to be precise in this moment, and let's see what he does.
I would be very tempted to go for Sagar's line, or also, again, queen b4, a retreating move. When you're down a rook, you have this feeling that are you getting too passive? What Awonder could also be thinking about is just simply moving the bishop. That queen on d6 has a threat. The h6 pawn is hanging because the bishop pins the g7 pawn. So a move like bishop d4 comes to mind. You centralize the bishop, queen takes pawn in the air, and of course, ideas of knight h4, e5 still aplenty. So I think a lot to play for. So far in this tournament, it feels like Keymer's been this player to watch, the player to beat, undefeated in the tournament, right? He's living in this penthouse. And right now, Awonder holds the key to make it an open house. If he wins this game, then suddenly it's a tournament wide open.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, if Awonder wins this, the Chennai Grand Masters will be on fire. But right now looks a bit unlikely. We'll get back to this game. There's one game that we want to have a look at is between Vidit and Karthikeyan, guys, because the last few moves by Karthikeyan have been really amazing. So let's just go back a couple of more moves just to show here. So one more move, last move. So this was the position. Vidit goes bishop d3, attacking the b5 pawn, and Karthikeyan, instead of saving it, now look at this, takes the central pawn. Vidit chops off the pawn, only move, rook b8, finds it. Vidit takes on d4, again only move, kind of c5, finds it. Knight moves back. Now again, knight e4, only move, finds it. Takes, bishop, he goes queen a4, and now bishop d5, again a best move. So Karthikeyan has played a series of 7 to 8 best moves, and with its advantage is gone.
Wow, that's very interesting. And of course, both players now losing time on the clock. I wonder how far Karthikeyan can go, in playing these crazy moves. And right now, Sagar and Tanya, if you had to choose a color, which side would you prefer playing on? What's your choice?
Black. I mean, look at that rook on the open file. Look at that battery on the a8, d5, this diagonal. The knight is jumping into b3. The bishop on g7, maybe not as great because of that pawns on b2, c3, but still a good piece.
you just compare every single piece that black has to white's counterparts, and I think that answers your question, right? You've got the two majors on the open lines, a target on b2. That knight is ready to come into the game, forward b3, c4, two squares that you highlighted. The bishops look far more active than white's bishop, which by the way have gone back to the starting position of the game, one on f1, one on c1, playing defensive roles. I think Vidit cannot be feeling too comfortable. Even though the material is in balance, black's piece activity gives black an edge here.
Nicely put there. Wow. I mean, guys, will Karthikeyan be able to kind of start turning this around? Because right from the opening, he was under pressure. Vidit was doing really well. And now the time situation also, both down to their last. Karthikeyan has 14 minutes, Vidit 10 minutes.
And there is an interesting decision, I think, to be made here for Karthikeyan. There is, because you have this very tempting option of going bishop takes knight. You want to destroy your opponent's king side, right? Force those double pawns, open up the right flank of the board. And yet I see the bar goes up and says it's not the best move in the position. But from, again, you know, they say a move with a heartbeat is very different from a silicon move. This is what you really want to play. It gives the bishop pair. And how will Karthikeyan evaluate this? Sagar, I would be so tempted to go for this option, seeing my queen lined up against the pawn as well.
But Tanya, that bishop is so beautiful, right? You don't want to part with it just like that. So I think it's a big decision here, like you said, to take or not to take. Knowing Karthikeyan, the guy who believes in dynamics more than positional chess, I think he'll keep the bishop. If I think it was colors reversed, maybe with his more positional sense, might have gone for bishop f3 perhaps. But yeah, let's see here. Knight b3 is the best move, Sahil bhai.
And Karthikeyan, of course, let's not discount how well he's been playing in this event. The only loss coming with Vincent Keymer, who's having the tournament of his life. He even defeated Jordan Van Forest. So he would love this victory, but Vidit, of course, has other plans. And bishop 3, definitely the human move in the position. Maybe the queen and the knight are kind of out of place. So an important choice here. Karthikeyan using his time. He's been playing the best moves. But who do you think is the first one to make a mistake?
Ooh, tough.
You know, in chess, the bigger question, and I think the more important one, is who makes the last mistake.
Yeah.
And that's usually what decides the game here. I think as the clock ticks slow, we might see a lot of inaccuracies that might happen, which is how chess usually goes. It's also a position with the two open bishops, center of the board, all the attacks. I think it's harder to be white in this one. So perhaps the defensive side needs to be more careful.
Yeah, Vidit has to kind of readjust himself from pressing to now equalizing. Let's go to this game between Jordan and Pranav. Very important one, because we have a queen endgame. You know, we were talking about how Jordan was pressing in the opening. He got a great position and he has been doing that. We got Anish Giri's thoughts on this position and he said, excellent chances for white to win.
That's an extra pawn for white, and that is really saying something. Also, the white king looks like it's playing like the queen. So the center of the board, king is a piece in the end game, and there it is. And it might look like you're exposing yourself to checks, but every check will bring the white king closer towards the black pawns.
Yeah.
And you want to actually start marching up as close to the one that you're highlighting right now, Sahil. The queen on b3 already has a threat on the f7 pawn. Jordan up a pawn, playing with both his pieces. This is, I think, a big advantage for him.
And Jordan, of course, is the stronger player, so he's going to push for a long time here. I would not be surprised if this is the last game to end. Is that typical queen endgame? And he saw one yesterday as well.
Yes.
And it did last very long.
Indian versus Harshvardhan.
Yeah.
That was a long one in the challengers. So what do you think, guys, here? Would you agree with Anish Giri's assessment? Oh my God. Just as I was about to ask this, a big mistake by Pranav.
But you can't be too harsh on it, because it's also the most natural move in the position. How many of us would give this check, right,
No,
on the
Tanya,
defense?
this allows queen d5.
But that's the thing, Sagar. You see that move, the blue arrow points it, also a natural move.
Yes.
The point is the black queen will slide in. There will be a check on c2 as well.
And the problem here is after king d4, now either you need to stop checking or...
Queen f2?
Oh, this king d4, queen f2. I was going to c5. But I think the engine shows king e5.
You have to move forward. That requires...
We are seeing this being played out. Queen c2 is on the board.
Yeah. Let's see if Jordan finds king e5, because the point of this is after queen c3 check, king d6, and if you take the a3 pawn, f7 is hanging, and then the king comes and takes b5.
Also, let's point out a queen exchange is game over for black. If the queens come off the board, white wins on the spot. So black's only hope is to keep on checking the white king till eternity. But the way the king is advancing, assisted by the queen, attacking the black pawns, I don't think there's an eternity here.
I think Jordan must have a lot of experience playing these endgames, and he is gonna slowly grind this one out. And Pranav is in for tough defense. And queen c2, critical choice. The only move, king e5.
He's reaching out, and I think he was going forward with it. Look at that hand, and it happens.
Yes, Tanya, your hand reading is perfect here. King e5 on the board, and the king is a huge asset here for white. Pranav, just one mistake, and from thinking about this going for many, many moves, we are now going to say this is going to end in maybe next 10 or 12 moves. Yeah, white is going to take this home.
It looks like the case, and I think even if black was to pick up the a3 pawn after checking on c3, it's not only f7 that's hanging. White can also pick up the b5 pawn, defending their own b4 weakness in those positions. Jordan van Foreest looking good to get his third win in a row.
Yes, excellent. And that means tomorrow Vincent versus Jordan will be a great matchup, with Vincent in the lead and Jordan really now going upwards with 3 wins.
When you're playing a player like Vincent, you need that momentum. You need to have the confidence of 3 back-to-back wins to believe you can take down the tournament leader.
And kudos to Vincent. Yeah, he's playing people who have won in the previous games, who have momentum, who are in form, and still he's the one coming up on top. So very interesting game now. Can we jump to the Nihal game for a second against Ray Robson? Very interesting, because I see a pawn on d2.
Let's have a look at this one. Pawn on d2 here. Nihal has got his pawn all the way in. This looks really good for him. I'm a bit surprised that it shows only 0.039 edge or 0.4, but maybe it's not so easy to queen the pawn.
And right now it looks like after rook c1, black should be completely winning in this position. Nihal can play rook c1. And I think the resource here is that the queen doesn't stop checking. You know, you've got to check on b8, and the diagonal checks are the most dangerous in these positions. They are the ones you should be looking at. Queen e5, and we see the beautiful job that g5 pawn is doing, clamping down the black king, and the rook will be forced to come back otherwise to avoid any repetitions here. So rook c1 doesn't win on the spot.
Yeah.
And finally, these pawns on h4 and g5 are coming to good use for Ray Robson here. But still, Nihal will try his best, right? It's not a draw at all.
Yep, and Ray has 5 minutes, so you never know. Once the clock starts ticking, you have 30 seconds on the clock, and Ray has had a tipsy-turvy tournament, some great wins, some bad losses. So this game will really decide Nihal's momentum as well. Both of the players have had a very interesting tournament, right? The games have been spectacular, but they've not been able to gather momentum, like multiple wins in a row.
Correct.
I'm just wondering, what was the last move? Where did the queen come from in this position? From f3.
Yeah.
And this is very interesting, because that queen f4 move, it stops black from getting the rook in, but also defends queen g4 check. So really important square for that white queen, trying to keep the balance in this one. I think we have to go back to our main matchup there of the tournament leader. There have been a few moves, and I think the position's about to get spicy.
Ooh, what you said, Tanya, did happen. Bishop d4, king came to g8 to stop queen h6 ideas. h4 with the idea of perhaps h5 maybe?
And also stopping knight to g5. You want to not allow that trade. You want to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. So restricting the black knight at the edge of the board.
And now rook to c4, keeping pressure on the bishop. And now white has to decide, how do I start pushing these pawns?
Do it immediately. Go e5.
Wow.
Man, did he do it?
No, I think that's me.
Yeah, not yet.
But if Black has a clear resource here, that seems to be queen d8. How do you kind of avoid this queen trade?
Okay, don't go e5. Take that back.
That's
because it's forced, yeah? Then the queen trade?
Yeah, I don't see a square.
You have to go back. Queen. No, you can't defend the d5 pawn.
Yeah.
Oh. Sometimes, the move looks natural, and then there's this very weird move that comes in like queen d8 and there's nothing to do, yeah?
Yeah, I missed queen d8 completely. And every pawn move has its consequences. So e5 leaves d5 hanging. So very strong reply there, Sahil.
So what can Liang do? 8 minutes, Sagar and Tanya. I think he needs to come up with a move right now, because one mistake, as we saw, could be a very smooth for Vincent, who's looking for a victory at the Chennai Grand Masters. And he's played some spectacular chess, but now we are in the crunch moment.
Sorry.
Let's head back to that game as Jordan, he's still fighting to win his one as well. And for Keymer, I also want to point out with the black pieces, just how he managed to sort of trap Liang's rook at the end of the board there and get this position where if he wins, he pretty much seals the deal.
Yeah. I mean, technically, Tanya, he would have a 1.5 point
That's
lead.
huge with two rounds
But
remaining.
then Jordan is his opponent. So then tomorrow's round, if Jordan wins, he would then reach 5 points against Vincent, and Vincent would be on 5.5. So, the intrigue remains still in the tournament because Jordan is playing so well.
The confidence that the player has at this point, I mean, getting this win, a 1.5 point lead with the field that's here. It would take a miracle to bring him down in the last 2 rounds. He would also be safe getting those 2 draws. And again, this position says that Keymer's completely winning, but it's not over. If Liang can find a way to push those pawns, things start to get tricky. And he moves the queen away.
And that is the best move. Even the chat saying Vincent is potentially even a top 10 player in the world. He has the potential, he has the play, and he's proving it on the board right now. And Vincent ready with the move in a second. Knight to f6, putting pressure on that e4 and d5 structure.
Yeah, Vincent is on a roll. Yeah, he's at a different level. We saw him in some tournaments that once he gets rolling, even players like Magnus are unable to stop him in Weissenhaus as he won the freestyle chess. So, guys, I think Vincent is really doing well here. Should we quickly check, or do you want to stay here?
We can quickly check in because we might not get another opportunity. So while the players think, I think this is, of course, the main game. It's the most important one for our standings. But Sahil, where do you want to take us?
I think let's look at Jordan against Pranav again, because the king has come to, I think, d6 now. So Jordan is playing this very smoothly, in control. And the b5 pawn has started sweating already, because now both the pieces converging on that point, and black doesn't have any real counterplay.
I think there's one move that kind of makes me feel black has chances. Queen c4. Because if you take the queen, my pawn queens, the c pawn, and then it's a draw because you also push your b pawn. So instead of this, you go queen e5 check, king g8.
Great call. He plays it, by the way, queen c4 on the board.
Yes, and the reason for queen a4 he played. Then the king can come in, right? I was just trying to hold off the white king.
Maybe he wants to check from this side now.
Or from a8, forcing...
Oh, yeah, actually. And the king has to go back to d6 again. That's the only move. So maybe there is some, tricks for Pranav here.
Yeah, Pranav, very tricky. Very tricky till the very end. And right now, Jordan is thinking king c6 or not. There's also some very nice moves like queen d4 and then putting the queen on c3, perhaps just dominating the black queen.
I think I remember Divya Deshmukh playing some events where she was among the lowest seeds of the event, and she did not have great events. Like, she had some highlights, but she couldn't win the games, convert the games. And then we saw the results later, a few months later, and now she's crushing in every event she plays. I think for Pranav, it's the same, right? So these games are not only, for rating points, but also learn. He's playing the strongest players in the world right now, and any game he plays is a huge lesson for him. He can take them forward, and then that will help him, long term.
And I've always found that to be sort of a champion's mindset, right? Because when players have those difficult tournaments, it might feel like they've stagnated or something's going wrong. And another one who comes to mind is Pragnananda. In 2024, it was a difficult year for him. But really, it is these difficult challenges that propels you to kind of go further on, because you see the holes, you fix them. And look at Prag's 2025. He's been on a roll this entire Divya, like you mentioned, having those up and down tournaments after pretty much being the engine of the Indian team at the Olympiad. and now coming back to win the World Cup, it's sort of like the slingshot effect. You have to go a little bit back and then you propel yourself much further.
Absolutely right. And so if you guys have a choice between choosing a slightly easy event where you can finish on top or choosing a tougher one where you'll get great opponents and may not do so well, choose the latter. Because in the long run, it'll help you become stronger, just like Pranav, Prag, Divya, and these great players.
And then you get invited to podcasts, yeah? So that's also very important.
Right. And guys, before we go to the Awonder game, should we quickly check Vidit versus Karthikeyan? Because Karthi seems to have found some good moves. Knight b3, queens are traded, bishop f4, nice move by Vidit, attacking the pawn, defends it. Rook d1, again attacking the bishop, and you can't take the pawn. Should we quickly ask our viewers? Bishop d6, guys, what's wrong with this black to play?
I think
Rook d8, good job. Rook d8 comes in, pinning the bishop and winning it. So you can't do this. And bishop b5 played by Vidit.
I think you have to admire how well Karthikeyan is playing here. He seems to have his nerves under control. I love his bishops defending that pawn. The knight on b3 is quite irritating, although it's still in that even zone. And now the best move seems to be g5, according to the engines, kicking that bishop back and then relieving the tension on that weak d6 pawn.
Yeah, asking that question to the bishop. Do you want to be on this diagonal? Do you want to come back to e3? Also, the move d5 makes a lot of sense to me. Just pushing those central pawns. b2 is a bit soft. You can create a central passer. Okay, I mean, Vidit has things under control, but this could get really out of control at some point. Yeah, because both players down to 7 minutes now for Vidit, 5.5 for Karthikeyan.
And there's still a lot of questions that lie ahead, right? With all the weaknesses that we're talking about, the piece activity. I think Vidit's last move, ignore the dubious sign there. Because from a human perspective, you want to improve every single piece of yours. That bishop from f1 is headed to c6. He wants to place it on a very active diagonal. And that just makes a lot of sense. Vidit about to reach. So I think
He played g5.
Move.
Wow.
Don't take the pawn still. Bishop takes pawn, runs into the same idea, expecting Vidit to simply drop back with the bishop to g3.
I just feel like the bishop on g3 is like, oh, now I can't go back to e3. That's also a nice square. It's like giving a commitment there.
You can't be commitment phobic in chess, sometimes you have to do it. And the point with bishop g3 is that it also ties down the black rook. Yeah. The rook, if it slides over to a2, you can then pick up the d6 pawn.
Right.
So you need to keep that option open.
Yeah. I think this is Sagar Bhaiya waiting to grab the dessert, but Amrita is still here watching. So at some point, he might attack the pawn and then Sagar will eat it. I'm only about Sagar Bhai.
Yeah, I hope Rook A2 happens. Yes. By the way, guys, let's get back to the Vincent versus Awonder game. After knight f6, Awonder goes queen b2. He's keeping up the threats. It's not totally winning for Vincent yet.
Yeah, this battery looks quite impressive, yeah?
Yeah.
And it's all about pushing these pawns. Still can't do it. I'm waiting for the right moment. But if he gets a moment, then there could be havoc on the board.
Yes. Go on, Tanya.
No, just want to point out that, Keymer had to improve the position of his knight. He brings it to f6. You can't take on e4. Knight takes pawn. It's not about the pin, but the battery that you were highlighting. The g7 pawn hanging. Bishop takes g7 and suddenly the black king starts feeling unsafe. There's a threat on h6, on the rook on f8. I think it's just, there's this feeling that you should be just completely winning if you're black here. As a player, we've all been in this situation. I'm up a rook. Why is my opponent not resigning already?
Right.
Why is this game not over? And yet you have to keep playing good moves because one miss and suddenly the E and the D pawn start rolling up.
And also the time. As you try to find a win, the time keeps running down. You are down to 7 minutes. And I think Vincent's time usage shows that he's not fully confident about his next move.
True. And also, look at what he's playing for. He's playing for a tied lead in the tournament. If he wins...
You mean Awonder, yes?
Yeah, he joins Vincent on 4.5. So he's thinking, if I win this game, this is my only chance to win the entire event. And Vincent, of course, both these players are very strong, but Awonder also, is in a strong country, doesn't get as many invites because they are the Hekarus and the strong US players. So he would love more invites. He's just touched the 2700 rating mark. He would love this win and potentially win the tournament as well.
One of my favorite sayings as a commentator, and I use it a lot, is a quote by former world champion Mikhail Tal. I think a lot of players' favorite for just his sacrificial style. And the quote goes that, you want to drag your opponent into a forest of complications where 2 + 2 is equal to 5 and the path out is wide enough for only one. And I think this position is sort of like that. The idea is that you want to draw your opponent in a position or a situation where you say, I know I've sort of bluffed my way into this. Objectively, this is probably lost and I'm worse. But it's the kind of position, it's that forest of complication where your mind starts blurring out. You're losing objectivity of reality here. You start seeing ghosts because you're not sure if those E-pawns, D-pawns are moving up. You're not sure anymore if 2 + 2 equals to 4. And that's when the mistakes start happening. That's when there's a possibility to go wrong.
Tanya, your quote fits perfectly here because Sagar Bhai, I don't know how, but the engine's recommendation is E5. I thought we were supposed to save this pawn.
But the move is amazing. Let's ask our viewers, after E5, knight takes D5, there's only one move here which makes some sense if you want to stay in the game as white. Can you spot it? It's all about looking at those undefended pieces of black, trying to attack them. Not so easy.
LPDO.
Yes, loose pieces drop off, guys. What does white play here? Anyone?
Yes.
Oh my God.
That's a tough spot actually.
Yeah, Darshan, yes? Deepak, you are too good, man. Queen B5, Queen C4. There's just no way to defend both the pieces. And you may have to play Rook D4, Knight D4, and suddenly one pawn actually netted you an exchange. So now you're just a piece down. Another pawn gets you another piece. Before you know it, it's draw.
Yep.
Won't happen, but could happen.
The A4 pawn is still hanging, and the thing is, the momentum could shift. But he plays pawn to D6 instead.
Wow.
Pushing the other one. I think he's saying, I want to play E5, but not even give this pawn to you.
Because if you take Queen D6, E5, and white is back in the game. I love how Awonder is fighting here, but Vincent is not going to fall for this. He'll go Queen E6.
Super tricky stuff by white here. And then after Queen E6, you want to think about, do you want to push E5 now? That's a move. Maybe the knight jumps to E5 as well, attacking the black rook in certain points. That knight can go to G6 as well. Things are basically starting to get a little tricky and murky, and Keymer has to figure these complications with about 6 minutes on the clock.
He plays Queen B7 instead. He again is offering that queen trade. He knows how important that is, yeah? And now white, either he has to waste a tempo moving the queen. How do you play this now?
Guys, I have this feeling that there's something more to this. Think about this. If I take bishop takes F6 now, and naturally you want to take with the rook, but now I take your queen, bishop takes, I push the central pawn to E5. Now, pawns are running, yeah? So, if you go rook F8 back, already E6, and this is the dream. And now these two pawns are equal to a rook.
And then white wins, yeah? In some cases.
So, yeah, exactly. So, you block the pawn in that variation with rook E6 here instead of rook F8.
Yes.
Rook E6, but then D7, and before you know it, that pawn cannot be stopped.
Wow.
I mean, this is just an illustrative line. Yeah. Many possibilities here for both sides, but
we do have a decision. He doesn't go for the bishop takes knight because it's also something you want to do. You want to keep the queens on the board.
I agree.
Just intuitively to play for tricks.
Yep. And queen attacks the rook, so bishop comes in to help his brother. And now queen to d3. I feel there are too many moves with the queen, yeah? And somehow Keymer's advantage might have increased now. The bishop is developed. This rook is now in the game. It just feels like it's moving in black's favor now.
Because you've kind of set up this light squared blockade around the pawns, right? Even if the white pawn gets to e5, that bishop on e6, the d7 square completely under control. Where is the progress coming from?
This is actually difficult. I think Vincent is doing Vincent things. This is just his... I don't know, like maybe he'll be coming for all the future editions as well, yeah?
Amazing
once
hunting
you
ground.
win a tournament like this, there are only two things that happen to you. You say like, okay, I've conquered Chennai, I won't come again, or I love the place so much, I'll come every year. So let's see what will happen here.
And there is something to be said about Chennai Grand Masters, right? Just traditionally, this tournament feels like it's been the launching pad of so many iconic moments. This is the third edition. The first one, won by Gukesh, went on to become world champion. The second one, won by Arvind Chidambaram. And right after that, he also broke into the world top 10. He's won so many open events.
Wow, this is just perfect, right? The organizers can always say like, come to Chennai Grand Masters, and if you win it,
you're going to be the world top 10.
Something crazy will happen with your career.
1 by 10 odds that you become the next big thing for the next year. So, I mean, it's amazing.
Guaranteed.
Yeah, and now Knight G4 and Vincent Keymer, who knows, he qualifies to the candidates or what sometimes, and he crosses 2750, suddenly enters the world top 10 and his life changes completely.
Also, let's not forget that Keymer was one of the players who helped Gukesh during the World Championship match as his second. So it almost feels fitting, to come back to this stage which launched Gukesh into that iconic level and that historic moment to come back and establish his domination this time.
And Anish was here and he said that Vincent being the second of Gukesh was actually very important for his career, because once you see very closely how the preparation for the World Championship match happens, it really gives you a big insight into what's the topmost level of preparation, what does it look like? And Vincent knows it now. So that's big actually.
Yes. And it's also really fascinating because Keymer, of course, the aim is not to be a second. It's with the idea that he wants to fight for the crown himself. To have those insights on how this preparation works, to get a real first sort of inside the ring look at how to deal with those nerves. And that goes a long way in making you one of the absolute best in the world.
In fact, Magnus, I think, had training games with Vishy, right? I think when he was younger. So we can see how Magnus now is the greatest player of all time. So every player benefits from these training sessions or whatever it is. Helping others kind of gets you forward as well.
This is the kind of perfect collaboration. Like Vincent finds great novelties that helps Gukesh become world champion, but also learns so much that he can be the future world champion. And that's what collab is all about, right? Both sides kind of gain through it.
She'll be like, brother, I thought we were in the same team. By the way, E5 played. So Awonder Liang is saying, I'm going to push my pawns. You show me where your play is. And right now, I think the second rook might also enter the game. And the knight active, bishop active. This will do a great job, by the way, stopping everything, as you said, Tanya. And rook F0 on the board.
No, have someone in your life like that bishop on E6, Wow. Stops all worries, tensions, everything.
Solid.
Yeah.
It's like it just holds everything together.
Exactly.
Like Amrita.
Yes.
Shout out to Amrita.
Shout out to her.
Jeez.
The queen d2 move does not inspire confidence, unfortunately. The queen has already moved so many times. I'm getting a feeling that maybe Vincent is...
he resigns.
What?
He resigns. Awonder resigns. Vincent Keymer scores his fourth win here. 5.5 out of 7, guys. Let's give a huge round of applause to this German #1. What a play. He's surpassed 2900 performance, I think.
That's monstrous chess by Keymer here. Going on to this big score like you're talking about, 5.5 out of 7, going to have a 1.5 point lead going into these final 2 games, has played the top seeds of the tournament with no problem, drew against Arjun, a win against Awonder Liang, who felt like he was in so much form. I mean, Keymer, one thing is the scoreline, the other is the quality of chess, and it's been A+ from him everywhere. Almost feels like he's seen this. We need to get Keymer here. I agree. To understand the key of this performance.
Yes, if Vincent can join us here, that would be so epic. But then again, if he's going to be like fully focused for his next rounds, we can understand. But we would love to have him here. That would be just brilliant. Is his next round opponent, Jordan Van Forest, also winning? Or did things turn around there?
Yeah, he's playing Jordan and Robson next. So
yes, but Jordan versus Pranav.
Yeah, let's go there. And yeah, I think Jordan's king is still dancing around on d6. Black is still trying to give checks, but still a winning position for Jordan. 11 and 12 minutes each. looks smooth so far.
Nice. Yeah, he should be able to win this, and then we will have a big clash tomorrow between Jordan and Vincent. So maybe this is winning for Jordan. We'll come back to this. This leaves us with 2 more games. Nihal versus Robson.
Oh, Nihal is winning.
Nihal is winning.
Oh, we left it here, I think.
Queen F4.
Queen D4 was a mistake.
Oh, but why is it a mistake? You trade
takes Rook C2.
Okay, the Rook endgame generally is drawish. But in this case, not really, guys. There are 2 passers and the black king comes and holds the d pawn.
But only move king F8 now, and he plays it. Of course he
does. I think this is easy for Nihal now. Stop the d pawn with his king. Start pushing his queenside pawns.
And not to mention H4 is hanging as well. You've got the active rook, you've got the active pawns, and a very strong defensive king there. So for Nihal, with 10 minutes on the clock, he shouldn't have a problem with this at all. It feels it should be trivial.
Yeah, we are having Vincent joining us, and this is amazing. The man of the tournament, the guy who has been in hot form here, 5.5 out of 7. Guys, let's have a huge round of applause for Vincent. Vincent, tell us the secret.
Yeah,
what are you eating?
No, I don't know. Things are just going my way here. I also feel that actually my opening today wasn't really good. Like, I was worse, I was kind of imprecise, and yeah, I don't know, from his side there were some strategic decisions which I could not understand at all. For example, I mean, already when I got F5, I thought the position should be kind of okay, but allowing me to play F4 seemed, at least to me, kind of insane. Like,
let's have a look at the board there, because yeah, we also felt that once you got F5, you felt comfortable there. But just going to the opening, were you surprised with this D4 move?
Yeah, the problem is I knew it exists and I knew it's somewhere in my file, but I don't remember how to deal with it. I think Bishop G4 was the right move, and I'm nearly entirely sure Bishop E7 is the wrong move, and I was also sure when playing it, but I just thought, I somehow recall that taking on F3 was the right way, but I don't know, I also wanted to get out of his prep, and like Bishop F3, if it's not the right move, it can be really, really bad. So yeah, I'm not really sure. Also, this didn't seem too horrible. So yeah, I was actually really mad at myself for not taking CD before taking the bishop, because I actually think he shouldn't allow me to take his bishop.
At what moment was that?
Yeah, here. Like,
Knight takes bishop.
I think the CD is the right structure for me, and I should do it here, because if I start by taking on d3, he can always recapture with the knight and then with the queen, so that there's no pawn landing on d5. And okay, again, probably for the end it doesn't really matter, but for me, I was really annoyed that I had that idea and I just did the wrong move order for absolutely no reason.
So you're saying that knight d3 and then queen d3, what happened in the game, if now cd, he would have taken, he could take with the knight.
Yeah, I think he will take knight d5, queen d5. At least it's possible. Like, I'm not sure, but I was a little worried. Engine is not, as it seems, but it's very double-edged, very hard to assess. And the other one is kind of very typical position with very clear plans, and yeah, again, I felt it should be around equal here, so I was pretty happy with that. And yeah, I don't know, this starting with queen c4, his moves were starting to get a little weird. I mean, queen c4 is only playing for this trick that after f5 he has knight e5, but I think here, like, you know, if I was on the white side, I would take ef without thinking for 1 second.
And then knight d2, knight d4.
Yeah, and I would assume it's around equal. Like, once he started thinking, I was, like, I really couldn't imagine what his move other than ef would be, and I think immediately after me playing f4, bishop d2, f5, he was also really kicking himself for allowing it. I mean, this is the kind of position that if I don't win it, it's really on me. It's like, it's not only much better, but also it plays itself so nicely. Yeah, actually, this queen e8, it's very direct. Yeah, like either I win or either he gets some counterplay, and I was not entirely sure whether I had to do it, because of course I had other options which are more solid and probably also very nice. Yeah, rook b7, and now there are many
Were you a
options.
bit surprised with knight takes f4, or you had kind of it in your mind?
I mean, basically it's the only resource he has in some positions. for example, also if I go knight f6 somewhere, he will always have to give this piece. It's clearly the idea. Yeah, I'm not sure about a5, but I don't know. I think it was quite nice. I could go bishop b6 here, trapping that rook, and
yeah, that's also strong.
yeah, and if he goes bishop b4, I still have rook f6, so that works. It's just that, like, this is not entirely the exchange I want to take, because strategically I lose few things, but probably because I keep that bishop on the light squares, I still have some attacking chances. It's fine. Just I thought with a5, I'm kind of dominating him more, but yeah, I think he found some interest.
Was b5 very clear to you? Because for us, it was like, let's go g5, g4, checkmate on the king side, but suddenly you make this queen side push.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe it's already made, but I thought, like, there I have to be entirely sure it's made for immediately, and after b5, I think he doesn't really have any counterplay, and I can still do those things later on.
Got it.
Yeah, here I think I was very lucky he played rook b8. Like, if he went e5 first, things are a bit more complicated. This is...
Yes, exactly. This was, I think...
No, he must have run at the diav, like, after, maybe you can show it, after rook b8, a4.
After rook b8 instead of e5?
Yes, like the game went. I think he missed that after a4, queen before bishop a5, queen d6, rook b8, queen b8, bishop d... Like, if he takes on b8, the rook instead of the bishop on a5. Then I will go bishop d2, knight d2, and there's queen g6, and now he cannot stop bishop takes h3. I guess that is what he must have missed from afar.
Queen
d8,
oh,
bishop
that's
d2.
a tough
So
one.
Yeah,
this
because
machine's hanging up. Knight d2?
Because and queen g6. I mean, if I don't have queen g6, he's probably even better. But like this, he has to resign, because there's no way of stopping bishop h3.
Wow.
And I guess that was very unfortunate for him. I think he found a very nice way of creating counterplay.
With bishop a5.
No, I mean, with this whole knight f4, rook b7, rook b1 thing,
yes.
I actually missed that this rook had the square on b8, so I was kind of shocked, but yeah, I mean, he certainly should have played e5, because this is... Yeah, I still have to be a bit careful. For example, now he after bishop d4, at first I thought I would go rook c4 immediately, but then I think there's knight e5, and rook d4, knight g6, king g8, knight e7. This is like...
We were actually looking at this were looking at this when the rook was on c2 and from knight h4.
Yeah, but here there's queen g6, king e7, queen g7, and he takes on d4.
Exactly. It's still winning, but it's so tough to play this.
Yeah, like, I don't know, my king is so open, I do have two pieces, but if I have the choice of defending, like, winning kind of a normal position the way I did in the game, or this, I think it was clear to me that it would make... So rook f7 is already that bad.
Yeah, maybe queen f7.
No, maybe I need to be direct, and I don't know. That's why I didn't do it. Yeah, because I don't think humanly it's getting unclear. I mean, here if you show me this position, I would think it's a 3-result game. Like also white can win this. It's not e5, e6 is coming. My king is in all kinds of checks. Time is getting lower, so I think it's very important to keep control in these kind of positions. So I think that's why king g8 was quite nice. I think the rest was more like...
Yeah, rest was quite easy. Maybe we just saw this bishop f6 here, but okay, it was not a big deal. Yeah, you won this very cleanly. Tanya, one question on the game. Just, Vincent, you always are going for ambitious lines in the opening, like today h6 in the opening. And our thinking is when you have lead in the tournament, you are black, maybe it's better to just play it safe. Are you thinking differently here? Are you looking at every game to fight?
Generally, yes, but the thing is that that's usually my general approach, like for every game, and it's normally a very bad idea to change the approach you prepared for and also the approach that has worked for you in the tournament. So thinking that you played fighting chess, everything works out, and then suddenly you start becoming passive only to secure a certain rating or spot or plus score, I think it's very rarely a good idea. If we're talking about the very last round and you need a certain result, then maybe yes. But before that, I think you just have to play.
You know, one of the things that we were discussing here in the broadcast, Vincent, was your experience working with Gukesh for the World Championship match, because his journey also started at the Chennai Grand Masters, you know, qualifying for the match. And then just that whole experience and a lot of your novelties we saw on the board during the fight there. And how that actually affects a player, you know, somebody who... Yourself, of course, you want to be in the candidates, you want to fight for that, for the crown as well. How was that experience? And looking back at it, because 25 has been also a really good year for you, you know, at Weissenhaus, winning a freestyle chess there, coming here, the dominating performance. How do you think, if at all, how has that shaped up this year, and what has been the effect for you with that experience of working with Gukesh?
Yeah, I think it's very tough to say what exactly translates. Also, this year, yeah, I've had some great successes. I mean, winning Weissenhaus was probably the biggest one of my career, but just it has also, I've had some downs. I mean, I played some rather questionable tournaments as well, and yeah, I'm really glad that now it's going the right direction. I hope that it will stay that way for both Grand Tours and World Cup. That would be very nice. I think if I manage to keep up the level I have here, I will have reasonable chances. And yeah, you know, it was a very nice experience. But I have to admit that it's very tough. It's not like I changed my whole opening repertoire to things I can use from his match or anything. So, of course, I analyze things that I can use later on or thought are interesting for myself. But also preparing for him means we have to check what's important for him. So like, I cannot just say, maybe this looks interesting, I will use that in my next game. So that's not how it works. Basically, we check what he needs, and whatever we can use later on, that's nice. But also, it's not really the focus in that moment, because like preparing for a World Championship match and winning a World Championship match is a lot of work by itself.
It is, and I want to just touch on that, because this is actually a question that's been on my mind, and I've always wanted to ask a player who's been part of a team for a World Championship match, that when you prepare these openings and novelties, is there some kind of an agreement to not use those ideas yourself till a certain amount of time? How does that work, all the opening? Because it's like an iceberg, right? You see so much chess and only a little bit actually comes on the board.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think in every team there are certain agreements which lines you can use at what point. I think it's necessary simply because, I mean, the people I worked with, they are very nice people, so you don't have to worry about them trying to, play your own ideas before you to annoy you. That's not going to happen, but still you need to have an agreement so that you know what everybody considers right and whatnot. So I think that's important, and also pretty much every team normally has that.
Yeah, very interesting. And your performance here, something you mentioned earlier, trying to keep things under control. And the name that comes to my mind is Peter Lecker. Anyone talks about in control, Cemento. Have you been talking to him during the tournament? Did you have training camps coming into this event? And how's that going? How do you prepare for the games here?
Yeah, we didn't have a training camp prior to this because I came back from Riyadh and I was dead and jet lagged and I couldn't sleep. So I was focused on, feeling alive again. But of course, here we are talking before every game. And it's become a habit, and I think something that's really helpful. Because, first of all, because obviously his opinion is valuable, but also just talking to somebody and getting a feeling for what your own ideas are is kind of important. I think that speaking out loud what you think can also be helpful on top of getting very nice expertise.
Well, please give our regards to Peter when you speak to him next.
Absolutely. And finally, before we let you go, is there something apart from the chess that you are enjoying here that is keeping you in good mood, making you feel like let's go and fight every day?
I don't know, the hotel is nice. I have been to the gym every day so far, and that's also been quite helpful in the sense that I always felt ready for the games. And yeah, I think I'm just gonna try to keep up that same kind of rhythm, and then hopefully the last two rounds will work as well.
Tomorrow is a big round. You're going to face Jordan here. He's on a hot streak. He has won his 3 games in a row. This is, I think, is going to be his 3rd game. Any thoughts on that encounter?
Yeah, it's always very interesting. He usually goes for very fighting, non-conventional lines. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. And of course, now you could see that after 2 games, losing him being here alone, you could tell that he lost 2 games in a row. And coming back like this I think it's really underestimated how difficult that is mentally to come back from 2 losses in a row, and then with 3 games in a row. That's of course very impressive. But yeah, I will be looking to stop that streak, of course.
Well, thank you so much, Vincent, for stopping by here. There are a few fans waiting for you. Thank you for doing this, and good luck.
Thank you.
Vincent Keymer there, classy as always, Tanya, with everything that he does. Such great fun, listening to him, his thoughts, everything that he speaks.
I'm just really happy to hear that he's speaking to Peter every day. He's, of course, a legend of the game. And I think I agree with him. One thing is about bouncing off the ideas, but also just the positive energy that comes from speaking to Peter cannot be underestimated. And some brilliant chess by Keymer so far in the tournaments. 2 rounds remaining, 1.5 point lead.
Ooh,
incredible stuff.
And the only guy now who can stop him, perhaps, in this tournament is Jordan Van Forest, who has been playing so well. Guys, remember, Jordan was on 1 point out of 4. And the 5th round win that he was trying, he was struggling so hard to win that winning position. It always happens this way, yeah? Like, it doesn't feel there's anything. Then you win one, then another, and all of a sudden, there are chances.
It's very hard to kind of counter a bad start to an event. Jordan lost 2 games, winning 3 in a row. How difficult that is, right?
Huge.
And I mentioned I saw him in the, at dinner, just sitting and kind of contemplating what's happening, why is he going wrong. It just takes immense courage and belief in yourself to kind of come back from there. And now look at him, yeah?
Winning. Totally winning there. There's a mating net with the queen coming to G7 here. You can't keep checking. I think you'll run out of checks here if you go queen B7. There might be queen E7.
Maybe king G8.
King G8. Oh, king G8 even. No, queen at 7.
7. And then king F8 and your queen is just completely dead. Look at what's happening on the right side. The queen and king. You move the queen anywhere. Queen H8 wins the game on the spot.
Wow.
It's like a zugzwang.
So beautiful. Okay. So this is winning. Totally winning. Should we head over to Vidit's game? Because that one has a lot of intrigue left. Vidit versus Karthikeyan. Ooh, meanwhile, Karthikeyan is turning this around.
I think he's completely turned this around already. That's 2 extra pawns for Karthikeyan. Bishop pair, Vidit here, he's playing for tricks right now. He attacks the rook, he sets up bishop c7 check, if that's allowed. But I think simply rook c6 will keep things under control. I will point one thing out. Rook c6, bishop c7, rook takes bishop, rook takes pawn is checkmate.
Oh, wow.
Man,
That's
Tanya.
a nice trap.
Very sharp.
But I think the rook defends the pawns, the king comes up, and I think Karthikeyan could be moments away from winning this game. But 40 seconds for both players. We could have a mistake on the board soon.
Well, there are still some tricks, guys. Look at that. There's only one winning line here for Karthikeyan, which is rook c6, and it's not so clear. The e6 pawn is a bit weak. The white bishops are dangerous. So need to be careful. Oh, he goes wrong.
Oh, that's a mistake. And now bishop c7 check, the move you mentioned, Tanya.
But can you not pick up the rook?
The red mark appears. That is not a mistake. That is a blunder in the position. If you take the rook, then what he wants is to take knight takes bishop. And after king h3, you give a check on f2, an intermezzo check on f2, win the bishop on b6, and that is game over.
That is resigns.
But then Vidit has to find bishop c7 check now. And that
20 seconds, 19. He has to find bishop c7.
I think he may be able to do this. It's like the only...
he plays it.
He plays it. And now king e4 runs into bishop takes pawn. So you need to keep the pawn protected. So king f6 makes sense. And what's the point here?
Oh. That is a difficult move.
King s6, bishop d8 check, right?
Again.
And then repeat the position.
And then you take the pawn.
Yeah.
Oh, but king f7, right?
And then bishop h5 check. It continues. The line continues.
Oh, wow.
And then white is almost checkmating the black king.
Wow.
Insane.
King f6 on the board. He's gone for it. Will Vidit come back with a check? Again, you can't take the rook. Don't pick up the rook. That loses on the spot after knight takes bishop coming in with a check.
I think Vidit's task is made easy by the fact that everything else loses. So it's his only try. Even if he doesn't see how this draws or, helps him, just play the move. You have nothing else.
Also, less time makes, it's in favor to repeat the position right anyway. So let's give that check, maybe repeat the position once, gain time on the clock. He's thinking 16 seconds, 15 seconds. And he gives the check.
Goes for it. And now Karthikeyan cannot go to f7. If he goes away from the defense of the e6 pawn, he loses it. So kind of become like a perpetual here. Insane, right? How it's so tough to win a game here.
Well, in a field like that, that's exactly what you expect. So if Karthikeyan wants to play for a win, he needs to go to the G7 square. It's the only square that fights for an advantage here. King F7 runs into Bishop H5. King E5 is only a repetition. So we'll get to know about Karthikeyan's mindset right now with this next move. Will he bail out? Will he pull the brakes? Or will he go for more with King G7?
But Tanya, King G7, he goes King E5.
A check again. Vidit's happy with a draw.
I'm pretty sure he'll try on with King F6 and G7. Maybe a couple of repetitions here because you have 2 extra pawns.
I think he'll take a draw.
No.
I think he plays on. He wants extra time on the clock.
Yeah, exactly. He has 2 pawns. If he loses one, he'll still have 1 extra pawn. He can try, right?
Now, this is the moment of truth. Vidit goes with Bishop D8.
Yeah.
King E5 will be a draw. That would be the 3rd time the position repeats itself.
King G6 or King G7 is coming in. King G7 and then Bishop takes pawn. And okay, you play on. Vidit will then have excellent drawing chances.
But it's a game for 2 results. And he does it. He wants more. Karthikeyan going for the win here. He goes King G7.
Amazing. Karthikeyan, of course, a big fighter here. But Vidit, well, he dodged a bullet there.
But this isn't over. Vidit's back in this game. You pick up E6.
Yeah.
You're down a pawn. But you have 2 bishops and a mating net, a checking net against the black king.
Yeah, true. I mean, in general, this should be very close to equality. Then again,
both kings have a mating net. Once this pawn falls, I can imagine some stray check on h6 and that can be devastating for the white king. So
that's amazingly spotted. Yeah, that could be very risky for Vidit as well. And with just under a minute for both the players, there might be a lot of twists left here.
I love this time control. Imagine both players getting 30 minutes now. Like, that would really spoil the fun for the audience, for everybody. Players, of course, don't like it. They must be so nervous right now, wondering one move could decide the game. We're going to see head shakes, we're going to see handshakes, nervousness. But that calls in for perfect entertainment for the audience, yeah?
Right. And Karthikeyan ready to make his move as he goes under the 30-second mark. Felt like he was reaching for his rook.
Where do you move it though? Rook b2.
Yeah, rook b2 looks like a nice move to attack the g2 pawn. And I was wondering if you could go bishop h3, but then maybe there's f3.
Oh, it's mate in 6 after
knight f1. Oh my
wow.
goodness.
He goes for another option though. He puts the rook on the 3rd rank, again threatening that check on f1.
No, Karthikeyan is super tricky, yeah? So I think for Vidit, this is going to be very tough to hold this, especially with 1 minute on the clock. But if he can do it, that would be quite good for him.
You know what Karthikeyan has done? He's made sure that after knight f1 check, the white king can't step up the board. It will be forced to fall back to h1, and then you've got this check on g3 as well. So he's setting that up. Vidit, meanwhile, under pressure here. He's down a pawn. He wants to look for that counterplay against the black king.
You have to clearly see that knight f1 and knight g3 check is not fatal. And if you spot that, you will make a move. Otherwise, you will panic here and do something crazy.
I think the king is all alone. Yeah, the white pieces are in a different, parallel universe altogether. We need more pieces to come back and hold on somehow the fort on the king's side. But 34 seconds for Vidit.
And it's so easy to panic and just give a check on g8. But you have to realize that doesn't get you anywhere. King will slide over to h7 and it's only a check. And now your rook is under attack as well, connected to the black king.
20 seconds here for Vidit. He's going for the move. I don't even see what he will do.
It's one of those endings, such few pieces, still so incredibly difficult. And he does bring the bishop. What?
Wow.
Whoa, that is gutsy. That is gutsy by Vidit.
Nerves of steel. Look at the rook on b3. Looking at the king, the knight can move and give a discovered attack. But unfortunately, there's nothing special that the knight can do.
It reminds me of the Bollywood movies. Yeah, you walk in front of your villain and rook b1.
He's threatening mate in 1.
Mate in 1 being threatened?
Only move for Vidit is to move king 1 step ahead. Because otherwise, it's in the net. You can't come back. If you come back, it's lost. Knight f1 check and game over.
Tough. 23 seconds over there.
He'll find it. King h4 is the only move.
He went forward once, he's going to do it again. He knows that king h2, there is that knight check coming in. Vidit has to play king h4, he loses on the spot otherwise.
10 seconds though, he's nervous. Will he find king h4?
9, 8, 7, he reaches out.
No.
He gives a check. He gives a check.
It's over now.
But king h4?
f3 is apparently the winning move at some moment there, somehow.
That is a tough one.
Tough one.
It's actually the thing, I guess, what really matters here is the bishop is now really stopped. I mean, it has to constantly protect the rook on g8, and that creates a problem. King h4 now, rook h1, king g5. Oh, it's also the rook on g8. King g5, f3, gf3 and rook g8, and you pick up the rook. That's the point.
The problem in the position.
That's the point. That's why rook was needed on e8.
It's going to get skewered. That rook on g8, and that was panic, right? Again, a check is a panic move. This is what we were talking about earlier, but it only helps Karthikeyan.
But in 1 minute, he couldn't see all of this, and now what to do? Yeah, everything's losing here.
You have to fight checkmate in one. He goes up, but he had to do it on the previous move.
You know, Tanya, somewhere Vidit might be thinking, am I launching a mating attack on the black with my king, 2 bishops and rook? But actually, if Karthikeyan finds f3 here or rook h1 check and f3, he's winning.
Is there a difference with what he starts with, or is it both equally strong?
Both are good. Both are good.
Do you think he finds f3?
I
he
think
does.
so.
He played it. It's on the board. Beautiful move.
Amazing move here by Karthikeyan. And now for Vidit, it's like, I want to give a check. There's no check. My bishop gives a check. Rook falls. If I take the pawn, check, check, I lose my rook. If I don't take the pawn, he pushes and makes a queen. What to do?
And this is when it dawns on you, right? That check was the fatal mistake in this position. You could have done this exact same thing, but your rook would be better placed.
And with 10 seconds left, Vidit unable to find a move. This is the toughest time to be a chess player. You just don't know what to do.
He takes the pawn. It is over, I think.
Yeah, but there was nothing else. It was lost, and Karthikeyan just...
Oh, I think that was a...
Yeah, check. King g5.
I think Vidit might just throw in the towel. He realizes that the next check, he's going to lose big material. He'll be down a piece. And there's a pawn remaining. If that pawn was not on the board, even down a piece, you hold that endgame.
Yes. I see a bishop knight something endgame here. A checkmate.
Oh yeah, that's possible.
That's possible,
bishop
right?
knight mate, but in a classical game with 30-second increment, I think I would also do it.
This is like the endgame tournament, yeah? Because we are seeing like, rook knight, rook bishop, now bishop knight. The perfect training module for any top player.
Yeah, it's
an endgame manual, the Chennai Grand Masters. Rook g1 check on the board, but incredible find by Karthikeyan.
Played
the precision that he showed in these last few moves.
Brilliantly. Absolutely brilliantly. And as you rightly pointed out, there were so few pieces on the board, yet he managed to find it. And guys, a huge news incoming. Jordan Van Forest is now not winning against Pranav. How did he do it? Pranav is, maybe we stay here for the game and then head over there, but I think this game will go on. Yeah, Vidit may still want to continue for that bishop knight mate. So can we quickly check Pranav versus Jordan?
But what happened? I think it was completely winning at some point, and this was the moment, right?
Guys, it was +5, it was +7. I don't know what was, like +4. And check. King here, check.
Check, queen e6.
Check. Okay, everything's going quite well for Jordan. Suddenly makes this huge... Oh my goodness. What a big mistake. Queen f7. He didn't see queen c4. Pranav. This unbelievable defense. And if king f8 now, queen b4 falls with a check.
And black wins.
And the thing is, you have no move with your queen. You have no move with your king. What an incredible save.
And this is an artistic move because the queen was on d5 and he simply slides it one square protected by the pawn. Such an easy miss in the position. You play that last move as white thinking that you're completely winning.
Yeah.
By the way, Nihal has a variation
for us. Can we have mic to Nihal, please?
Yes, if we can give a mic to him. After queen c4, Nihal points out it's a mutual zugzwang. If it was white to play, white is in trouble. If it was black to play, black would not have no move, would have no moves.
Because you can't take the pawn without a check, and you can't keep the queen on any other diagonal.
Queen e6? Whoa! Oh! Nihal is crazy, yeah? So.
But then king f8, right?
No, guys. Queen e6, f5.
F5.
F5 wins.
Is very strong. Yes.
Oh, just.
But can we show queen takes e6 a stalemate? You don't get to show this every day in chess.
That is so nice. The king is
super creative stuff.
But yeah, now the game is equal. We have one more queen each. And
Pranav is as slippery as an eel. Yeah, he was completely losing against. I mean, not completely, but was in big trouble against Vidit. But he escaped here. And I think there's something we are learning about Pranav. Especially, I'm learning about him in this tournament, that you cannot write him off until the very end. There's something that happens with even Gukesh. Yeah, many times we are looking at his games, we think, oh, he might lose, and he saves it. Same thing with Pranav.
Yeah, so this game I think could be equal now, even though the game goes on when you switch back to Vidit's game.
This should be a draw now. Let's go to Vidit's game.
So again, this position without the pawns and white holds.
Yeah.
So black has to hang on to d5, but unfortunately for Vidit, the formation of the pawns is such that you can't offer a trade at any point.
Yeah.
They're disconnected pawns.
True. Yeah, this is actually impossible to liquidate into this drawing position, because you will never be able to trade your f pawn as white for black's d pawn. There's just no way. So in a way, the only thing, the best thing that Vidit can try is giving up his bishop for the d pawn, and then it will be bishop and knight mate, which is kind of tricky for some people out there, but not for someone like Karthikeyan.
Not at this level.
Yeah.
And also with the 30-second increment, you have enough time to box the king, and of course the technique of getting it on the right square where the bishop eventually delivers.
Right.
The mate.
Wow.
I don't think even Vidit would even wait for that position to play it out till the end.
I think he'll wait.
Yeah,
I
you think so?
wait. What do you think, Tanya?
I think if it goes into a pure bishop and knight versus king, I think Vidit resigns.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow,
Somehow with Sahil's question couple of times to me, now I'm like curious if it will happen, and maybe it's worth trying.
Yeah. It would be fun to see at least. But right now, I think we have a couple of pawns on the board, so let's see if they get exchanged or not. And 1 minute each, I think they have played the main part of the game now.
What about? Oh, there's this very nice line. If f5, knight g4, f6, you just take on f6 twice. Knight takes f6 or bishop f6, and then just queen the pawn.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the problem, guys. Black has an extra force here. That's the knight, and it's too much.
Alright, Vidit is trying to push that pawn so that he can somehow force black to give up the bishop for it. But it's not going to happen. And there it is. You can now give up both pieces because the d pawn marches through. And again, in bishop and knight, pure endgame, the trick is to force your opponent's king to the square of your own bishop.
Yep.
The bishop has to always deliver the checkmate. So as long as you know that, there's a construction, then and you can kind of play it out and make it happen. But I don't know how much time would you need to win that, because
I think I can do it. Yeah, I've tried doing it.
20 seconds?
No, that's too little. With 30-second increment or?
No, without increment, Sagar.
Maybe a minute.
Yeah, I would also need I would say 45 seconds to a minute. 45 seconds.
Also, I should be playing, if I play against someone who knows it well, then they would use their king really nicely. They won't go into the corner, they'll stay in the center, and then that makes it tough. So, depends also on the opponent.
If you mess it up once somehow, then it takes a lot of time to get it back. Yeah, that's the only
No, sometimes you cross 50 moves.
Yeah.
I think this might be the moment as Vidit realizes that the f-pawn is not moving forward. The white king is stuck and far way off from coming back.
Yeah.
You know what? Karthikeyan is just threatening to move the bishop away on the next move. March up the board with the d-pawn. He does come back with his bishop. And now I'm expecting Karthikeyan to sidestep with his own bishop and start pushing the d-pawn.
Right.
What white is relying on is the move king g5. I think that's what Vidit has set up with this move. To kick the knight away and then push the f-pawn forward.
Right. By the way, guys, should we quickly have a look at the challengers, what's happening? Because both the games in the Masters are like kind of decided. We can go through the results. Harika, it's all done,
It's all done, yeah.
Harika lose. Yeah, please go on, Sai.
Harika loses to, I think, Harshvardhan.
Yes.
Pranesh defeats Vaishali.
Okay.
Aryan draws against Abhimanyu. Diptyan loses to Leon.
Wow.
And Indian draws against Adiban. So that means we have, I think, a couple of people on 5.5 points, Pranesh and Leon.
Yeah, we have 2 leaders now. And so challenge is done. Let's have the board of Vidit. Just to discuss about challengers here, Leon and Pranesh are now fighting with Abhimanyu half a point behind them.
And Abhimanyu was leading the pack by a margin, but now he's behind, and Leon also almost won it last year. So that first spot is very important. You get to play the...
You mean Leon won it last year in Vaikanze?
Well, even here he was close. I think he was close.
He was doing well.
Yeah. So somehow I think you know how life-changing the master section is, right? So you really want that first spot and enter the masters.
I agree. Oh, d4 is such a cool move. Bishop takes knight, bishop takes bishop, and then d3. You just queen one tempo ahead of your opponent.
And you know what the trick here is? I will remind everyone that the bishop pawn, which reaches the 7th rank, is usually a draw. But it all depends on where black's king is. If that king, let's just pick it up and put it on the edge of the board, is far away, white holds this position. It's a theoretical draw. But for Karthikeyan, his king is so close to that pawn that he wins this endgame. So confidently going for it, he's calculated it, he pushes the d pawn. I think these are the last few moments of this game.
Yeah, and Vidit doesn't seem to have many choices here as well, because his only plans to take on f6. Yeah, there's nothing else.
No, I mean, you can go bishop e1 and wait for the pawn to run down and try to sacrifice it. But yeah, that's when we say that.
Can we show why that ends in a draw, in a loss even for...
Yeah.
Actually, I want to show the drawing line, because I think that's the big resource in those positions. As we've got the players on the screen, he doesn't go for it. So maybe we'll do that later.
F7.
Which one?
That having the pawn on f7, why is that a draw despite black giving the check?
Correct. Okay. By the way, you could see that very kind of look on Vidit's face that he's upset, because, you know, the game was really very intense, better for him. It didn't go well in the middle game, but then he again had equalized. Somehow, Karthikeyan is showing that he belongs here in the Masters, yeah?
And he's doing it with so much confidence, converting this endgame. Now he's calculating what happens if I push the pawn. Vidit will be forced to give up the bishop for that pawn. He gets the knight and bishop, but is he in time to stop the f-pawn from queening? And I think the answer is yes.
Yes. Yeah. But do you think he'll do d2 and just be very I mean, I find it silly even to ask this, but you see Karthikeyan isn't doing it.
Very professional. He wants to block that diagonal. He wants to go bishop g5. Doesn't want to prove that he knows that win. Not taking any chances here.
That's it. The game is over.
Resigns because, yeah, there's no point in playing that bishop knight endgame. Guys, Karthikeyan Murli scores another win in this tournament. He beat Jordan, now beating Vidit. +1 for him in this tournament. He's actually in joint second position with Arjun. 4 points, right?
Wow. Yeah, I think you're right. And Vidit, of course, stays on 3 points, and he'll be heartbroken there. But I think, what do you think happened there for Vidit? I think, do you think they had a moment where he could have kind of drawn the game or something?
Actually, we should look at, because we didn't see the point from where he was equal and he landed in a lost position. Something shifted in those very few moves. If we go back, like even further behind, because we left it at, if we go even further back, more,
Wow.
Yeah, we were somewhere, I think somewhere here, and we thought, okay, now, you know, it's not that bad. He should be able to hold this. But turns out that perhaps it was the time pressure and just overall, he just couldn't hold this.
It's practically a very difficult endgame. You're down upon the piece activity of, the knight on c4, the bishops, and there we see a well-defended d5 passer. I think it's just a very difficult hold. And we saw these very tricky endgames, right? Setting up mating patterns as well. And it came down to that rook g8 check. Vidit did everything right until that moment.
Guys,
all he had to do was king h4.
Yeah, but Tanya, did you see like what Vidit did there, pushing his f-pawn? That f4 move.
Yeah.
It to me it seemed like so reckless. Yeah, here f4. I mean, if you don't do this, it's still like possible. I mean, it's tough. I understand, but he does f4. G takes f4 and gives a check there, and he's like, okay, I'm giving you another pawn. Like, that's like taking a bit of risk, here.
I think Vidit just went for this very direct line. He calculated these tactics with bishop to c7, and let's point out, king h3, king h4, it was still under control. But let's have that position up, and right here, forcing Karthikeyan to come back with the king, he won the pawn back. And this was the moment, right?
Yeah.
it still stays in the balance. King h4, in fact, Black's king starts feeling the heat a little bit there. But Rook g8 was the big blunder here. And then Karthikeyan just being on top of his game, finding f3.
F3 was brilliant, I think. He's seen it from far away, and Vidit, of course, had missed that move, yeah. Otherwise, he wouldn't have played Rook g8 check. And as you mentioned, when you're under time pressure, you want to give a check and gain some time on the clock. It's just a default reaction.
And to understand that you're sacrificing a pawn to open up a file, to open up the line so that with the check, you can capture that misplaced rook.
Wow. So, beautiful endgame, I think, by Karthikeyan there. And we can still see them trying to analyze the game where they have improved.
I think that's a great quality of Vidit there in this tournament. He has kind of, many times when he loses, he's so upset that he doesn't analyze. But here, he's lost 2 games. In both of them, he's been sitting there discussing with his opponents. Also something for all the youngsters out there to learn from. Yes, you feel sad when you lose, but it's also the opportunity for you to learn something new from your opponent. And if you could have that approach, perhaps it can really, really help you in your growth to the top.
Yep. So I think most of the games are over. 1 game remaining.
Yes, let's go there.
And that is Jordan Van Forest against Pranav. And we still have that end game. Yeah, the king stuck on h6, wondering where is my stalemate, and Black is just giving checks constantly, and there seems to be no clear way for White to win.
I think some more moves have happened. Yes, Sahil?
Yeah. Let's move.
Check here, check. Takes on g3 even.
So now there's a material balance. Before that, any queen trade would have was the dream for White. But now it almost feels like if Jordan isn't careful, he might just need to pull brakes here, because it's him with the 2 disconnected pawns. The king and queen, of course, putting a lot of pressure on g6. I'm expecting him to go queen f6 here.
Tanya, you have to pull the brakes right now. I don't think there is any more opportunity here for White, because pawns are hanging, even with check.
Maybe you just put the queen on f6, threatening a mate in 1, defending everything.
Yeah, then queen b3, kind of keeps checking. I understand that maybe still White is the one pressing here, but it's gone so bad,
So wrong, completely wrong. From a position of absolute domination here, and the whole king march beautifully played out by Jordan. Right now in a player's mind, that's what you're thinking about. He's not thinking about the position that's in front of him. He knows queen f6 is there, he's not in trouble. But what he's thinking about is what he's let slip, and how close he was, and just how, I think we've all been there. It's so incredibly frustrating, because chess is brutal like that. You play 50 incredible moves, and then that one mistake, you allow queen to c4, and it all slips out of your hands.
That's a great point, right? In many of the sports, cricket, football, you hit a 6, that 6 is in your name. You take a wicket, that is in your name. You win a set, that's in your name. And in chess, till the last moment, I think you could lose it all with one slip of attention.
Yeah, that's well put there. Well put in chess. I think it was, I might be misquoting, but I think it was Albert Einstein who said that chess is something that he doesn't really like so much, because you build something logically for several moves, and then with one move all the efforts of the previous moves can just come down crashing. And I think for someone like him, it was a bit too much to handle.
And that is truly, I think, one of the most painful aspects about chess, because there is this feeling that I've played this masterpiece of a game, getting my king active, I've won a pawn, I'm so close to a 3rd win in a row. And then it keeps haunting you. How could I allow queen to c4?
Right.
How could I give my opponent this opportunity?
Yeah.
I mean, incredible that Buddy Pranav just found that move and that mutual zugzwang that was pointed out by Nihal. And then there's no comeback from there.
Yeah.
That's it. It's just a draw after that.
And now Pranav, of course, will hold this. I've been super impressed by Pranav in this tournament, because, getting to the top is about a lot of things. Your opening preparation, your middle game skills, your end game knowledge. But if there was one skill that is super difficult to inculcate if you don't have it from the start of your career, is tenacity. Not giving up till the very end. And few players are just have it, and it's such a huge asset. And I think Pranav has this in him.
And he's relaxed. He's absolutely relaxed. He knows exactly what's happening. No nerves. kept fighting till the very end. It's so easy to say, okay, my opponent is the stronger player. He's played a great game. As Magnus said, I don't care if my opponent's played a great game. I have to win.
True. And by the way, Pranav will, if this ends in a draw, Pranav will reach 2.5 points out of 7. Jordan, for whom it was going to be a hat trick of wins, is going to be stopped in his tracks there. And suddenly, guys, Vincent's path becomes even more clear here on 5.5. There are now only 2 players on 4. That's Arjun Erigaisi and Karthikeyan Murli.
And that gives Vincent even more buffer in his match against Jordan tomorrow, right?
A draw and he's a champion.
Exactly.
Right.
A round to spare. And here Jordan continues to fight on. Queen c4, he is now allowing Black to actually take a pawn on h4, unless I'm walking into a checkmate in one, which I don't see. What is he set? Queen d4. I think this is tricky. Can we have that on the board? Queen takes pawn. And now you centralize the queen and there is no stopping a checkmate in one.
Crazy, Tanya. You're on fire here. You spotted
This is game over.
Yes, that's correct.
Because Black's queen is so offside.
Yes, queen takes h4 must not be taken here. I think any move, keeping the queen close, like queen e3. Just don't allow that queen. It's a draw.
But so tricky by Jordan to set this up. In queen pawn endgame, the usual thing that I've learned from the very best in the world is always try to centralize your queen.
Yes.
That's the square where the queen controls maximum of the board. And this is where Jordan's headed towards, that d4 square. Actually, Black needs to be careful because queen d4 is a threat in many positions right now.
You also prevented the check, right? So you avoid Black's most obvious move and you set up that trap. So I think Pranav has to be careful, but with the time he has on the clock, he's defended so well. I'm pretty sure he finds a normal move. Keeping an eye on the white king, right? Setting up those checks yet again, queen e3 or queen g4, just setting up this check on d7 or any other square.
Oh, man, Pranav has 2 minutes 50 seconds to figure this out, that he mustn't take the pawn. Chess is tiring and brutal, guys. The traps are all there till the very end. And I hope that he doesn't fall into this final trap, yeah? Or maybe I don't know if it's the final one.
I don't think so. He's not going to fall for these traps.
Yes, queen a3. That's a good move there. Queen a3 played. He's giving like complete space to the black queen. But yeah, kudos to Jordan for still trying. Yeah, he must be heartbroken, crestfallen here, but he's still trying.
Yeah, and if now queen d4, I think we have a lot of checks. Queen b3 check is possible. Queen a2 check is possible.
Yes.
You do control the a7 square though, but there's still enough room to get to the white king.
It's a very nice square chosen by Pranav because he's sort of opening up the options, diagonal checks, lateral checks, and you can't defend everything. So queen a3, nicely handled there.
Yeah, I think Jordan is not going to have a good night's sleep today. It's very difficult when you're that winning, right? You're so close and you kind of spoil your edge.
Another idea that he stops is f5 because f5 is a move you don't want to go pawn takes pawn here. Yeah. Queen e6, queen g6, queen g7, checkmate, game over. Nice. But with this move queen to a3, what he set up is queen a7 check in return. You want to keep pursuing the white king.
Yeah.
He plays queen c7.
Now
queen b3 check.
And I think any king pawn endgame should
be lost.
Should be lost for black.
Yeah, I guess so, because the white king is just so active.
It depends on whose move is it. Now, I'd like everyone to imagine queens off the board. If it's white to play, king g8 wins because you force g5. But if it's black to play, you take opposition with king h7 and you hold the position, right?
Yeah.
Yes, because king f8, you have king h8.
Yes, and king f6, you have king h6. You keep the opposition.
Right, that's a good point.
So if trades were to happen, it depends on whose terms.
Absolutely. Yes. And check from a2, now the king has to move. Multiple choices, where do you go with the king though? That's a critical choice.
It looks like there's no safe space. You'd be checked all around wherever you choose to go. And maybe not to e8 because that allows queen g8 check and your king gets driven very far.
It's actually lost.
Whoa.
Wow.
And then queen f7. No, what's the way? Oh, your king is very close to the pawns now. So you go all the way around and you end up winning.
Wow.
look at Pranav's posture here. He's just waiting there. He's like, he wants to pounce on his opponent's mistake. Guys, you are playing for 4 hours 22 minutes now. You can be tired. But no, Pranav is like, I'm not tired. I want that. Now I got the half point. Maybe there's that full point to be taken.
You know the energy that a player gets knowing that they've saved a dead lost position, knowing that you found queen to c4, a beauty prize move. There's adrenaline in that.
For sure. Right now.
Which check do you give now? Because maybe queen e2, there might be queen e5 again. If that's a problem, not sure.
Oh, queen e5. Wow.
That does look like a big problem. Is that lost? Can you just see? Let's see if the bar shoots up because queen e5.
Yeah, it does.
That's it. He's on the spot.
Wow.
Well, he gives the right check, a diagonal check.
So actually this endgame again proving to be trickier than what we had imagined. Jordan still trying with these mating nets in the picture. Queen d6, then it's fine. Yeah, you can trade the queens, I believe. Here.
Queen d6. Oh, it's winning for white.
Lose because king g7, king e7.
You get the opposition.
Yeah, the opposition is with white.
Tricky.
And actually, that's a cool line.
Can we see that? Can we see that? Because he's setting it up. He's setting it up.
No, wait.
Only
you
if you
shouldn't
take.
You shouldn't take. But think about it. Take on d6, queen d6, king d6, and now if king h7, here, king e6. Okay.
King e6, king g7,
king e7,
king e7, king h6,
king f6,
and king
f8, king f8.
King h7. Let's show this
King
to the end.
f7.
King f7, and this is a zugzwang because white gets the opposition now, and you force g5. Whoa.
And of course, you don't take with the h pawn.
Oh, then you lose.
Because black wins. So it's tricky all the way. But meanwhile, I think we have queen d6 and queen a7 check.
Yeah, don't take it. Pranav shouldn't take the queen here. And Jordan still trying there.
He's finding the next trap, yeah?
Even that position where black takes the opposition, maybe it's lost because white could triangulate.
How?
Can we set that up? Can we bring that up? Because that's what Jordan's trying to get. So he plays king e8 here. Now,
No, king e8, king g8, no?
no, he played king e8 here.
Here, okay.
And he's going to give it check.
Queen a8.
Guys, if you play some move like king g7 here, then it's lost. Because then queen e7 check. Now here.
He brought the queen and then took it back here.
Yeah, but he's going to move the queen now. So that's forced. So no king g7 happening. But my question is that in this king and pawn endgame, even if black gets the opposition with white king on f7, is it still lost for... Yeah, let's set that up. Let's go king h6.
Yeah.
King f7, king h7. And this is still lost.
You can triangulate, yeah?
Because white will triangulate and win the opposition and then win the game. So black cannot afford to exchange queens at all in this endgame.
Right.
Great.
Unless it's far away and your king can come out. That's very well spotted, Tanya. This entire triangulation bit with king e6, e7, f7.
Oh, look at this. Queen g8 check.
Oh.
That's again a Nihal move there. If you take, it's again still.
I think Pranav might do it, yeah?
Yeah, he will do it.
I think that finishes the game on the spot because you have queen g7 check to follow if you don't take it.
Queen g7.
And then king e6.
Then you can even just... Okay, no, he doesn't. He doesn't go for the beauty prize.
Wow.
Would have been nice to have that on the board.
I think he has a structure in place. He doesn't want to change anything. Yeah, he has these checks. He knows it's a draw. And he doesn't want to put the queen in some other...
Don't trade the queens. Like we analyzed that even after queen takes queen, king takes queen, white is winning. And Pranav knows it.
Yeah.
I think Jordan is still not satisfied. Yeah, he wants to try on. He looks at his score sheet. Is it a threefold repetition? If he does something, he wants to try.
You're almost in denial right now that, your winning shot is gone.
I think the last move was on move number 75 or something. So 15 moves in so far.
Okay. Sahil bhai counting 50 moves.
You're getting used to it now.
That won't happen, I think. Okay, queen e7, just queen a2 check.
Only move. He has to find it. Of course he does.
Yeah, I think. Oh, he goes king f8, and now don't sack your queen. Yeah, on g8 because the pawn is not pinned on g6.
Yeah.
So then there's this one move left.
And queen a8 check.
Jordan desperately trying to get the queens on the board.
But queen a3 check.
Does he want to go king g8?
But then just queen b3 check.
Yeah.
King h8.
Oh, it's king 8, Tanya.
Oh,
Queen c3 and
I
you
just
get
walked into a
mated.
blunder.
Yeah,
I thought queen e5, but I forgot about queen c8 checkmate.
got it.
Wow.
Let's just show that as well.
Yeah. I think that traps for both sides. Yeah? It could go the other way also if you are a bit lenient. So
If you're a bit too ambitious.
Doubt it.
Why is he thinking so long? Because there's only one check in the position.
queen.
He sets a checkmate in one, queen a7, queen g7, big threat.
And as while when you see this set, you get a bit worried. Okay, I mean, I was playing without any stress. I don't want to see this on the board.
And that's when you kind of offer a draw.
Yeah, you start thinking about a draw a lot more now.
I think he's going to just block the 7th rank with his queen. Jordan will.
7. Maybe another check back.
Might be the repetition, no? That ends the game with queen a8, queen e8, queen a7, queen e.
Yeah.
Just the back and forth.
They have enough time, I think. If they had no increment here, maybe we could see something, but with 30 seconds.
What do you think about, what's your opinion on increments?
I think I love the no increment format as well, but we can have at least one thing. Either we can have the additional time or the increment. We should not have both. Because then I think if let's say both players get 30 minutes here, it gets too much, yeah?
Well, I also like this time format.
Yeah.
I enjoy this because it leads to more decisive games. Like if you had 30 minutes extra, perhaps the draws in this tournament would have been higher. But I do understand that tournaments like FIDE Grand Swiss or FIDE World Cup will have this time control because they are part of the World Championship cycle where the time control is longer in the World Championship match and candidates. But when the tournament is not part of the cycle, then you can actually have this time control. I think it's very exciting.
What's your take on this, Tanya?
I'm not a huge fan of increment and bonus times. I think...
You're not fan of even 30-second increment.
That's the one. I feel that I really like how they do it in World Championships or Norway Chess, where till move 40, there is no increment, and only after move 40, you get the bonus time.
Got it.
I think managing clock time management has to be part of the skill set in chess. And getting these extra seconds on the clock, you're making the players' lives easier somewhere. And it's always very exciting to see the chess clock be the 17th piece on the board.
Would you prefer that, Armageddon at the end to decide the game as well?
I think that's really exciting for the fans, how they do it at Norway Chess, where every game is decisive. I'm very much with not having this, for example, at the Chennai Grand Masters, not having that plus 30 minutes makes a lot of sense. But I also wish that we didn't have this bonus time until a certain moment, until move 40, because players can build on that so much. Why should they have that cushion? Why shouldn't it be more demanding? Sports is always meant to be more difficult and more demanding on the players.
I had this question. I don't know if was Norway Chess part of the FIDE circuit? I don't think, right?
I think so.
I think
because of this format of different point system and Armageddon and stuff.
Classical portion, yeah, they count as part of that.
Ah, really?
Maybe. I think
also, they had less than 8 players, so they had 6 players. So I don't think it was.
Because the circuit points are given based on the finish in the tournament, and that
you need
depends.
8 players.
Huh?
So you need 8 players.
Yeah.
There were 6.
No, but the point is also that Armageddon does decide who wins the tournament so many times. So I don't think it's part of the FIDE circuit.
So I think that is if you want your tournament to be part of that, and then you want players to fight for those points to reach the candidates, then perhaps you can't keep those rules, yeah?
not the Armageddon rules, but no increment is not it, because the World Championship is also got the
No
same.
increment is fine. Correct.
Yeah, till a certain moment, because I see value of increment that the pieces are not flying at the end, that you're completely winning, and because you don't have enough time to make a move, you lose. So I see value in that.
10 second, that the Norway time control of 40 moves, 2 hours, no increment, and then just 10-second increment after 40 moves. I like that time control actually. It's also pretty good.
So shocking, right? Norway chess is not part of the cycle, right? I mean, we have the world top 6 players playing UG.
Yes.
It should be, I think.
Yeah, but you need minimum 8 players. And by the way, there's also another time control which didn't gain prominence, which I was a big fan of. This was used in WR Chess 2024, where you actually split the entire 2 hours into like 20 moves.
We are getting a confirmation that Norway chess is part of the FIDE.
Yeah.
Yes? How is it? Like, you need 8 players, no? It's
Then
there.
it's like you're playing the same play twice, right? So it is technically 8 players.
Then you double round robin is allowed.
Rakesh bhai just kind of, we go on this huge chat about, by the way, this one finishes. On that note,
if only they had finished a bit sooner, we would not have had this
it looked like this. 10 minutes of is it part of the FIDE circuit or not? And then Rakesh is messaging, yes it is, guys, stop.
Rakesh is brutal, and so was the game, but it was brutal for Jordan, who will not be super happy. But at the end, an incredible defensive effort from Pranav, who found that resource. Queen to c4, very easy to miss.
Yes, that was the brilliant move of the day. And how many decisive games today, Sahil bhai?
Ooh, interesting question. I think we had 8 as the maximum. And today, I think in the Masters, we have 1, 2, and 3 decisive games.
Nihal won, we saw that he was winning with those 2 pawns, and he converted. And in the challengers, we had, I think, a very, very decisive day. We had again 3 games decisive there. And guys, this tournament actually is, in the Masters, is going in Vincent Keymer's favor. He is at 5.5 out of 7, 1.5 points ahead of the field. But in the challengers, it's a 2-way race between Leon Mendonça and M. Pranesh, with just Abhimanyu Puranik half a point behind them.
Wow. So Vincent Keymer, I think, is, doing very well. Question to you. Do you think he's going to win the event, or do you think we have a twist ready for us in the final 2 rounds?
Only if tomorrow Jordan manages to pull out some magic, but then Vincent is white. And my feeling is Vincent is like 95% going to take the title home. Like only 5% chance. Yeah, but it's there. 5% is there. So we turn up tomorrow. And we turn up with all the excitement. And it'll be good fun. Tanya, your thoughts on today?
Fantastic chess all around, right? What we saw, for me, watching this comeback against Jordan, that was played out, Queen c4, beautiful move there. Vincent Keymer continues his domination, 1.5 point lead in such a strong field. The quality of chess has been incredible by Keymer. Tomorrow he faces Jordan. I think he's going to be very confident. The momentum is on his side. And I'm going to say it, I think he deserves to win the Chennai Grand Masters with the chess that he's shown. We also have an incredible all-Indian clash between Vidit and Arjun. So another very fun matchup to watch tomorrow. Today, breathtaking action. I think this endgame between Karthikeyan and Vidit, fantastic stuff there. Finding F3, Vidit trying to fight back. So it's been an action-packed day, and I think I'm expecting more of that tomorrow.
So we'll be back again tomorrow for all the action. Thank you everyone here who was present, also back home, online, all the viewers. Thank you for watching the Quantbox Chennai Grand Masters. We'll be back again tomorrow at 3 p.m. See you. Bye-bye.